Real magic? It's everywhere. Some might think it doesn't exist, but it does. For us, life is full of magic. First love, winning at life, helping each other, discovering new things, sharing experiences. The more real we are, the more magical life becomes. And every Coca-Cola is a chance to embrace that. It's about celebrating life. A delicious taste that uplifts you. Seeing the world through a different lens. Feeling the magic in the everyday. Cool, crisp, refreshing. It's that moment when we find ourselves revived and ready to celebrate the world around us again. Real magic isn't in a fairy tale or abracadabra. The real magic in life only happens when someone believes that any given moment can be extraordinary. All you need is an open mind and an open bottle. That's when the real magic happens. Coca-Cola. Real magic.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening from whichever part of the world you're logged in from. A hearty welcome from Mauritius and welcome to the 7th edition of Brand Magic 2022. We live in an age of uncertainty, in a time where technological developments happen at the speed of light. Sometimes it is really challenging to keep up with the new trends. When I first met Corey, I was introduced to the world of avatars and the metaverse, what you just saw in the opening video. I was scared. I knew absolutely nothing. I felt like an old dinosaur when I observed all these wondrous things that brands can do. I must thank Corey for making avatars of all the speakers here today, which inspired us to start the Dancing with the Stars contest on social media. The winner of the contest is a student, Pallavi Vardhan, who is here with us today. Congrats, Pallavi. Corey will have your avatar made. Let's give her a round of applause. I am happy to announce that we have sponsored 30 students from the different universities of Mauritius. I am confident their love for branding will grow after Brand Magic. When I sent the avatars to all the speakers, to seek their approval, one message made my day. It was from Kaushik, one of our speakers. His message said, I have no idea what to do. I feel like a dinosaur. Welcome to the Dinosaur Club, Kaushik. I feel young again. It is challenging to know what is best suited for your brand. After all, what is relevant today may be out of date tomorrow. However, what is certain is that they open up numerous opportunities and possibilities in a new world. It certainly is an exciting time to be a brand. This called for a global search for speakers to speak on branding in a brand new world. Today, our lineup of amazing eclectic brand gurus will cover a wide range of topics from branding in a new world to the human side of brands, to new ways to engage with a brand in the new marketing frontier. There is a lot to cover. I would like to extend a warm welcome to David, Kaushik, Sean, Day, Corey, Uma, Tiziana, Kamini, Faye, and Stefan, also Sundaram. Sadly, Dede, our speaker from Ogilvy, UK, had an emergency. As I talk, he is on a flight to Milan, but he did manage to record a riveting presentation last night, which I am sure will wow you. Please join me in a thunderous round of applause for these brand magicians. Because of the time difference of 9 hours, David will be making his presentation at 12:30 a.m. That's commitment and passion. The same goes for Corey, who is in Los Angeles. Both are legendary brand magicians. By a remarkable coincidence, we have a genie in our midst. I'm serious. Just wait for the magic to happen. A big thank you and a round of applause for our sponsors. Our platinum sponsor, Coca-Cola. Silver sponsor, Turn Left Media, a LinkedIn partner. Bronze sponsor, Indian Oil Mauritius Limited and the Mauritius Commercial Bank. Associate sponsors, the Economic Development Board and Food Canners Sunny. To our dedicated magical partners, Aesthetica, DB Vision, Diz Digital, Eruption Group, Easy Virtual Events, FCB Cread, Genie, Kantar, Oxygen, PG Real Development, and Zethical. It is only with their support that we could make this magic happen and bring alive Brand Magic 2022. Thanks so much for all that you did to create this virtual magic. Please do visit their booths in the exhibition hall. You will be amazed. It is time to begin. Have you heard the saying, all good things come in small packages? Our MC last year did such a fantastic job. She is back again with her usual wit and charm for this morning's session. A police psychologist in Mauritius. She is currently studying cyber psychology at Nottingham Trent University and is passionate about mental health, leadership, and education. An enthusiastic Toastmaster, she comes bundled with a sense of humor. When I first discovered she was with the police, I asked innocently, "Do you normally tell people, 'I'll be watching you'?" She laughed and quickly retorted, "Better watch it." Brand magicians, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome the inimitable Sharuna Dayal all the way from the UK. She has been up since 3 a.m. I can now leave you in safe hands, but I'll be back. Let the magic begin. Sharuna, the virtual floor is all yours.
Thank you, Robin, for your welcome address and this lovely introduction. Hello and welcome to the 7th edition of the Brand Magic Summit 2022, brought to you by Mind Initiatives and partners on a completely digital platform. The world as we know it is constantly changing, and the past few years have brought about even more changes than we could have anticipated, which is why this year we bring to you the best international experts to help navigate branding in a brand new world. We will be covering topics ranging from brand building, the new brand experience, making the most of the metaverse, marketing in new landscapes, and humanizing brands. But before that, here are the house rules. Please keep your microphones muted during presentations. As this event is being held online, I need not tell you where the restroom or emergency exits are, but we do have an amazing team at our help desk. So reach out at any time if you're expecting any difficulties. As the event is being live streamed through YouTube, click on the YouTube logo, which is near the bottom right corner of the video container. You will be redirected to YouTube, where the comment section will be located on the right of the video. Please feel free to comment or ask the speakers questions. There are exhibitor stalls which you can visit, where our partners and sponsors have set a booth for you to visit. Please do visit them. There is also a coffee lounge which you can visit during the breaks to interact with other participants, to network, or even have a small chat. Do remember to bring your own coffee though. If you are unable to make it for a speaker's session, don't worry. All the sessions will be recorded and made available until the next day on the platform for you to view at your leisure. However, please note that the recordings will be made available only until 8 p.m. Mauritius time on the 22nd of July 2022. We start today's wonderful lineup with the address of Mr. Sachin Mohabir, the Acting Deputy Chief Executive Officer at the Economic Development Board of Mauritius. The Economic Development Board is the National Investment and Trade Promotion Agency under the Ministry of Finance, Economic Planning and Development of the Government of Mauritius. It plans and executes strategies to sustain Mauritius as an attractive place for business, trade, and investment. Sachin is the Acting Deputy Chief Executive Officer at the Economic Development Board of Mauritius and has been in investment promotion and business facilitation for more than 20 years, with 15 years in the promotion of the real estate, hospitality, and tourism sector. He started off his career in the Freeport before moving into real estate and hospitality, and has worked in the setting up of various schemes, including the Smart City Scheme and the Property Development Scheme. He has facilitated the development of major investment projects and has been involved in country marketing, organizing several investment promotions campaigns in various countries with the objective of attracting investors to set up operations in Mauritius. He has thus demonstrated track record in strategic assessment, identifying market opportunities, and managing and executing large, complex investment projects that led to FDI in excess of 3 billion USDs in the past 12 years. Please welcome Mr. Sachin Mohabir.
Good morning, everybody. It gives me a great pleasure to be with you this morning at the opening session of the 7th edition of Brand Magic. Let me first express my sincere appreciation to Mr. Ravin Lama, Chairperson of the Brand Magic Organizing Committee and the Managing Director of Mine Initiative for this excellent organization. Ladies and gentlemen, the investment climate, the rule of law, the cost of doing business, reliability are some of the reasons why investors choose a country to invest in or trade with. And these put together over time develop into a mental model that the outside world is start having or perceiving a country. Just as for products, the same basic principle of branding applies to countries. Without a powerful and positive reputation or nation brand, no country can consistently compete for investors, for tourists, for importers, for talents and know-how, and draw the attention of other countries and the world's media. For a country, the brand image it portrays to the outside world is a useful summation of the intangible competitive assets of the country. The brand image comes from the vision set out by government in different government programs, by its people, its institution, the judiciary, the laws, the economic operators, the service delivery, and most importantly, the commitments made by the country and its operators to the stakeholders found everywhere to deliver, not only for the first time, but every time. These are the factors which, when worked on both by the public sector and the private sector, give sustainable comparative advantage to a country for the range of products and services it offers. Therefore, the brand equity of a country developed over time can be a very powerful tool to drive economic growth and prosperity of a country, and is highly significant and a powerful strategy to attract investment and trade, drive innovation, and bring new talents. In fact, the brand image of a country can be a powerful tool for its operators when dealing on the global market. It helps hotels to attract tourists, for its enterprises to export goods, and for its companies to trade in services, and if a country to attract more investment, particularly when destinations today find themselves competing with one another for attention from audiences and the crowd that are not always well informed about them. And today we are talking about at country level, the country of origin. And in Mauritius, in the last budget speech, one of the measures that was announced was to use the power of geographical indication to appeal to products and services. And here, the appeal of Mauritian products to stimulate customer loyalty toward them. For instance, if Sony, Toyota, Honda were not first of all and foremost Japanese brands, it's hard to imagine that they would enjoy the same prestige. And the same applies to French luxury brands like Chanel and to German engineering brands like Mercedes, Bosch, Siemens, Audi. Ladies and gentlemen, a country's brand impacts virtually every aspect of its international engagement and thus plays a critical role in its economic, social, political, and cultural progress. When, as a result of clear leadership from central government, and when all its stakeholders share a common vision of the country's identity and achieve some degree of harmonization between their action and communication, there is far greater chance of the country's image to fairly and positively reflect its present reality. This is because the international audience is only likely to form a coherent and positive opinion of the country if the majority of the messages they receive from it are broadly aligned. Let's see a few areas where the brand image drives economic growth. The tourism, for instance. Often the most visible aspect of a country's brand comes from tourism and is usually the most powerful marketing force. In Mauritius, for instance, the tourist creates a visual image of the country when they visit, and these have impacts on many other areas of our economic performance. Most of our foreign investors, for example, are first influenced when they visit the country as tourists and then see other investment and trade opportunities. For instance, a person will never invest in the acquisition in Mauritius of a residential property and invest therein if he or she has never been in Mauritius and influenced by the country's appeal. Same applies for the export sector. A powerful, distinctive, broad-based, and appealing national brand is the most valuable gift a government can give to its exporters. Today, branded export are one of the most potent ways of building and sustaining national image. And these come up with governance, because a brand image of good practice comes with global indices. For instance, at the level of the Economic Development Board of Mauritius, when we see that we rank 30th position on the World Bank Doing Business report, this is a powerful message to the international investor community and a good indicator of the ease of doing business in Mauritius. In the same vein, the accolades received by Mauritius from Fraser Institute, Mercer's Quality of Living, Moody's, or Mo Brahim Index of African Governance are useful in building the image of the country in terms of governance. And all these when the people talk the same language, not just diploma, the EDP, the Mauritius Tourism Promotion Agency, or the business community, but everyone can become passionate ambassador of his or her country, provide positive change so that the country can remain visible and use its intangible value, that is the skills, the abilities, the values, the behavior of the people to project to the outside world. And this helps in bringing investment, in bringing more people to live in the country. And many best examples of rapid growth during the last century occurred because certain places like Singapore, Dubai have become magnets for talent attraction, for investment and business ventures. And in many ways, we can say that when you talk about a country, it's more about policy-based branding. I believe that rather than spending millions on marketing and communications, efforts should be concentrated also in proving the case that a country is attractive for foreign investment through case studies. The brand images of countries, whether good or bad, are seldom or entirely accurate reflection of the reality of the country. And to build a country's image, there's a need to have a clear strategy coming from leadership, proper coordination between government, the public and private sector, and the population in general. And all these develop best practices. And we see this happening in countries like Slovenia and New Zealand, Rwanda lately, South Africa, Ireland, Spain, or Australia. And all this built into the international reputation, and all this can be managed and changed to better represent the current reality and future aspiration of the place. New Zealand, for instance, used its strong international reputation for its green open spaces and natural unspoiled landscapes to launch its successful campaign 100% Pure New Zealand. And they have tried to brand the country as such. And using storytelling, this can also help a country to show that it's an innovative place, it's good for the conduct of business, with lack of corruption, world-class research facility or testing facilities. Ladies and gentlemen, place branding is therefore a way of ensuring that the fundamental human quality, the efforts, achievement, the ambitions are seen, acknowledged, and properly interpreted. As a case example, this year, Mauritius was ranked among the top destinations in the world work remotely, gaining recognition from global travel giant Kayak in its work from wherever index. Mauritius introduced a premium visa, and when this was marketed mainly online through social media, this has proved that with a uniform message, it can be instrumental in crafting a unique and a national brand vis-à-vis competing destinations. Through concerted and integrated efforts, a very powerful communication strategy involving our public and private stakeholders, we have been able to touch on our country's strengths, which are business-friendly climate, a strong capacity for innovation, renowned education system, state-of-the-art infrastructure, political stability, and high standard of living to attract digital nomads. In this sense, national brand finally is a national identity made tangible, robust, communicable, and useful. A good brand represents the real competitive edge and the single most valuable item which any nation its economic operators possess. In this post-COVID environment, with supply chain disruption, it has been made clear that physical products need physical distribution if they are going to generate income. But at the same time, capitalizing on social media and digital technology, we need to admit that branding and marketing have become important tools in the knowledge economy, a strategic discipline acting as an enabler to build success for smaller countries like Mauritius and turn ideas into wealth. And at the national level, countries have to control and manage their brands in order to attract tourism, foreign investment, and export. And along with the country image of industries, companies, and the products must be maintained. At the EDB, the Economic Development Board, we firmly believe that place and country branding is not a one-time activity, neither can it be done in isolation without long-term perspective and keeping all the parties on the same page. And for a country to be competitive in this new marketing era, the focus should be on the challenges as advocated by Michael Porter in his book, The Competitive Advantage of the Nation, that companies and industries of a country should strengthen their capacity in order to adapt themselves for the ever-changing marketplace, analyzing and capitalizing the new opportunities from the environment and sustaining their vitality to attract the target audiences. With these words, I would like to wish all of you a fruitful working day and with this summit a great success. Thank you.
Hi, I'm back again. In 2015, when we first launched Brand Magic, we realized that there was no takeaway after the summit. So the idea then came up of a brand book. So it has now become a tradition to launch a brand book during every Brand Magic. Today, this was the sixth edition. Now, what makes this book different from the others is unlike a normal brand book, this brand book you can pick up and read from any chapter because it contains articles collated from all around the world from eminent brand gurus. It has local stories, it has international brand stories. So all participants will be receiving a copy of this book once we get the top brands of Mauritius report incorporated into the book. The book has been very creatively designed by our creative partner, FCB Creat. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Thank you, Ravin. A free e-copy of the brand book will be sent out to all participants on the email used to register for the Brand Magic Summit. We hope you enjoy all the brand stories and articles that we have compiled for you from branding experts around the world. The results of the Top Brands of Mauritius Awards will be incorporated to update the brand book. So please bear with us so that you can have the most up-to-date version of the great brand book. Our first segment of the day is on brand building in a brand new world. And we have the pleasure and privilege of having three fabulous industry leaders sharing their expertise to help us explore the brand new world. We start with fire with David Breyer, the chief gravity defier. David started his career when there were no computers and no internet. Can you imagine that? His first logos for Revlon, Estee Lauder, and the Rolling Stone magazine were done by hand using a radiograph. Handmade is also how he likes his chocolate. He likes coffee and spicy food. Our branding genius played drums as a teen and is an excellent cook. Please welcome David, who will be talking to us about the three pillars of branding that impact every organization.
Hi from the US. It is in the middle of be speaking with you today, and I'm going to jump right into. I'm a native New Yorker, so I do talk fast. I'm very, very enthusiastic, and you see me in my office where we have artwork and everything from the many years that I've been doing this, for the 42 years that I've been doing this, which means that I started when I was 2 years old. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to share with you my screen. I'm going to share with you a presentation I put together for you that I'm super excited about. And let me jump straight into it. And really, it is an honor. I love what everyone has done. I love the organization, the energy, and what you have pulled off. It is world class. So thank you. And
David is having some technical difficulties. Please bear with us while we try to get him back on the call.
Real magic? It's everywhere. Some might think it doesn't exist, but it does. For us, life is full of magic. First love, winning at life, helping each other, discovering new things, sharing experiences. The more real we are, the more magical life becomes. And every Coca-Cola is a chance to embrace that. It's about celebrating life. A delicious taste that uplifts you. Seeing the world through a different lens. Feeling the magic in the everyday. Cool, crisp, refreshing. It's that moment when we find ourselves revived and ready to celebrate the world around us again. Real magic isn't in a fairy tale or abracadabra. The real magic in life only happens when someone believes that any given moment can be extraordinary. All you need is an open mind and an open bottle. That's when the real magic happens. Coca-Cola. Real magic.
So David is not the only one experiencing technical difficulties. We're going to find him back, though, we promise, and he is going to speak to you as soon as the connection is re-established. In the meantime, we're going to move to Dede's presentation. So Andre Laurentino, or Dede, who has helped build and manage many global brands across all channels of communication. His background as both an art director, he was one of the most awarded art directors in Brazil for a decade, and later as a copywriter, which also won him the same accolades and reputation, gave him a unique hands-on experience to be able to help brands express their vision and behavior. Dede has led multidisciplinary teams to produce award-winning works for Volkswagen, Audi, Nissan, Adidas, GSK, Visa, Dove, Comfort, Hellmann's, and many others. He has won over 30 Cannes Lions, as well as D&ADs and the One Show Pencils, either as an art director, copywriter, or ECD, and global pitches such as the Adidas World Cup project, Nissan's Datsun brand rebirth, Aquafresh, and Dove Men Care. He was also in the core creative trio who led, presented, and won the Global Visa account. Dede is also well-versed in many forms of storytelling. His debut novel was voted one of the best books of 2005 and has published various short stories in book collections, magazines, and newspaper. Dede, interestingly, has also written TV series for Brazil's main television network. Dede is not here with us today, but we have a recording. Please welcome and enjoy the recording of Dede Laurentino talking to us about how brands are built on affection and not attention.
Hi, everyone. I'm so sorry I can't be live with you. A last-minute commitment made it impossible. But here we are, virtually talking and virtually in Mauritius. Wonderful. So I am Dede Laurentino. I am the Chief Creative Officer of Ogilvy UK. And when we talk about creativity and what it does for a business, I think the first question should be why? Why should we go after creativity when it's so fragile, when it's so elusive, and it takes everybody in the process to really care for it, protect it, create the conditions for it to flourish? All of that is a lot of hard work. It demands the same effort from everybody for the sake of creativity. So it does beg the question, why should we do it? And the reason is very simple. I will now share my screen with you, and hopefully it will all work. And we should be seeing the presentation now. So this is it. Creativity does to business what the sun does to the beach. So it adds that element without which nothing is quite the same. Even if your business is thriving and you're hitting your numbers, creativity can elevate that and catapult that to a different level. Now, this is cerebral. Let's feel a bit more what creativity does to a business. And that's more like it. Now you can feel how irresistible creativity makes things like the sun makes a beach perfect like that. Now, on a cloudy day or a rainy day, all of it would still be here. The coconut trees, the sand, the ocean. It wouldn't be as beckoning, however. The sunshine makes that difference, all the difference. So that's the kind of effect that we defend, and the impact is measurable and incredible. Now, this is a perfect beach, of course. It's in Mauritius, and it's delightful. But the beach in our marketplace is very different. It's a bit like this. And it's crowded and everybody's there. Where's Waldo? Where's Wally? And where's our brand? Where's my business? It's too crowded. Everybody's there fighting and shouting and lots going on. And if we take a closer look, no one is really paying attention. They're looking at their phone and they're liking, talking to friends or family, looking at the meme, learning how to do something in a do-it-yourself YouTube video. So our brand has to fight not just the competition, not just the category, not just other brands, everything. Okay, how do we tackle all of this? So this is the idea. We'll look at 3 aspects and we'll have work against each of these aspects to make it a bit more credible and tangible. The first thing is relevance. We need to find relevance in what we do, in our brand, in our service, in our whatever it is. Otherwise, it'll be transparent and invisible. For example, no one ignores a fire alarm. Nobody in an office space says, let me finish this email first. Or if a fire alarm goes off, no one says, oh, can I look at the meme first? We drop everything and we run for our life because it's relevant. How could 2 brands find relevance in a similar way, something that really matters to their audience? The first example comes from Ogilvy, South Africa, and it's for a beer. Let's have a look.
Women and children in South Africa.
Heard about the shocking story of this young woman
following some horrific incidents
where the high level of violence against women is.
We know in marriage there's a link between men who abuse alcohol and sometimes abuse their wives.
And tonight we're looking at the impact of one very innovative campaign, the Carling Black Label No Excuse Bride Armor campaign.
When I was watching that bride walking down here, my heart broke.
And put on this armor just in case they find themselves being hurt or being abused by their partner.
It is challenging South African men to take a new vow to act to eliminate gender-based violence.
So Carling Black Label has been driving the No Excuse campaign for a number of years now. And it's been so effective that the government of South Africa has joined forces. And together they're seeking to change legislation. The people at Carling Black Label found that alcohol can sometimes fuel violence against women. And they did big campaigns in football stadiums. And now with this campaign, the armor it's beyond awareness, because they actually went to bars and had men make a different vow to protect women, to stop violence against women, which in a behavioral science level gets men to actually say the words of a new kind of behavior. So this is a very deep campaign. in South Africa, and the results, as I said, have been tremendous in how beer found a very relevant way of tackling a very bad, horrific social aspect in that country. The other example comes from Honduras, also about women. Unfortunately, it's another condition that needs a change. And this is how creativity helped change a reality. From Ogilvy, Honduras.
La píldora del día siguiente es un aborto.
Nuestro país no permite la venta de este producto.
Es un abortivo farmacológico.
De sus derechos, las mujeres hondureñas han fundado una isla.
La isla del día después.
Ahora irán a un espacio seguro en medio de alta mar.
Island, a trip to the future of Honduras project, 4 metros cuadrados,
pero también ha generado apoyo de todos los rincones.
A creative solution for Honduran women.
Mujeres hondureñas, no les voy a fallar, voy a defender sus derechos, cuenten conmigo.
So that's how creativity could bring light to an issue and make the whole country talk about it, and the world indeed, so much so that the president herself took a pledge to change legislation, therefore change a reality for all women. So this is yet another example of what creativity can bring to the game. Another aspect is to create a service for a brand, for a product that is relevant. So all of these three aspects are not isolated. And the more they feed into each other, the more powerful the idea. So this is a service, but it's also about relevance. The first example is for Cadbury's from Ogilvy, India. And you can see what a service they've created for businesses during the pandemic. Cadbury's, the brand value is about generosity and tenderness, and see what this idea of tenderness and generosity did for Cadbury's in India during Diwali.
Big brands have big money to hire famous people, but not the small guys. And they are the ones who are still hurting. Presenting Shah Rukh Khan, My Ad.
Welcome, Shah Rukh Khan! He almost certainly has more devoted fans than any other movie star in the world.
Biggest movie star in the world.
Forbes have called him one of the biggest movie stars in the world.
We helped small businesses by making Shah Rukh Khan, the world's biggest movie star, their brand ambassador.
इस दिवाली आप भी ना अपने पास वाले फैशन नोवा एम्पोरियम से ही कपड़ों की शॉपिंग करना। सिद्धि विनायक इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स से लेटेस्ट स्मार्टफोन खरीदकर धमाकेदार सेल्फी पोस्ट करना।
क्या कर रहे हो? मीठा लाए कि नहीं?
We used machine learning to recreate Shah Rukh Khan's face and voice to take the local store names in the ads.
आप भी ना अपने पास वाली चॉइस ऑफ फैशन से ही कपड़ों की शॉपिंग करना। रॉयल फैशन से ही, NK क्लॉथ से ही, पास वाली लक्ष्मी कलेक्शन से ही कपड़ों की शॉपिंग।
Different versions of the same ad with local store names were targeted as per the PIN code of the viewer, showing them only the nearby stores. But it is impossible to cover all the stores. So we gave the power to the people to create their own version of Shah Rukh Khan, My Ad. Any small business owner could promote their stores through their own social media networks like WhatsApp forwards and other social media pages.
It is Shah Rukh Khan selling your store, man. If you're a small-time retailer or a merchant, what an amazing thing to have.
Cadbury ad is an ad campaign that has gone viral.
A new ad which stars Bollywood superstar Shah Rukh Khan is winning hearts all over social media.
And what you're learning is that over 1 lakh local stores have already created their own ad with Shah Rukh as a brand ambassador.
दुकानों के नाम पूरी सेलिब्रेशंस के दिवाली एड में शामिल किए।
सपने में भी नहीं सोचा था कि शाहरुख खान मेरे दुकान का ऐड करेगा।
Shah Rukh Khan, My Ad.
So that's how creativity can get your video to be seen 3 million times and people create 1 million versions of your ad. There is no price to that. It's creativity. Here is another service created by a supermarket in Latin America. And the problem here is whenever there's a hurricane and this region is busy with hurricanes, panic buying is a horrible thing. And this is how this service ended up helping this supermarket. And see for yourselves how creativity could save the day there.
When you live in the most active hurricane zone in the world, there's a storm before the storm at the grocery stores. Where panic buying and overstocking
Nothing there.
leave too many without the opportunity to get essential items. That's why Supermax, the biggest online grocery store in the country, wanted to tackle this decades-old problem. In a partnership with the National Hurricane Center, we developed the Eye Tracker, forecasting the supplies you need based on data and not panic. Since satellite tracking models began in 1960, the visualization of hurricanes has been presented from a top view.
The Eye Tracker is a prediction system that converts the data from the National Hurricane Center to allow you to see for the first time the projected path of the hurricane eye in street view.
The Eye Tracker will give you real-time information. Based on your household composition and GPS, the Eye Tracker will use the real-time information about the hurricane's location, pressure, sustained wind speed, movement, and distance, plus a recommendation of the essential supplies you will need, which you will be able to order online at the nearest Supermax supermarket.
The Eye Tracker ha ayudado mucho a que las compras sean más justas para todos, que los clientes no compren ni gasten de más y dejen artículos de primera necesidad para los demás clientes.
Damos una herramienta que le ayuda a usted a no salir corriendo a hacer compras de pánico y le da opciones de lo que realmente necesita en casa.
Hace un cálculo de agua, alimento, etcétera, que yo necesito.
La herramienta Eye Tracker le permite personalizar información.
We changed the way you see hurricanes to change the way you prepare for them. The Eye Tracker.
So this, of course, led people to engage with the supermarket. That's a CRM idea, to download their app, to test e-commerce. So all of these areas by creating a service. Another way of making sure you're seen and heard and present is to really understand the communities that you tap into, that are your consumers. And you need to be in with the community so you understand their insights, you understand how they think. So these are two examples. One is Burger King, and the brief was, how do we get closer to the gaming community? And this is what David Brazil did for Burger King, to get the brand closer to the gaming community, get apps to be downloaded, get them to order via their apps and create a habit. That's how they did it.
Yo, man.
Hey.
Did you see what Burger King did?
Nope.
They did a gaming campaign.
Wow. Like every fucking brand in the world is doing gaming campaigns.
Yes, but this one's different.
They are making fun of our glitches.
Our glitches?
I have no idea what's going on.
So you're telling me Burger King glitched their perfectly working app and hid exclusive deals in it?
Tá lanche totalmente bugado aqui.
Yes, Mr. President.
And that's not all.
They also glitched the Whopper in real life, and people went crazy for it.
Mas batata frita aqui dentro, mano, do Whopper.
Nugget, onion ring.
A batata está no lanche.
So many glitches. They glitched their billboards, their menu boards.
And more people downloaded their app. And if gamers shared their own glitches on Twitter, they got glitch discounts too.
But get ready for the worst. They even created a glitch store inside the metaverse. A fully playable glitch restaurant that brought more and more attention to the promotion.
Burger King did all of that?
Well, it's even worse than when they tricked us into playing for espionage.
But who would enjoy such a stupid promotion?
Humans! There's definitely something wrong with them. Take a look at the results. Well, I guess I'll go back to BK and grab myself a Whopper. Me.
So there you go. It's an insight into the community. Glitches are a reality in video gaming, and they tapped into it. It's very easy for people to say, oh, but that's a moment of frustration. We shouldn't associate our brand with the moment when everything goes wrong. Well, creativity is about challenging the rules and common sense and creating what nobody expected. Here's another way of doing that for video game as well, but a different challenge. How can we get skaters in real life to become video gamers?
The only reason I really started skating was because I played Tony Hawk's Underground, and I love that game with my whole heart.
Tony Hawk's Pro Skater was the reason why thousands of gamers started skating. But how could we inspire a new generation of skaters to play video games? Tony Hawk presents Scratch Boards. In skateboarding, the more you skate and slide, the more you scratch your board. So to promote the remastered version of the game, we created limited edition decks that work just like lottery scratch cards. Co-designed with Birdhouse, the decks were printed with a double-layer technique with promo codes hidden beneath the paint. To launch it, we got an expert in sliding and scratching, Tony himself. Only 2 hours after the video was released, we received more than 8,000 pre-orders. Legendary skaters scratched too. And fans all over the world went crazy about it.
Team Rick, Team Chris.
This is so cool.
Dude, there's a code right there.
By tapping into real skaters, we increased sales by a record 90%.
The most insane Tony Hawk.
And achieved one of the most difficult goals, turning skaters into gamers.
So these are two ideas per each, but in this data-driven world where we have the illusion that we can know everything because we can look at so much data and cut data in so many ways, it's sobering to be reminded that every data point on the planet comes from the same place, the past. It's great to tell us about past behavior, past information, but very little about the future. And that's what creativity is. It's what's not there yet. We need to create what isn't. And all of these campaigns now supplied incredible data points that weren't there before. Will people download my app if I glitch it? So that's the point. And to end our presentation, a quote from David Ogilvy himself. People don't think what they feel, they don't say what they think, and they don't do what they say. So creativity is a way of tapping into this area that people don't really know and providing that to them before they even realized they need it. That's to create the future. That's to really take the reins of our future in our hands and do as we please. That's it from me. Thank you so much. Again, it's a shame I couldn't be there with you. Let's stop sharing so I can say goodbye. We won't have Q&A for obvious reasons, but I hope your comments can make their way to me. Thank you so much. Enjoy.
Thank you for this presentation, and I'm going to remind you that you can still catch it back again. We now have David with us. David has conquered the internet, broken every speed limit, and defied gravity. Please welcome David.
Hey. So thank you. I'm very, very glad to be here. And here I actually even brought my this is what I put on when the internet said, wait a second, this is too good to share with the world, and decided to actually throw us a little curveball. Obviously, for those of us that have businesses, are entrepreneurs that know the power of branding, resilience, knowing when to pivot, and knowing how to that is not going to be a problem. That's going to be part of the solution. So I put this, obviously, any cars in the road between my office, which was not cooperating, and right now from my home, so that I can be with you. I am jazzed. I am pumped. And so what we're going to do is I'm going to share with you my screen. And so let us get into my screen here. Let's see my screen, please. Can we see it? There we go. Now we're seeing that wonderful illusion. We're gonna hide this, and let me go into this, and you should now see my screen. Is there a way for me to get a confirmation that this is what you're seeing? Because you should be seeing this. So here we go. All right, gang. So the 3 pillars of branding and why the traditional rules of branding are dead. So first thing I want to address is there's way too much BS going on. Now, what do I mean by BS? Now, I'm not sure what you might think BS means, but what I mean by BS is belief systems. Okay. So here's what I want to present you with today, so we can really shake this up and establish a great foundation for the entire event, this amazing event that has been put together. So we want to talk about being intentional. And for those of you that are really into lettering and stuff like that, you'll notice, oh, wait a second, there's a T there, but then there's another T at the bottom. That's right. There are 2 T's here for the intentional. But let me explain to you why and how this all comes together. Now, Alex Hormozi is someone you may or may not be aware of, but he's a very successful entrepreneur whose companies, they generate over $150 million annually, which averages out on a 40-hour work week about $75,000 per hour. He recently discussed an interesting study in terms of how employees generate tips. Now, here's the interesting thing. For those of you that are familiar with hospitality, a very common practice is for mints to be left at the counter. That practice is extremely ineffective. Now, a study was done that discovered 1 mint with the bill resulted in a 3% boost. 2 mints with the bill resulted in a 14% boost. Now I'm talking about the tips that the actual server would get. So we saw a 3% boost in tip on a 1 mint with the bill, 2 mints with the bill. Now you'd think, well, all you have to do is keep adding bills. No, or keep adding mints to the bill. Not exactly. Here was the very interesting third alternative. When the server brought the bill with 1 mint and walked away and then turned around to add a second mint with the bill, this happened. With them intentionally giving the customer an additional mint, they saw a 25% 3% boost in the tip. So low degree of intentionality was a 3% boost. The other low degree of intentionality was a 14% boost. Those are automatic. In other words, okay, you get 1 mint or you get 2 mints, but high degree of intentionality. We came with 1 mint, but we actually then walked away and then very consciously turned around and said, you know, wait a second. Actually, I'm going to give you an additional one. And it resulted in a 23% boost. Alex attributed this to reciprocity. Now we know about reciprocity in business. We know about reciprocity. You give and you give well in advance, and people feel that they want to give back to you. You give. That's Gary Vaynerchuk's entire brand is actually built on reciprocity. He gave, starting with Wine Library and then on to building the agency that he now has and the many other businesses that he has. Now, I propose it has more to do with this: the degree of intentionality, which is what I want to talk about today. Okay, together, we must increase our degree of intentionality as businesses, as leaders, and as brands that exist to serve others. Our degree of intentionality. Now, you have to understand, having done this for 42 years, what's ended up occurring is that I've branded everything from global brands, from Revlon to Estee Lauder to Rolling Stone magazine to Jim Henson Associates to local businesses, regional businesses, as well as cities, even to the point where we actually even took a city, handled their tourism in the same media channels that they had, and they literally saw a 500% increase in their tourism activity within 12 months. All because we added a degree of intentionality into everything they did. So today, we collectively are too much in a rush to automate everything. Everything is, oh, let's get autoresponders, let's get funnels, let's get this, let's get that, let's have bots here and there and various things. But here's what's missing. The result is a half-baked, diluted initiative that is somehow meant to satisfy our lowest expectations. When I say our, I'm talking about on the consumers, their needs. You know, that's not going to work today. We need to be intentional. And so, with that being said, I want to go over 3 specific things that I feel are vitally important for us to get there. 1 is a definition that I was never taught in school. And 2, the precise sequence of selling and the 3 pillars of branding. And 3, how to build a sustainable business so you don't go bankrupt. And that applies whether we're talking about a business, whether we're talking about a product, a service, whether we're talking about a country, branding a country, these same principles will apply, as you'll see. So the first is the missing definition. Now, a few years ago, I was very frustrated with what I saw in the space and in the world of branding. A lot of opinions, a lot of various things, even to the point where if you were to go to Amazon today and you were to type in branding and looked under books, you would get well over 20,000 books. 20,000 books. If you were to read 1 book per day, it would take you half a century to read all of those books. So I'm a firm believer in simplicity, in clarity. And so with that, I created this video, which has gotten many millions of views around the world. So what that came down to is a need for the definition for the word branding, for the term branding, because branding, whether you're talking about Blue Ocean, whether you're talking about different agencies or different principles or different shops that have their different philosophies about branding, ultimately there was no agreed upon definition with all of those 20,000 plus books, even to the point where there are even blogs that actually celebrated, hey, here's 450 different definitions for branding, from all these different people and what they think of it, which is kind of nuts. For me, it came down to 4 words that I introduced in my bestseller, Brand Intervention. And before I do that, look at this particular visual, and it will drive the point home. The real question is, which bottle did you notice first? Everyone answers the green one, but yet there are 3 times as many amber ones to the green one. So quantitatively, we should have noticed all the amber ones, but yet we noticed the green one. And why is that? Because it's different. So that gets us to this point. Branding is, 4-word definition, the art of differentiation. That's what branding actually is. So, without knowing this, we end up with sugar-coated similarities, competing on price, shrinking margins, reduced market share, and customers who jump ship. Because we, as individuals, as humans, we seek out what's the difference between this and that so that we can make a decision. We don't decide on one thing or another without noticing or demanding some point of difference. And you know what? If we fail to do that, then customers will do it for us. And they'll say, well, I can't tell the difference. Which one's cheaper? So this is why that's why branding based on copycat templates, the prettiest colors, the latest social media tricks, or our designer's favorite font of the week. And believe me, I love fonts. You don't want to see my font collection. But that's why branding based on these particular things don't work. It doesn't work. So now let's look at the precise sequence of selling. To understand this, you need to understand the 3 pillars of branding. Now, as you see there's Gary Vaynerchuk. All right, do you brand or do you sell? And Gary put this beautifully. Here's what he had to say. The reality is the greatest companies in the world don't sell, they brand. It's all about branding. The difference between branding and sales is simple. Are you trying to convert or are you trying to create an experience? The latter always wins. Get that. The difference between branding and sales is simple. Are you trying to convert or are you trying to create an experience? The latter always wins. So let's look at this. Everyone always is looking at sales, sales, sales. How do we drive sales? How do we get more customers? How do we get more heads and beds? If you're looking at hospitality, how do we, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Sales, 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 sales. Well, you know what? Sales is actually the end of the actual entire revolution. But what are the 2 steps that precede every sale? And I mean every sale. There's not a single sale that's ever happened in the history of humanity that actually did not have these first. First, prior to that, is marketing. And then prior to that is branding. But the interesting thing is that marketing is in the business of executing, meaning getting the words out, getting the stuff out so that sales can happen. But marketing doesn't define what it is. That's the job of branding. So, which requires the most amount of time? Okay, branding is actually going to be the thing that it requires the most amount of time to land and plant those seeds, because that's what we're doing. We're planting seeds. Then there's marketing and sales. So how does that work? Why is that? Well, let's look at it. I mean, branding plants the seeds and also defines what they are. Marketing spreads those seeds, and sales harvests the seeds planted. That's why sales is the shortest. If you deal with the greatest brands in the world, we don't have to be sold. We're already sold. No one's calling us up and saying, hey, buy a Tesla. No one's calling us up, hey, buy a Harley Davidson. No one's saying, hey, come to this country, or come to that island, or come. We're already pre-sold if the branding is done right. And if the marketing has done its job to spread those seeds that have been defined at the point of branding. So branding is for the long play, and it actually is what's going to last the longest and takes time to get done right. Marketing is made up of micro steps. And then sales is the shortest. It's like, bang, you know what? Here we go. Let's get this done. Selling is the right tool at the right time after you've laid the seeds. Selling doesn't lay the seeds. Branding does. Brand more to sell more. That is ultimately what it comes down to. We brand more to sell more. And if we do it right, people love us. We become an extension of their life. We become an extension of their values. We don't, rather than becoming an intrusion and an interruption, we actually are there becoming like, wow, finally showed up. You're on the same page as me. We're on the same side of the table, not on opposite sides, buyer seller. So why does this work? Because people, they simply don't buy like they used to in the 1990s. And why is that? Let's look at it. How people used to buy pre-internet. Well, here's the interesting thing. It used to be like this. There was a need, and then there was a purchase. And in there was this, sales showed up at a certain point. Someone established their need. Okay, they're ultimately going to end up with a purchase. They need to speak to someone with sales. But between that need and speaking to a salesperson, they did a little homework. Maybe they found out some brands. They looked at what their options were. Maybe spoke to some friends, got some referrals. And then they basically, after connecting with the salesperson, they found out more options and more answers. Now, again, this is all pre-internet. That's right. I'm talking Jurassic Park. Okay, dinosaurs. Now, the interesting thing is that that's how it used to get to the purchase. Now, how people buy today, post-internet. Well, basically what happened is this. We have the need, we have the purchase, okay. And there's the sales, but here's what happened. Sales moved all the way over there. Why? Because the homework plus the options and the reviews were all done online. You go to Amazon, you see how many stars, how many 5 stars they have, how many 4 stars they have, how many people actually reviewed it. Did people say you have good experiences, bad experiences, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and anywhere else you go online. And so much of business, that's how people are finding out about stuff. So, I mean, and you probably experienced this as well. I actually have found there are people who have had 3 to 5 year relationships with me, and practically to the point where we're practically married, even before I've ever met them. And they say, hey, we want you to handle our brand. We want you to rebrand our company or our country or our city. And they have had this whole relationship with me because they've been doing all of that homework and all those options and all those reviews. They've been seeing all this stuff, and we're building social proof. So the job of sales comes there later. And then sales basically is really handling the logistics. So that gap between need and sales, what is that? That is branding. That is us actually giving the market the story to talk about, rather than it just happening spontaneously. So, how do companies like Apple, Nike, Tesla, Tommy John, Oreos, Netflix, and Virgin have loyal customers and sell a ton of products and services? Well, because of their brands. That's right, because of their brands, not because they have sales armies. So as a result of their brands, they don't need to sell a lot and don't subscribe to the lower price game. Okay, they don't need to engage in that. It's a different model. It's a different structure. It's understanding the ecosystem of today, and it goes back to what we talked about in the beginning, which is being intentional. Being intentional, not being on automatic. And here's the point. Please know this, that today, the more that we as companies and as brands in the world put more on automatic, the less human we suck the life out of our brands. We've dehumanized our brands. We cannot do that any longer. If you want to instantly elevate how you are relevant, stop putting things on automatic. Stop trying to put efficiency there where there should be humanity. That is the point. And the price paid shows up in the bottom line and the top line. The secret of all of this, branding comes first and plants the seeds. Marketing spreads the seeds, and selling follows and harvests the seeds planted. You follow this and you win, ignore it, and you will lose. There's no question about it. And I'm talking from just as a point of reference, I have helped my clients around the world generate well in excess of $7 billion in sales around the world easily. It's probably closer to 10 at this point, but at a certain point, I kind of stopped counting. It's a lot, it's sustainable, and it's repeatable. Now, point number 3, avoiding bankruptcy. Different is better than better. The bottom line is when customers are looking for that point of difference, if you show up and you as a brand fail to make it clear how you are different, it is going to come down to that customer, that prospect is going to say, well, which one is cheaper? And it's not because they're cheap. It's because if we have failed to clearly make it like the value of our product is different, and here's why and how it is different, not better, because everyone's going to say it's better. Everyone's going to come out of the gate saying, I'm great. Everyone's going to say, we're the best, we're the this, we're the that, attributes, features. But different is something that one cannot compete against. Not if one knows what they're doing. And at the failure of us to really isolate that difference, the customer will do it for us. And they will say, well, you haven't told me which one's different. So obviously they're the same. So which one's cheaper? Because they are demanding a point of difference. Better keeps you in the same category as your competition. Do you get that? What is branding? Branding is the art of differentiation, as we went over earlier. But better keeps you, better keeps you in the same category. Is that, well, oh yeah, they're a blah, 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 blah. Well, we're better. Why would you want to be in the same category as a competing product or competing service or competing destination? You wouldn't. And so better does that. As a result, you compete in 2 stupid races when you do that, when you play that better game. Okay, the race to the top, which is features. Okay, well they've got 10 reasons to engage us. Well, we've got 14. Well, they got 14. Well, we got 16. That just becomes kind of like now you're just chasing. It's a reactive play. It's not sustainable. And the other race, which is equally stupid, is the race to the bottom. Oh well, they can do that. They could do that for X amount of dollars. Well, we could do it for a little bit less. Again, that is not, and that race to the bottom, and a point that you can look at. That's why, from the standpoint of as a brand, I would not ever want to have Walmart as a company. That if I were running a company, I wouldn't want Walmart. And the reason being, I don't think Walmart has any actual loyal customers. They're not loyal to Walmart. They're loyal to the low price. So if another company came along and said, oh, well, Walmart is selling that bag of Dorito chips for whatever it is, and we're selling it for 5% less, well, that now all of a sudden they're going to jump ship, because the only thing that Walmart customer is loyal to is the low price. They're not loyal to Walmart. They're loyal to the low price. So that's something. The answer, be different. You don't need a brand. Your brand needs you. It's something that I talk to people when I'm delivering my masterclass, when I'm putting entrepreneurs through a 9-week program. I tell them the first thing, I say, here's the thing, you don't need a brand, your brand needs you. And my job here is to basically remove what's standing between, to give you back to you so that you can actually empower your brand. We need to be intentional. We need to embrace our humanity and infuse our brands with humanness. That's what we need to do. It can't just be, okay, you know, the mechanical stuff. There are stories to be told. Stories are to people is like oxygen, is like water to someone who's just gotten out of the desert. We live and we thrive on stories, stories that make sense, stories that connect, stories that open minds and open eyes and open hearts. So again, you need a brand much less than your brand needs you. First, we've got to start with you. As if you are a CEO or you are a team responsible for putting that brand there, we need to get you in touch with you, and we must all do that with our brands, so that we are actually breathing life into our brands. Brands don't come to life just because of some chemical little cocktail that's put together. No, it's because of us. So the law, if you don't give the market the story to talk about, they'll define your brand story for you. This is why I believe in second chances, which brings me to this particular video I want to share with you, showing you some different companies and the transformations that have happened. So with that, it brings me to the last word. And this is why the traditional rules of branding are dead. The solution. We need to increase our degree of intentionality, DOI. The more DOI, the more ROI. So be intentional. And for anybody who was bothered by the additional T, now you have be intentional with just one T. So with that, just know this, and you can change the world. If you don't give the market the story to talk about, they'll define your brand story for you. Ignore this, and the world changes you. So with that, I thank you for this time with regard to this. So thank you so much. And I am glad to answer any questions you have. I am very, very excited. And so bada boom, bada bing.
Thank you. Thank you very much, David. I just want to remind everybody that you can check us out on YouTube and comment, leave questions for David, or any other query that you might have.
Were you able to hear me okay? Were you able to hear me through that?
That was perfect.
Awesome.
And thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing.
Absolutely. Yeah, I am glad to. Hi, David. What has your approach been for justifying this abstract indirect value to stakeholders who traditionally champion automation, digitization due to the efficiency gain this offers? Well, I love the question, and I will tell you the answer. Basically, let me give it to you this way. We all have experienced menu trees, right? When you call up an organization and you end up being put through layers and layers and layers. And so what happens is after you've been on hold for 10 or 15 or more minutes, by the time you actually get a human being, you actually hate the person and treat them horribly. What do you think that does when you multiply that times the hundreds, thousands, or more experiences like that? That is their experience. The problem is efficiencies have been introduced, and any supposed expense, that's involved with, wait a second, a person's going to spend 5 minutes and actually speak to people or do various things, that will come back to you 100-fold. And all I can tell you is from experience, I have seen it happen time and time and time again. There are places where it's almost a knee-jerk response. And so that's the thing. It's a knee-jerk response to basically want to increase efficiency so we can do more and do more and do more. Well, it's done at the expense of that individual experience. And we have to think macro at the same time we're thinking micro. So if one person is having a lousy experience, do we literally want to multiply that times 10, times 100, times 1,000? And that becomes the issue. So stakeholders who do that, I will tell you, those stakeholders, all they understand, in my experience, I'll talk from my experience, the stakeholders that push that are only basically, they only know spreadsheets, and they look at spreadsheets and they ignore human experience, and that is a very, very costly expense, a very costly mistake.
Thank you so much. And
yeah.
I think if we do not have any other question, we can. So we don't have any more questions popping up. And please remember, you have to click on the YouTube logo in the video container to be able to send us comments or questions. Thank you again, David. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you. You are wonderful. Thank you for your enthusiasm and your energy, and you guys are great. And again, I want this to be a fabulous rest of the event. I'm glad you stayed with me through this little hoop that we had to prove that we are not going to be stopped.
Thank you. So our next speaker.
There was one more question there.
Do we have time to take the question? Are you okay with it?
I'm fine.
Okay, so we have a question from Sumit Roy, who asks, how does one get clients to get to a humane differentiation rather than the functional benefits they have invested time on?
So how does one get clients to get to a humane differentiation rather than the functional benefits? Oh, okay. In my experience, the way I found the smoothest transition is you need to put them in the seat of the customer. When they need to be educated to not forget sometimes, and I call it the beautiful baby syndrome, because I work with a lot of, the CEOs that I work with, a lot of them have invested a lot of time and a lot of money to create that product or that service. And they think that that's the most important thing. And it's a big misstep. So the thing is it's what Gary Vaynerchuk talked about a little bit earlier. And it's the point here is, okay, what is going to be, I would ask my client, I would say, so tell me, what's the experience going to be like for you when you actually engage in this? I ask them questions that put them in the realm of the experience. How is that going to be experienced? To get them outside, they've got to get outside of their beautiful baby syndrome, because what I basically, they're going to come to me and say, oh, isn't it gorgeous? Isn't it beautiful? I'm like, and I'm the one that looks and I go, I've seen better. And so the thing is I've got to get them to fall out of love with, they think the universe is, that's the center of the universe. No, it's not the center of the universe. You know the center of the universe? The center of the universe is that customer. That customer is the most important thing in the world, not your product yet. So the pathway, the door to our customer's front, the pathway to our customer's front door doesn't start at our front door. It starts at theirs, with their challenges, their goals, their objectives, their aspirations. That's the thing that happens. And if we are able to communicate with that, that will eventually lead to our front door, and we will become friends, we'll become allies, we'll become just the best thing that they ever asked for. So hope that answers the question.
Thank you very much, and thanks to Sumit as well for the question. Thank you again, David. Thank you for everything and for conquering the internet today again.
Absolutely, and thank you. And I will leave you with this.
That's wonderful. Our next speaker has been a singer in a rock band on national radio, a tram car tourist guide, window designer, poster artist, cinema slide maker, voice-over artist, a chef, and a waiter. What a long list. In his first job as an art apprentice with J. Walter Thompson, when he wasn't making the ad artwork headlines by assembling each letter printout by hand, he spent long hours with Oscar-winning composer A.R. Rahman, whom he's a huge admirer of, in his studios. Who better to talk to us about cultivating your brand identity than Kaushik Roy? Please help me welcome Mr. Kaushik Roy, former president of Brand Strategy and Communication of Reliance Industries Limited, India.
Oh, hello, and that was a fabulous introduction, and I didn't know that I've done so many things in my life, but I'm all ready to start, except that this is the first time that I'm going to be making a virtual presentation, and my subject is the yin and yang of branding. So next slide, please. As you all know, the buyer and the seller exist in an inseparable and contradictory opposites in a way, much like the yin and yang. It's a brand that attracts and complements each other. Rooted inside the seller's domain, as I see it, the brand blossoms outside in the buyer's realm of influence. Next slide, please. So my presentation is basically going to be talking about building brands with values that lock the two sides together as the yin and the yang. Next slide, please. And here I'm borrowing from Joey Riemann, who's put the values in three pockets. And the one that we know very familiar is the compliant values, which basically means nothing, because nothing changes. These are the posters and speeches, etc., that happen. And the other is where you change the company, and then, of course, you could change the world. And those are the influential values. Next slide, please. Before I talk about influential values, I'm going to be sharing one example of where I see a compliant values company go. And this is where I worked in Philips at the time when Let's Make Things Better was happening. Can we click on the film, please?
Wat we ook bereikt mogen hebben, het kan altijd beter. Of het nu gaat om wereldwijde communicatie, om lampen die langer meegaan, of om scheerapparaten die nog gladder scheren, bij Philips geloven we dat het altijd beter kan. Als we uw blikveld kunnen verruimen, de medische wetenschap vooruit kunnen helpen, of uw versteld toestaan met CDI, dan doen we dat toch. Philips, let's make things better.
Okay, now that ad and that picture next to it tells you what is going wrong, and that's a schizophrenic brand, as I put it, because it's a compliant value which is being shared across as posters and everything else with lots of money and beautiful advertisements, but the values of what this is meant to be has not been shared across. And I was working in this company where I said that this wonderful campaign needs to have a completely different internal brand expression, which is like making the company offices look wonderful and as exciting and as seductive as the brand values were promised to be. And what you have in that picture is what was the reality on the ground. You saw one ad and you saw that office and you realized that the two didn't match. And very sad to say that wonderful company, an amazing company like Philips, which gave us the cassette, the DVD, the television, and everything else, but has faded out in the consumer electronics business. And much of that, I believe, is because everything was top down and it wasn't a shared value which was understood right across. Next slide, please.
Wat we ook
And here is a very quick look at influential values of 3 brands that I put up, and the most familiar ones, Facebook, Google, and Pixar, where if you see Facebook saying, make the world more open and connected to bring people closer together, Google saying to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful, and Pixar saying, going from suck to non-suck, basically meaning that make all the mistakes that you want to, but that's fine, but we'll fix it at the end. And that's a way you needn't be worried about discarding the post-it kind of thing, which was a wonderful example of 3M getting the glue wrong, but it's turned out to be a wonderful thing at the end. So that's a non-stuck becoming stuck. So influential values can change the world. And let's move on. Next slide, please. Okay, I want to be talking about Mercedes-Benz because around 2011, I happened to write about Mercedes because I find it as a fascinating company, giving the world the first motor wagon and going on to have the Formula One racing cars. It's an old company, almost 100 years now, Mercedes-Benz. But if you look at the shared principles of business, must serve the good of the people, encourage competition based on merit, global and sustainable, and demand responsibility. And the value-driven work culture ensures a wonderful work experience for employees and associates, where it's flexible work hours, fitness centers, blah, 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 and free and confidential associate assistance, including mental health and schooling. And this is the thing that I found out for myself in Pune, where Mercedes started their business in India. One of the first things that they did was set up a school for its employees, which is one of the best schools in that city. Next slide, please. And all this that you see gets translated in this wonderful advertisement, which I've shared over here. Let's hear it and see it.
Whoa, you drive electric?
Run, my son! Run!
I've been trying to call. I've been on my own for long enough. Maybe you can show me how to love. Maybe I'm going through a drought. You don't even have to do too much. I'm blinded by the lights. I said, I'm drowning in the night. I'm just coming back to let you know I can never say it on the phone.
What do you mean? I drive a Mercedes.
I'm blinded by the lights. No, I can't sleep until I feel your touch.
Okay, wonderful. So from the first motor wagon to this wonderful advertisement, which actually talks about electric. And I think this is not just an advertisement. I think this is a reflection of the values, sustainable values that Mercedes has. Next slide, please. And now I'm going to be talking about a brand that I worked on, which is an Indian, very respected steel company established in 1907 by this visionary called Jamsetji Narsinghamji Tata. Tata as a company, it almost has every sphere of business covered, but I'm going to be talking about the Tata Steel as a steel and iron steel company with core values of integrity, understanding, excellence, unity, and responsibility, which gave the world, at least the Indian world of business, 8-hour day, medical benefit, gratuity, provident fund, sports academy, afforestations for the rural Adivasis, the healthcare system, the township called Jamshedpur, Management Institute, and therefore the most respected company. Yet in 1989, we discovered one problem, which was that in the annual study of brands done by a business group called Business World, which is a magazine, and Mark, the leading research company, Tata Steel was not getting the top position. And one of the things that was pulling it back was the problem about the employer of choice, where it was getting a low score. And that is when this campaign was done, which we call We Also Make Steel. And I must quickly say that the line came from the client, Mr. Rusi Modi, who was the fabulous and enigmatic, if I may say, I mean, all the things that he did, the chairman of the company. He said, we're not going to be talking about steel. Let's talk about we also make steel. And we were honest, and we said that we are going to stick to that line. And it was a 9 TV campaign that we did, TV ad campaign. And the next ad that I'm showing you is the culmination of all those 9 ads. And it actually tells the story of Jamsetji Naseerwantji Tata from where he started to where he took the company. Next slide and the film, please.
I was working late as usual when I was interrupted by...
Charles Page, Baron.
Yes?
I wish to build a steel plant in India, and I'd like you to be my consulting engineer. Together, we will build a great steel plant.
I was naturally taken aback, but he radiated such force and character that when he asked,
"Will you come?"
I found myself saying, "Yes, but who are you?"
My name is Jamsetji Naseerwantji Tata.
J.N. Tata, a visionary who looked beyond steel into the hearts of millions. The man about whom Jawaharlal Nehru said, when you have to give the lead in action, in ideas, a lead that does not fit in with the very climate of opinion, that is true courage. And it is this type of courage and vision that Jamsetji Tata showed.
Next slide, please. And no surprises here that in the very next year, within a span of 18 months, in the next study, the survey, Tata Steel was ranked #1. And most importantly, in the category of employer of choice, it was #1. I'm not trying to say that this ad changed everything. I think this campaign worked to say what this company does for its people, what it means for the community, what it means for all the stakeholders. And that, I think, was what made the young engineers believe that they would want to work with Tata Steel. Next slide, please. Okay, now I'm going to be talking about the company that I work for, which is Reliance. It was started by a visionary called Dhirubhai Ambani, who had a very humble beginning as a spice and yarns trader. And he achieved something unique, which is a backward integration from textile, which went on to petrochemicals, which produced the textile material, to going on to petroleum refining, then going right back to oil and gas exploration and production. And finally, of course, after the death of the founder chairman, we went on to retail and digital, which is a revolution called Jio. And all this, what has been achieved is the brand DNA of inclusive empowerment, which basically means that the textile, the petrochemical, and right down to digital, every business has been made with the vision of empowering the common man. In most cases, people who were deprived all the things that the rich and the famous had for them. And if you look at what Dhirubhai Ambani said, are two words, which is relationship and trust, which is what drives the whole company. This is what has been the foundation. Next slide, please. Okay, now in 2005, we had a bit of a problem. In 2002, the founder chairman Dhirubhai Ambani passed away, and in 2005, the two brothers, Anil and Mukesh, they fell apart, and the company was split, and that led to a situation where Mukesh managed to keep the mothership, which is Reliance Industries, intact as the chairman. But what happened was both the brothers shared the same brand, which is Reliance. And what we were having is a problem that in a study that we did, we found that much of what Reliance was doing was getting attributed to Anil, which was the other Reliance. And as a result, most of our scores were low. We were not doing well with students and the business media. And when it came to CSR, we were perceived very poorly. Next slide. now I'm going to be talking about the next few steps that were taken. Okay, to rebuild Reliance, there are three things that have happened. Pillar number one was an investment in sports, which is in 2008 when the famous Indian Cricket League of IPL started. Reliance invested in cricket with the team captain Sachin Tendulkar, who's the god of cricket, and the religion in India, of course, is cricket. And the brand identity of Pride of India reflected in this brand called Mumbai Indians, which had a logo which is the Sudarshan Chakra, which is very, very Indian. And the opportunity for us was to make Reliance look a lot more youthful. But here was the problem. The problem was much about the gig economy. The cricketers were very much the millionaire gig workers who came and went through auctions. So how do we make them such that they become a part of Reliance? And we suffered the first 2 years. In the third year, there was a complete revamp where the leadership of Nita Ambani as a chairperson came in, and she led Mumbai Indians from the front to give it the values, the shared values of Reliance, where every cricketer, every team member was made to feel that they were not gig workers, but they were members of the Reliance family. And what has happened since is that this is a champion brand which is owned by the fans. And I'll show the ad to reflect the idea of being owned by the fans. And it has won the league a record 5 times. Next slide on the film, please.
लगाएंगे जान लगाएंगे जलवा दिखा देंगे हम लोहा जला देंगे पानी जला देंगे दुनिया हिला देंगे हम दुनिया हिला देंगे हम अब दुनिया हिला दे हम सागर पे हम सड़कों पे हम पटरी पे हम दरिया में हम आफत में हम राहत में हम अपनी सभी की चाहत में हम सभी की चाहत में डंडे उड़ा देंगे
Okay, next slide, please. And the next pillar that was built was Reliance Foundation, which was established in 2010. And this was a nation-building initiative in the areas of health, education, rural transformation, sports, for the development sector, for the rural sector mainly, disaster response, art, culture, heritage, and urban renewal. Reliance Foundation now touches 57.5 million people and across thousands of villages, which is where the focus is. And what this has done is change the perception of what Reliance is as a company which is caring, and it actually is the #1 company when it comes to CSR. And let's move on. We'll skip the next ad. Okay, and here, sorry, go back one slide, please. Yeah, so here's the interesting thing that happened, which is the popularity of Mumbai Indians was merged with the foundation's pillar of education. And what was created was something called Education for All, which basically meant that the foundation worked towards creating a special fund for children's education. And for every IPL, there was a day when the entire stadium had these children in blue from underprivileged schools and background to come and watch a Mumbai Indians fan. And here is the next ad that demonstrates the whole idea.
We believe every child should walk to school with a bag full of dreams.
We believe children should get a chance to write their own future.
We believe every child should discover the joy of learning.
We believe education is the greatest gift we can give our children. We believe education is for all.
Okay, next slide, please. Okay, now this is the very big thing that happened, which is in 2016, from a energy company, from oil and gas, Reliance transited into the digital business when it launched Jio. And here the brand values were simple, smart, secure. And the brand promise was about data abundance. And data for a company which is into oil and gas was data was the new oil. And data is oxygen for the digital world. Now, the chairman, Mukesh Ambani, made a statement which I think reflects the influential values of Jio. We are not creating a brand, we are starting a movement that's not about Reliance, but what we want to do for people, a movement for millions of Indians. Next slide, please. Now, this is a very important slide for me because I have known this company for over now 3 decades, and I can't relate to this picture because I have a very similar gray and white kind of office with desks and chairs. And this is the new Reliance, thanks to Jio, where the whole environment changed to a 600-acre township, almost a campus where there was football, cricket, and every conceivable sport, and a wonderful architecture. Next slide, please. And the workplace looks so very different and so youthful. And this, I think, was the culture which reflected the Jio values of where putting people first and inspiring each other, inventing new possibilities and enjoying life, very importantly. And on the back of this, next slide, please, Jio was launched. Can we see the film, please?
Now India will fly. Jio is here. Experience it. It's a new way of life, a digital life.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, this is what happened. Jio reached the 100 million mark in 170 days, which was a record faster than the Facebook, WhatsApp, or Skype. Jio, the customer base, used 100 GB in just 5 months. And India, from being number 155 in the global list of data usage, shot up to being number 1, all thanks to Jio. And Jio today continues to be the number 1 operator, and it has a 46.3% data usage growth year on year, which basically means digital life and the data abundance has actually been delivered to a country which was starved of it. Let's move on. And very quickly, this is a slide, 2006 versus 2019 is this slide, which actually tells you all the corrections that have been possible, not because of ads, but I think it is about being able to build those pillars of sports and of the foundation and Jio. And most importantly for me is the last one, which is CSR, where there's a dramatic improvement And the bottom line is really what matters the most, which is in the Forbes World's Best Employers ranking of 2021, Reliance stood number 1 amongst all the Indian companies. Next slide, please. So in summary, what influential values can do is to balance the yin and the yang. And once that happens, these are the brands and the values that are loved and respected by everyone at all levels of the business. It delivers the company's vision and the business plan, and it shapes the personality of the brand and the culture that fosters success. Thank you very much. That was all that I had, and I hope I finished in the time given to me, and I'm happy to take the questions, please.
Thank you very much, Kaushik. We are just going to wait for a minute and see if we have any questions from the audience. There we go. So we have a question from Sumit Roy, who says brand values are important, but in an era of performance marketing, what would you recommend as a way of instantly tracking influential values?
It's a very good question, and I must say that there is no short answer, but I'm going to be talking about the gig economy and the gig workers, where much of the performance marketing happens. And I know that this is a big challenge because everything almost is outsourced, and this whole idea of making your people your ambassadors is actually becoming a big problem, as we've seen with many companies like Google, with Uber running into lots of problems. But in India, it's going to take too long for me to say this, but I think in terms of performance marketing, a company called Urban Company is doing a phenomenal job with its gig workers. And I think the secret over here is that they have been made a part of the company, and they have had some issues, but much of that is sorted out because the company actually has a relationship which does not end by telling the people to deliver. And I believe that those are the values, those are the influential values that are being shared to make this performance marketing also happen. I guess it needs a longer discussion, Sumit, but this is all that I can say very quickly.
Thank you very much. We have another question from Joshan Ramnot that says, hi, Kaushik. As Reliance is a group whose companies provide products and services to consumers, how did you brand Reliance, giving this natural yin-yang gap between you and your buyers?
I think it's a very good question because Reliance has never been a B2C company. It has been a B2B company. And I think this the gap has been filled by building a culture which was first built inside the company, and it was not done later. And as you saw, I think this whole changeover was possible because the people who got into the company saw a new Reliance. Even for me, having worked in this company for so many years and dreamed about the fact that we had 6 days in a week as office and needed even the 7th day to do work at home, we actually had a complete transition when we turned into a 5-day week. And that was only one of the very key ways in which we demonstrated it. And all through the COVID problem, the pandemic, this is when the company was tested out in terms of the values, where every company person was made to feel good. We had a pay cut, but at the time of Diwali, all the areas was paid back. A bonus which was pending was paid. And this is how I think we instilled a certain culture which reflects in the yin and the yang, which has actually been possible. And we continue to do very well as a company and continue to launch newer products like JioMart, which has, and also Jio Content Studio and such other things.
Thank you very much. And I think this is all for the questions. Thank you again, Kaushik, for this wonderful presentation and for the questions as well.
I have to thank you for the fact that the slides were run at your end, because I've been technologically kind of challenged, and this is quite a feat, I must say, to be able to do these things virtually. Well, all thanks to Jio for my bandwidth, and thank you all for listening.
You're amazing. Thank you very much. And thank you to the backstage team as well. We now move on to a short tea break to let all these words of wisdom seep in and prepare for more. So go make yourself a cuppa, and don't forget to check out the amazing virtual booths in the exhibitors lounge. You can also interact with other participants in the virtual cafe. The EZ team will be happy to provide any technical support you may need. You just need to use the drop-down banner on the right-hand side of your screen to navigate through the different pages. In 20 minutes, come back for the real McCoy or the Jägermeister of HKLM. Enjoy your tea break. See you soon. Welcome back. It is now time for the real McCoy, or the Jägermeister of HKLM. Before you get the bottles out, especially you in Mauritius, it is too early. Let me tell you that I am talking about Dr. Sean McCoy, founder member and executive director of HKLM South Africa. When he is not learning and teaching, Sean is a keen endurance sportsman. He's climbing the Kilimanjaro, shining in Ironman events, road racing and comrade marathons, mountain biking. And as if that's not impressive enough, he has also combined them all into a 1,000-kilometer challenge over 3 months to raise funds for a youth charity. If you are still not impressed, Sean has had tea and scones with the great Nelson Mandela himself, discussing his days as a young boxer. Since right now we cannot jump from the Bukrans Bridge, the highest commercial bungee jump in the world, like Sean did, let's jump into his presentation on brand building, building from the inside out in a brand new world. Please welcome Dr. Sean McCoy.
Thank you, Sharuna, and good morning, everyone. Thanks for that introduction. I would argue that it's never too early for Jägermeister. There's an aircraft in the air somewhere in the world at any point in time. But wonderful to be with you this morning. Thanks for the opportunity to share some thoughts and ideas. I believe we have a full house, which is wonderful, shows the interest and the importance in the world of branding. So I want to get straight to it. Oh dear, I've just realized that I have the wrong presentation up on the screen. My goodness. Angus, can we just recalibrate that quickly? Something has gone wrong. Let me unshare. We're back. I take it I'm live and we can hear. My sincere apologies about that. All the preparation in the world and it goes wrong. So not the best entry for the real McCoy, but we'll pick up the pace and get going. So thanks once again, folks, and apologies about that gremlin. We tested it. We were in the forum early, and Murphy will prevail. That other Irishman. So what I'd like to share with you today, and it's really a conversation which is very much in line with what we're doing today, conversations around the importance and the impact of brand. I tuned into the session earlier on in the middle of some of David's thoughts and picked up on Kaushik's conversation as well. And I think there's some interesting almost overlaps or common principles in the world of brand. What I'd like to do here this morning is to turn the spotlight onto brand on the inside of organizations, the very critical dimension and role that brand plays in building organizational capability and competitive advantage. Just to give a little bit of context to the conversation, a very brief introduction to HKLM, not to tell you our agency story, but just to set the scene, I think, in terms of the kind of exposure that we've had and the experience that we've had in this territory of brand on the inside. We're an independent, I guess, South African founded agency of some 20 years standing. We're closely approaching our 20th birthday. Regarded in many quarters as the foremost specialist branding agency on the continent, also with a deep sense of purpose. And our purpose is our role and our responsibility to drive impactful change through the world of branding and the work that we do. So that's certainly our mission. And we aspire to doing that wherever we go and wherever we travel. Notwithstanding our Johannesburg, history or South African history and our African domicile, we've done extensive work around the world. And I think the value in that and the learnings in that is obviously the exposure one has to multiple cultures, multiple markets. You know, many interesting countries across the continent, pockets of Europe, pockets of USA and Australasia, and then some fascinating and I guess complex territories today, like markets like Russia and Panama, and I guess the learnings and exposure that one can take from those, often very valuable to be able to share and walk you through aspects such as this morning. And from a client point of view, again, not to talk to the detail of clients, we have a much bigger client base than what's on the screen. A lot of them multinationals, as I said, spread around the world. But this selection of clients on the screen right now is really just to make the point. These are clients that have worked with us around the concept of brand on the inside in various guises. And the point that I really make here is, if you examine some of these clients a little more closely, you'll just see the applicability of how universal this principle is. So there's clients here in financial services, in mining, in tourism and hospitality, in higher education, in technology. So this notion of brand, obviously, but brand on the inside is not confined to any particular sector or category of client. I would argue that it's absolutely universal across sectors. And so the real thrust of what I want to share with you here is really a combination of, in this journey as HKLM, at a personal level, because of my own personal belief in it and the importance of it, I undertook a PhD focusing on this aspect of brand specifically. So to look at it academically and with a robust research lens, and to bring the robustness of that thinking of academia into the world of practice. So what I've really selected here is to quickly overview that journey and really not go through deep academic theory, but just to highlight some of the learnings from a thinking and intellectual perspective, but to really showcase that from a practical point of view. So address the so what. So if we talk about the theory, what does it look like in practice, so that we as brand and marketing practitioners are able to implement and execute. Many of you will know the now late and famous Peter Drucker, an absolute sort of management and leadership guru on the world stage. And he had this very powerful statement that culture eats strategy for breakfast. And really the point that he was obviously making here is that, no matter how well intended, no matter how intentional, if I think of, David's point about being intentional, your strategy might be, unless you align organizational culture to deliver on that strategy, you're forever going to be on the back foot and forever be behind in the curve. It's ultimately people that deliver strategy. So shaping culture, shaping values, shaping human behavior is critical to the realization of strategies. And so I often argue that culture is your number one metric. Of course, organizations have a multitude of metrics, but I would argue that culture is potentially your number one, because through the power of people, through the power of a deep, meaningful and strong culture of the right kind, therein lies the ability to build competitive advantage. I was thinking of the way Kaushik set up his presentation about the yin and yang, and this is an extract from Jim Collins. Many of you will again know his books, Built to Last, Good to Great, How the Mighty Fall. And what I always liked about his work, it was based on deep longitudinal research. So it wasn't just a public opinion or a popular opinion by Jim himself. It was drawn out of deep longitudinal tracking of top performing organizations over as long as 20 years, saying what builds sustainable organizations, successful organizations, high performing organizations. And one of the observations that he'd made in this yin and yang is that great organizations preserve and change. They preserve their core purpose and their core values as a business, so you don't stray from those foundational issues, but you constantly change and you're dynamic around obviously specific goals and objectives, but also culture and operating practices. So in shifting strategy, in coming out of a pandemic and changing the direction of your business or dialing your business in a different direction, one needs to shift culture to be able to achieve that new organizational mandate. So as a principle, really drew on this idea that of Jim's to say that should guide and give us that direction. To make it practical, here's an example of a mining client listed on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, a global player in a whole range of commodities. The company's called Exxaro, and in working with them on a 2026 strategy, quite quantum shifts in the business. They're looking at the business of today being mining, but they were challenging the change of what is the business of tomorrow. Mining is a problematic industry in terms of its carbon emissions, its impact on environment, and so forth. And they're making quantum shifts to their future strategy. But in order to realize that strategy, the body of work with them was around how do we rejuvenate, how do we simplify strategy, how do we rejuvenate values, and very specifically as an organization, how do we shape and define our desired culture? The argument being that the culture of yesterday, the culture that got us there yesterday, is not the same culture that will get us there tomorrow. So the exercise here in reshaping culture, and in line with culture, human behaviors, because culture doesn't just manifest on its own, it's driven by human behavior. So working with them as a team to mobilize those. And then from an implementation point of view, taking that to market. And this is where I believe the intersection between brand and culture plays such a critical role. Brand has got this, we've seen it in some of the earlier presentations. Brand has got this magic potion, this magic dust, the power of creativity, the power of storytelling. I think it was David that touched on importance and the impact of storytelling. The role of storytelling of brand on the inside is a powerful instrument to shape and build a narrative around culture. Top left of the screen is the CEO on a global roadshow, 12,000 employees, together with sort of tactical creative support, but taking this on a journey inside the organization to push them towards this 2026 strategy and the cultural shifts that are required. Well, we often fall into this debate of who really owns the culture in a business. If it needs an owner, I guess one could argue that it's not a single owner. But our argument here is that it should absolutely be strongly leadership led. So we could argue that the CEO, he or she, should really own this, but obviously it's driven by a wider combination of people. We always say the support functions, if there's a marketing department, if there's a comms department, and obviously there's an HR or human capital department, they have a critical role to play, and we believe that should be collaborative, it should be integrated, it shouldn't be any one department owning the process, it shouldn't just be a marketing exercise, it shouldn't just be an HR exercise. These units should come together, work on it collaboratively, under the guise of an executive leader, ideally a CEO, But very critically in this process as well is the role of line management, the operational managers who I guess are in the bowels of the business, facing the day-to-day KPIs and metrics of the business. They are a critical cog in the wheel. So making sure that line management gets taken on this internal branding journey in tandem with these other support roles is a critical dimension. They can make or break the success of an internal brand. So very important to keep that in mind. Looking at a model that looks sort of slightly more complex, and won't go into the sort of all the academic detail of this. This incidentally was a model output of the PhD process, and it was really arguing this notion that as marketers, and we're also marketers as an agency, we're guilty of this thing of often building brand on the outside only, making big promises, bold statements, sometimes over-promising and under-delivering. And this argument was to say, let's turn the lens to the inside of the business and get greater alignment between our external expression and our internal capability. But the point that I really wanted to make with the slide in this instance is to say this entire process is leadership-led. As leaders that need to make the commitment, that need to shape the narrative in the business, that need to see the importance and the impact of brand on the inside, to be intentional about the internal brand, again picking on David's principle in humanizing the brand on the inside of the business, and through that process defining organizational purpose, defining what our culture should be, or the changing culture required, and the values that support it. Leadership lies at the absolute epicenter of that. And again, to demonstrate just a practical example of that, it just happens to be picking on another mining organization and client, Anglo American, listed in London, listed in South Africa. It has roots in South Africa, but is a truly global business these days. This is an extract of just a packaged format of their leadership academy. So they go on a deep journey. It's not just about the CEO. They go on a deep journey with building there's something like a top 500 cluster of leaders in the business, being such a sizable global organization, 40,000 people. Deep investment in their leadership academy. They partner with the leading university, Gordon Institute of Business Science, and they run a deep-seated leadership program, of which inside this leadership process, the power of purpose, the power of culture, the power of values and behaviors is a key part of some of the leadership training. And then they take this to when I say to market, obviously externally, but they take us to the internal market. This is just some creative execution of some recent work done. They repurposed their head office in London and in Johannesburg in Rosebank. And obviously in and amongst all the internal communication, they're actually using the environment, the corporate office as a canvas to also communicate the story about purpose and values. So here's just some artifacts and instruments creatively to engage people and to drive the conversation. For in this instance, we're guided by our strong values, talking about what those values mean and reminding people that we need to live them, sleep them, dream them, think them on a daily basis. Further execution just showing people commitment. Shaping a better future lies at the heart of the Anglo-American brand. So again, intentionality and purpose lying at the heart of their business in the challenge of a mining fraternity, but showing people commitment, and as I said, making this visible, celebrating and visualizing the power of people and the importance of people in delivering this internal brand and capability. We talk a lot about brand engagements, and there's various models around this. This is not a proprietary or unique model. It's built around a common principle of engagement. And if you look at some of there's a whole lot of global studies that track engagement levels on the inside of organizations. And without exceptions, you look at it in around the world and in around industry sectors, it's shocking and terrifying sometimes to see how low the levels of employee engagement are. Post-pandemic, we would argue that these are even more challenged right now. There's lots of talk. Look at the Harvard Business Review, the talk around the Great Resignation. Lots of people, post-pandemic, questioning everything, questioning the way we work, the way we live, what's important. The challenge for talent, the challenge for human engagement in the workspace, probably more intense now than ever before. So this notion of driving engagement, very critical. And we'll often work with organizations on this process of saying many teams will be trapped somewhere in that quadrant of 1, 2, 3, or 4. The journey is often how do we drive higher levels of engagement, so sort of up to level 5 on that cube to drive true brand champions, people that are that understand the brand, that are motivated by the brand, that have a deep emotional connection to become champions and ambassadors of this brand, to build this deep organizational capability and delivery of the promise. Again, some practical examples, and this was in the heart of Mauritius at the time, working with well-established listed Mauritian entity, Mauritian Union Assurance, rebranded them as MUA, and part of that rebranding journey was to onboard an acquisition in East Africa. They made an acquisition, brought in 5 new markets, geographic markets in East Africa, to build a bigger, I guess, pan-regional brand. And obviously, the merger dynamics bring a particular cultural challenge. So there was a process, a brand engagement and a workshop process around integrating this new acquisition and working with them as a business to use brand as an instrument to drive one MUA as this new entity was being absorbed into a traditionally Mauritian organization. COVID obviously brought new challenges to delivering workshops like that and instruments like that. So working with RMB, a leading financial services or high net worth banking brand, taking that whole idea of engagement workshops online, I guess not dissimilar to what we're doing today in terms of an online conference, particularly challenging here where one is engaging in experiential learning and experiential human exercises, but surprisingly successful. People engaged well. People saw it as much as it's technology driven as a human exercise, and very powerful process in an organization that takes culture very seriously. And quite ironically, we're meeting with them tomorrow to revisit a repeat of the program now in 2022 with the opportunity of being face to face as things semi normalize again. I think what we learned during the in the pandemic and the challenges of that is also, again, I guess we've all gone through levels of digital transformation. Working with Datatech, it's a global organization, also listed. It's in 60 countries around the world. They're a technology-based business, so obviously very comfortable with technology and at the forefront of the digital transformation curve. Working with them across all their businesses and markets to bring a common set of values. They're quite an entrepreneurial organization, very disparate and diverse. They needed to kind of shape a common set of values and brand narrative in their business, working with them to shape that conversation, but then using online tools. So in this case, just an extract of a gamification tool. So we worked with them in building a gamification and leaderboard exercise where as a business they could, across 60 markets, engage people in a very interactive, digitally led process around living the brand values and driving human behaviors. So in funneling into this internal brand, obviously a number of instruments are used. We work with internal communication, we work with this idea of brand engagement and building brand champions. And then thirdly, this issue of the employer brand or the employer value proposition. And I'll come to that right at the end. I thought about that when Kaushik was showing the Tata Steel example of being an employer of choice. I think a very critical dimension. So how do organizations become and remain employer of choice around this EVP proposition? But it's bringing these elements together to make sure that our internal brand is strong and that our internal brand can meet that external brand promise. I often say in very simple terms, a definition of a brand is a promise made and a promise kept. How well do we keep our promises? We're good at making them as marketers. We get super creative. We spend millions of dollars on big campaigns and TVCs and wonderful executions. And in that, we make big promises to market. But what is that customer experience like where you or I come onto the airline or enter the banking environment or have a consumer experience? What is that experience like? Is it on brand, and does it meet the promise? And again, a practical example of that is work that we did in the tourism sector. This is wilderness safaris. The visuals are just us workshopping processes with them. Interesting organization. They're in about 6 African countries. Phenomenal eco and conservation experiences. Real high net worth stuff. They're charging upwards of $1,000 a night. So the market is largely international. Something like 90% of the audience is international people coming to Africa for these conservation and wildlife experiences. And they're making this promise. So working with them on making sure that the guest experience meets the wilderness promise. that, for your $1,000 a night and your expectation of what you're getting for that, does this experience come together? And yes, there's wildlife and there's beautiful tented camps, but what is that human experience? What is that human interface when we go through this conservation experience? So bringing their culture and their EVP and their customer experience together into an integrated whole. I won't talk about all the detail in that slide, but just working with them in mapping these processes to say that our external brand promise must be met and ideally exceeded by that the delivery of that guest experience and how people experience what it is that we deliver. That in many respects we're delighting them rather than underwhelming them in the process. The last little section is, and I said I'd come back to EVP. This, picking up on Kaushik's point about employer of choice. The war for talent right now is probably at an all-time high. As I said, as we recover, as we come into this new brand world, helping organizations to both attract and retain talent is, as I said, probably more important now than ever before. So again, putting our brand construct, whether we call it a brand platform or brand blueprint, whatever our strategic compass is around our brand, that has a vital role to play on the inside, and working with organizations to take that brand construct, whatever it might be, and shape it on the inside. So how does it influence the employee value proposition, or EVP? How does brand connect with that EVP proposition that talks to our people? And how do we take that same brand construct and externalize it in our employer brand as we go looking for talent, as we try to be that employer of choice and attract the best of breed, whatever business we're in? We want the best of talent to come into our business. How do we build that employer brand to make sure that we are that employer of choice, that we're the number one? And the role that brand plays in helping to tell that story, to make it exciting, to visualize it, to make it engaging and experiential, is I believe that, as I said, that magic dust that exists in brand. Again, a practical example, some work done with Nedbank, again, a South African, Pan-African bank. And they defined it as, instead of calling it the employer brand, they call it their people promises brand. So they built a people promise. Their outside external expression is see money differently, as a bank. And what they were saying to people is come and be a part of Nedbank and come and be the difference. Be the difference that at a purpose level impacts the world. So don't just come to us and come and do banking. Come to us as Nedbank and come and impact the world through the power of financial investments, through the power of using money wisely. Almost, come and be the change. And that was made up of 5 key pillars. Obviously, don't have the time to go into all of that sort of case study detail, but just visualizing one of them, their theme number 1, or their pillar number 1, was this idea of making a purpose a driven impact. So come and be the difference through the power of our purpose. Come and make an impact on the world around us. And so helping them to drive these pillars in terms of their internal communication, but then putting it into an integrated people promise system and toolkit. So just an example, lots of gory detail on that slide, but showing that it's not just an exercise in super creativity and engaging conversations, but it's building a human capital strategy. So on the right-hand side, some of the extracts from their human capital executive, building it as a strategic pillar in the organization to say that it's through our human capital and our people strategy that we will ultimately succeed and gain advantage in a highly competitive market. And that, ladies and gents, brings me to effectively a concluding slide, which doesn't seem to be on my screen. I don't know why it seems to have disappeared here, but the point that I was saying in this particular slide is B. Perhaps you can see it. I can't. But it was this accept the challenge. It was the word challenge with the center crossed out to say change accepted. So accept the challenge and be the change. As marketers and brand practitioners, I think we have a vital role to play and a phenomenal opportunity on the inside of the organization. And my challenge to you and to all of us in the industry is be that change in driving a different conversation in a brave new world. And that's me. Thank you, ladies and gents. And thank you, Sharuna. I'm not sure if there's any questions or if you want to do any Q&A in the process.
Thank you very much, Sean. We'll just wait for a minute to see if questions pop up. Looks like we don't have any questions. Oh, we do have one. So Francois Collin says, hi, I guess the symbolic aspect of internal brands decreases with time. What are the key solutions to keep values and cultures alive in a long-term perspective?
Yeah, great question, Francois. And I guess, one of the arguments that we often have with organizations is we often say, think about what you do externally at your external brand building level. You don't just do it once and then forget about it for 5 years. As marketers, as brand practitioners, as communicators, we're doing that constantly, every month, every year. It's an ongoing process. We never, again, thinking back to David's point about ongoing investment in brand building, we never turn that external brand conversation off. And the argument that we often have is don't do that on the inside either. Don't do it in 2022 and then leave it alone for 5 years. As we're updating, brand is dynamic, it's ever evolving. And as we dial up that brand conversation and activity, do the same on the inside of the organization. So constantly look at your brand symbolism. Yes, there's certain things that stay steady. We don't change our purpose every month or every year. The purpose stays steady, but how do we rejuvenate it? How do we refresh it? How do we make sure that cultures, behaviors remain dynamically spoken about? How do we update that storytelling? And how do we invest in it, the time and the energy on the inside on an ongoing basis? It's not a one-hit wonder. You don't do it now and then leave it alone. So I guess the simple answer is lead it from the front, take a strong executive involvement, and do it on a regular, ongoing basis.
Thank you very much, Sean. We have another question from Sumit. He asks, he says, thank you for a very valuable presentation, indeed. And he asks, is there a way to track the change or measure the progress of a brand's culture more immediately than, say, the Hofstede?
Good. Yeah, another great question. I mean, obviously, measurement plays a vital role in this, and there are a number of instruments, not always with the same, I guess, immediacy. So I think getting real-time reporting is obviously a little bit challenging. You have to think about that dashboard, that gamification tool that Datatech built. I mean, they were the technology partners on the inside, so it was great working with the tech organization, but so well equipped to develop an instrument, admittedly a leaderboard instrument, but they had they almost had a real-time dashboard, to look at how values were being adopted, how behaviors were shifting. So they had the scoreboard that was almost giving them real-time feedback in their particular case, as opposed to, let's run a 6-monthly employee engagement survey and try and look into the rear view mirror. So what we often like to do is to say to organizations, let's build a dashboard, let's build a bespoke dashboard that's got sort of component parts that give you the best measure of how you will define successful changes in culture or successful adoption in culture, and then to make the composition of the dashboard sort of almost tailor-made to the business and what suits it best in terms of instruments, timing, and process. But great question. It's obviously a vital part of the process. Again, to give the feedback to executive leaders that there is an ROI. Quite often we know HR budgets and marketing budgets are the first to get cut when times get tough. To give that leadership the conviction that ongoing investment in the human capital internal brand process is viable, that measurement becomes vital.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sean. I think we're going to take only 2 questions for today. Thank you immensely for your time, for the presentation, and for the questions. The pandemic has taught us several lessons. The most important one for me as a psychologist has been the one about just how important and powerful the human experience is. Our next session explores humanizing brands through our amazing industry leaders. Our speaker has been described as a smiling breath of fresh air. She could have been a ballet dancer or a soldier in the army. But Dia Moffat is the Executive Strategy Director, APAC, London & Fitch, Australia. Unlike most of us, she likes problems because she believes that when you find a real problem, you are at least halfway on the road to solving it. As a brand strategist, she solves complex business challenges with insight and fresh thinking. Her 18 years of experience working across every category and sector has taught her one thing, that you can solve any problem with the right team, approach, and most importantly, tenacity. Please welcome Dia Moffett, who will be talking to us about breaking the ordinary with empathy.
Awesome. Thanks, Sharuna. Now, I don't think I would have been a good soldier or ballerina, as it turns out, but just confirming you guys can all hear me. I'm not exactly the best tech person, but I think we're all good to go. Great. Okay, cool. So I should warn you guys, I have 2 dogs that are being quiet right now, but if they start to bark, apologies, they won't go for long, but I'm really hoping they don't. I wanted to talk to you guys today about breaking ordinary with empathy, which sounds a little bit abstract. As Sharuna said, it's all about humanizing brands, and hopefully by the end of my presentation, it should make a lot more sense to you at least. But let's start broadly. Let's talk about the world in general. So much in the world is super ordinary. Most of us live according to routines. I'm actually one of them. I happen to like it. Routine or ordinary everyday living helps me feel secure, prepared, and a little bit in control. I don't even know why I like routine so much. I've heard it can result from having ADHD, which I have. I was the last in my friend, family, and work network to realize it. But anyway, I digress. I like ordinary routine, and that's okay. That's how I like to live my everyday life, and I'm sure many of you guys do too, which is also totally cool. Some may not. But in the contradiction of life, so much of the world is also extraordinary. Experiencing something extraordinary takes us out of the everyday and into the world of not what is, but what could be. It surprises, inspires, excites, it changes our views and opens our minds. Even if we seek to return to our routine life desperately, we have benefited in some way from experiencing something extraordinary. Some of the most basic, often taken for granted, natural and normal things are quite often the most extraordinary, like nature. I had this experience recently, unexpectedly, witnessing dolphins swimming in synchronic harmony as I strolled along the beach, or trees that are bigger and older than anyone you know, roots so well grounded that they can withstand hurricanes or fire or time that humans never could. You can experience something extraordinary in so many ways, like the feeling of becoming a parent. I'm not a mother to a human being anyway, but I can only imagine that even though it's a very normal, instinctual thing, not for me, but for many people, it must feel extraordinary. It is extraordinary. You've created a human being, a whole other person. But let's switch gear. Let's talk a little bit more about brands. We marketers, brand experts, enthusiasts, or anyone, in fact, tasked with shifting perceptions and behaviors, driving loyalty or awareness, selling more, or attracting the world's best talent, can't, unfortunately, replicate such extraordinary natural wonders. But that doesn't mean we can't break from the confines of what's ordinary, and in doing so, create something extraordinary for our audiences, customers, consumers, whatever you like to call them. I like to call them human beings, like the ones we see at Westfield Sydney on the screen right now. Why can't we create the magic and emotion? Why can't we move people, change views, inspire and excite? Not much good news going on in the world at the moment, but here's some. We can. We can create ideas that make people think differently. Many people that didn't think of themselves as an athlete have now been inspired to run or do many other sports thanks to Nike. We can help people feel something that shifts their behavior, like Fearless Girl did, inspired to act out against old or antiquated inequality and beliefs. We can make people want to be part of something that they might respect, admire, and desire, like Meta, polarizing views around this business at the moment. But you can also evangelize an army. Dove created an idea that single-mindedly converted passive consumption into active advocacy by turning its back on category conventions. Instead of representing the few, and now I don't know anyone that looks like this, thank God, quietly, they celebrated all shapes, sizes, and ages. It was a really smart strategy and one that resulted in 53% market share and a continued increase in sales. I think it was David that was talking about the relationship between brands as the seed. Couldn't agree with it more. Ultimately, good branding converts into sales, as it has resulted with Dove. But the point I want to make is that we're all capable of igniting kindling into a burning passion of wildfire, just like Dove did, or any other legendary brand that commands our attention. So for Dove, the spark, or the kindling, as I like to call it, was that the beauty industry ignores so many women. In fact, the very women that really wanted to buy their product. The wildfire, in this case, was a bold and strategic idea to not only state, but demonstrate and actually prove how beautiful every body was. So Dove had a point of view. I love brands with points of view. In fact, I love people with points of view as well. An opinion about the world that was very different, but it was also relevant. Differentiation and relevance is a brand's holy grail. There are so many ways to measure a brand's equity. At Landro & Fitch, the business that I am proudly part of, we've really simplified it. Be different, be relevant. They are single-handedly the most critical metrics to measure a brand's strength, status, or its value. But how do we break through convention? It's not easy. Break ordinary, be different in a way that's going to really resonate with your tribe or your target audience. I believe every great idea starts with empathy, very human quality. Ideas that differentiate and resonate are founded on a unique and powerful insight. A human, simply and succinctly articulated, true, but not yet leveraged fact is always the catalyst to fresh thinking. But you will not find it without empathy. At least that's what I believe wholeheartedly. Unfortunately, it is not as simple as asking your consumers, why don't they like us? Why won't they buy more from us? Or what's so special about the competition? You won't get the answers that you're looking for. If only it was that easy. You won't get the answer that's ultimately going to lead to breakthrough thinking, ideas that are really going to stand out. Sure, you can put people in a room, a focus group setting, and ask them questions of all kinds and hope that they're going to tell you the truth. But more often than not, they won't. And it's not because they're liars. It's because, as I've told my husband on countless occasions, in a slightly different tone, actions always speak louder than words. People say a lot of things. Observing people and understanding behaviors, asking yourself why they do one thing over another is definitely a more effective methodology. In strategy, we call this observation missioning, but let's zero in a little bit more on behavior. Think of your own behaviors. Behaviors are actually more often than not a symptom, a result, or an outcome of something much more profound, something a little bit deeper. So while observing behaviors, is a better approach to insight seeking than an ask and respond approach. Unfortunately, just watching people is, in my view, absolutely not enough. You've got to keep digging. Taking the time to learn deeply, understand, and even try and feel people's difficulties or joys will uncover the latent needs and desires that influence their behaviors. Now, it's not magic. I might be starting to sound a little bit woo-woo right now. I promise you it's not. It's actually social science. I'm hoping that none of you disagree with this, as I'm assuming all of you are humans. Humans are complex. We don't always say or do what we think or feel. And that's because there are heaps of different norms and expectations and obligations that we're expected to follow. So you can ask and you can watch, or you can activate this intriguing interplay of neural pathways that actually enable us to perceive the emotions of others, resonate with them both emotionally but also cognitively, take in the perspective of others, and in doing so, be able to distinguish between your own and others' emotions. Empathy. I'm going to say it probably, I reckon, 20 times in the next 15 minutes. Probably already said it a few times. Empathy has been defined as the psychological superglue that connects people and secures cooperation. This is how psychologicalscience.org defines it anyway. Wouldn't it be great if we could superglue our people's or our customers' loyalty to our brands? Well, maybe we can. So I'm hoping that by now you guys at least believe me and understand the importance of what is often the most foregone human quality, empathy, and its role in unlocking brand magic. But you might still be wondering, if you're not naturally empathetic, awesome, Dave Moffat, but how do I become more empathetic in my brand strategies and my marketing? Okay, welcome to the empathy economy. My little dog's just starting to play up. Perfect timing. He has no empathy. Empathy does more than stretch our thoughts and our imagination. It actually boosts our creativity to break through the limitations of perceived possibilities and those boundaries, those nasty little boundaries. It also separates us from the robots, which is actually very important, as experts predict that robotics and automation is going to displace 85 million jobs globally in the next 5 years. And if the world keeps moving as fast as it has been moving, that's basically tomorrow. That's an entirely different presentation, and I don't want to digress any more than I already have. So I have 5 tips on how to become a more empathetic brand strategist or marketer. The first one is don't observe, become. I'm not talking about going all Jared Leto method acting style. Becoming your consumers is actually a little bit easier, far easier, and a little less eye roll inducing. So think about not just what they're doing, but ask yourself why they're doing that. How might they feel right now, really feel right now, and try and even feel like them as well. Everyone has problems. Be curious about what theirs might be. There's every chance your brand might be able to help fix that problem. A great example of empathy in marketing and branding is National Autistic Society. So, according to the National Autistic Society, 99% of people in the UK have heard of autism. Good statistics. Don't know where the other 1% have been anyway, but just 16%, only 16% understand it in a meaningful way. So to combat this, the charity launched a VR-driven campaign to help people truly understand what it's like to have autism. The Autism TMI VR experience let users experience what it's like for any child with autism to navigate a busy shopping centre. With flickering lights and intense and overwhelming sounds, the video effectively highlights the sensory overload that occurs in busy and stressful environments. It was incredibly effective. This is because, unlike other charities, competing charities that only raise sympathy and compassion, it actually put the viewers in someone else's shoes. Empathy, shocking them with the disarming reality of actually dealing with autism. Apparently, according to the reports on this campaign, even watching somebody else undergo the virtual reality experience provided enough insight to evoke some genuine empathy and emotion. Your customers are real people. I think you guys know that, just like you and me, people trying to survive the modern world and all of the modern problems that come with it. To help us understand these people, we often need data. In fact, we've become so dependent on data that it's become the marketer's greatest currency. But too often, we take the data at face value. Data delivers facts, but without proper data evaluation, we're not really exploiting its true value. So you can focus on the target, or you can use the data that you have at your disposal to anticipate your target's next move. Don't be blindsided by overwhelming quantities of data. So many of my clients have all the data. They don't know what to do with it. Analyze it, look at it, look for the patterns, find what the data is really trying to tell you. Data is brilliant. I love it. You got to look for the story that's woven deep within it. What's the underlying themes and trends that you can observe? Never accept the data at face value. Ask yourself, if you were in this position, if you were displaying these kinds of behaviors or consumption patterns, what might you do next? So be bold enough, be brave enough to take the leap. A lot of businesses that you might be competing with often have the same data sets or similar. What's going to make you different is how you interpret that data. So never have we seen this come to life more than than with those brands investing in the metaverse. It's hard to have a presentation these days without dropping the M word. It's an area of the internet that is definitely very much uncharted, and it's definitely unquantifiable, I think, at this point. So I shouldn't say definitely, but it hasn't stopped large investments being made by certain organizations that are daring to make the leap between what we consumers want today and how our demands are shifting tomorrow. It's providing endless opportunities for brands to create pretty extraordinary things. So Ray and Trip are two startups that have raised more than 21 million between them. looking ahead at the challenges that humans are going to face, immersing further in the online world, both businesses have devised programs to help consumers overcome some of these different challenges. So we'll quickly talk about Ray first. They anticipate growing levels of discomfort with real-world healthcare, such as surgeries. So they've devised immersive experiences that allow us or patients, future patients, to walk through and almost practice an appointment before we actually undertake it. For Trip, very appropriately named, they believed that we're going to be seeking out ways to disconnect from reality more and more. So they're experimenting with programs that mimic hallucinogens to act as a restart and reset for our brains as we try to adapt to new immersive realities. Will they be right? We can't say for certain, but venture capitalists who are investing in them at quite rapid rates certainly seem to think so. The third point, experience more. It's simple. Open up your world. Invite people in that offer different views and opinions to what you might believe. You're not going to learn anything from people who look, feel, or think the same as you do. So get comfortable with discomfort, guys. The more uncomfortable you feel, the better. Feeling uncomfortable means that you're breaching the limitations of your thinking. When you feel uncomfortable, find that common ground. How can you relate? How can you relate to the problem or the lifestyle of the consumer you're interrogating? This is something that we at Landor & Fitch have a little experience in, challenging conventions. We love a good challenge, and asking our clients to shift into a new mindset to deliver something diverse to their customer. This is where the brand magic really happens. So this is an example of some work we did for Tommy Hilfiger, a client of ours that wanted to break away from old confines of exclusivity and luxury and embrace true differentiation and relevance. They weren't afraid to get a little uncomfortable. They asked themselves, what would it take to be a truly inclusive brand? What resulted was what we called an adaptive collection, an entire line of clothing crafted to be truly inclusive. So it had magnetic buttons that could be fastened with one hand, and chinos cut and created for those that might be in a wheelchair. So the common ground that they saw was the desire to be both aspirational and stylish, irrespective of how you need to put your clothes on. I love this work from Tommy Hilfiger. Massive fan. Segregate, don't homogenate. What am I talking about? I'm actually talking about poor segmentation strategies, and believe me, more often than not, in my experience at least, they're a little bit poor. They fail to truly distinguish one segment from another. Too often, we paint psychographic profiles of our customers like they exist in some kind of parallel Pleasantville universe. Heidi and Dean have 2 kids. They're married. They enjoy exercise. They're looking for support when they need it, advice that feels personal. They want simple, seamless experiences, and so on and so on. I can tell you right now, I am nothing like Heidi or Dean, but I also demand all of the aforementioned. So understanding people on this generic level and titling it psychographic does nothing to unearth their attitudes and aspirations or any other psychological criteria. So ask yourself, what makes one segment truly different from another? Sometimes we get up to 8 segments from a business that we're working with. There is no need, no business, however complex that I've ever worked with, needs 8 segments. And when you interrogate them, there are so many synergies. So they haven't worked hard enough to truly segregate the different mindsets. Speaking of mindsets, ask yourself, what are the mindsets and attitudes? What are their emotions and desires? Keep digging, guys. Think about them beyond the category or your brand. So often we box in our segment strategies and only think of them through the lens of the business that you're operating within. Think about who they really are, what's going to engage them and captivate their attention. So perhaps there is no better example of the group that gets homogenized than mothers. As part of a research study that we conducted while working on a baby food and formula brand only last year, we asked a bunch of different mothers how they were experiencing brands being sold to them. And interestingly, we were told that once they become a parent, It seemed that their identity had just disappeared, evaporated. They had suddenly become very much stereotyped, a Stepford wife that lived only for her baby. And this ignored a huge other component of their identity, who they really were. I don't think there are many brands that effectively target mothers, actually continue to walk in their very still stylish shoes as parents, but there are a few that are doing it and as a result, gaining traction and fast. So Frida is a fantastic example of a brand doing so. It acknowledges that when a baby is born, so is a parent, actually. What a wonderful insight. And that parents also need care. So whether it's products that support healings of C-sections or guides to caring for your breasts, by moving beyond the perfect mum persona, they had a captive tribe, and a tribe that literally hangs on to their every word. So my final point is not a complex one, so I won't labor the point, but be that annoying kid. Curiosity is one of humanity's greatest assets. Lean into it. Just when you feel content with the answer, dare yourself to ask, but why? Just one last time. Virtual reality technology has disrupted the way we buy, sell, and engage with the property market. This is a great example of a sector that continued to ask why, but why are we doing things this way? Surely we can find a different way. Virtual realities enable brands to break free from the convention that property viewing needs to be done on site, a natural connection, and it's transformed the way we engage with the property sector. Just a few years ago, maybe only even one, potential home buyers needed to plan time through their increasingly busy days to visit a potential home, which absolutely is easier said than done. So realtors and developers started to question, why can't we make viewings more efficient? How can we make the experience better for overseas buyers, for example? How do we use technology to enhance the buying experience? The solution was virtual reality. It saved time, it opened up the market, and very importantly, it created an emotional anchor to a physical space through a digital experience. So I'm 41 years old now, and in my long 41 years, I've come to the conclusion I've asked a lot of questions in that time. Very curious person. But I believe the best question that you can ask anyone is very simply, but why? And the question is because the reason why is because the real answer is, in fact, never the first. You gotta keep digging. Too often, we neglect, underestimate, and devalue the strength that lies in empathy. Too often, it's relegated as a soft skill, when in actual fact, it's the strong foundation of any bold or distinct idea. So guys, my message is not complicated. I'm a simple gal. If you're looking to build your brand strength, status, if you're looking to stand out and build that value, if you're looking to break free from ordinary, all you have to do is use your empathy. So that's it from me, guys.
Thank you very much, Dai. What a wonderful presentation. We'll just wait for 2 minutes to see if we have questions that pop up. Again, quick reminder, if you click on the YouTube icon, you'll be able to ask your questions, to comment, and to share whatever you feel like.
No questions.
They are coming, I'm very sure. So we have one from Cryer.
I love this question. Most of the brands that I work on, so how does that work for B2B? Most of the brands that I work on are actually B2B. And what I always say to my B2B clients is behind every business is a human being. So I always like to, and the business that I work for, like to build B2B brands in the very same way we build B2C brands. So it's actually exactly the same. Different psychologies and psychological mindsets to consider, but at the end of the day, it's absolutely still about empathy. I hope I answered that question for you. Same approach.
That's amazing. We have another one from Sanjana. She asks, what are the mistakes to avoid in empathetic marketing or communication?
Oh gosh, that's a good question. Well, what are the mistakes to avoid? I think it's always good to make sure that you can validate your ideas and the way you're interpreting the way you're interpreting the data. So test it out, and that doesn't mean you need to go into an extensive consumer research testing sort of methodology, but talk to your peers about it. Yeah, just to make sure that you're heading in the right space. But in all honesty, I think that if you're being truly empathetic, and you can base that on, or you can look back and see the woven line between the data and the different observations and the different feelings and mindsets, there's a clear connection. I don't think you will make any mistakes. Bold statement, I know.
That's lovely. Thank you again, Dai. Thank you so much for this wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. So before we break for lunch, I would like to remind you that you can check out the amazing virtual booth in the exhibitors lounge and interact with other participants in the virtual cafe during our lunchtime. The EASY team will be happy to provide any technical support that you might need at any point. And also do take a minute to share comments and questions on YouTube. I am Sharuna Doyle. It's been a pleasure being here with you this morning. Bon appetit and enjoy the rest of the day with us. You can break for lunch for about 50 minutes and be back.
Real magic? It's everywhere. Some might think it doesn't exist, but it does. For us, life is full of magic. First love, winning at life, helping each other, discovering new things, sharing experiences. The more real we are, the more magical life becomes. And every Coca-Cola is a chance to embrace that. It's about celebrating life. A delicious taste that uplifts you. Seeing the world through a different lens. Feeling the magic in the everyday. Cool, crisp, refreshing. It's that moment when we find ourselves revived and ready to celebrate the world around us again. Real magic isn't in a fairy tale or abracadabra. The real magic in life only happens when someone believes that any given moment can be extraordinary. All you need is an open mind and an open bottle. That's when the real magic happens. Coca-Cola. Real magic. Real magic? It's everywhere. Some might think it doesn't exist, but it does. For us, life is full of magic. First love, winning at life, helping each other, discovering new things, sharing experiences. The more real we are, the more magical life becomes. And every Coca-Cola is a chance to embrace that. It's about celebrating life. A delicious taste that uplifts you. Seeing the world through a different lens. Feeling the magic in the everyday. Cool, crisp, refreshing. It's that moment when we find ourselves revived and ready to celebrate the world around us again. Real magic isn't in a fairy tale or abracadabra. The real magic in life only happens when someone believes that any given moment can be extraordinary. All you need is an open mind and an open bottle. That's when the real magic happens. Coca-Cola. Real magic. Real magic? It's everywhere. Some might think it doesn't exist, but it does. For us, life is full of magic. First love, winning at life, helping each other, discovering new things, sharing experiences. The more real we are, the more magical life becomes. And every Coca-Cola is a chance to embrace that. It's about celebrating life. A delicious taste that uplifts you. Seeing the world through a different lens. Feeling the magic in the everyday. Cool, crisp, refreshing. It's that moment when we find ourselves revived and ready to celebrate the world around us again. Real magic isn't in a fairy tale or abracadabra. The real magic in life only happens when someone believes that any given moment can be extraordinary. All you need is an open mind and an open bottle. That's when the real magic happens. Coca-Cola. Real magic. Real magic? It's everywhere. Some might think it doesn't exist, but it does. For us, life is full of magic. First love, winning at life, helping each other, discovering new things, sharing experiences. The more real we are, the more magical life becomes. And every Coca-Cola is a chance to embrace that. It's about celebrating life. A delicious taste that uplifts you. Seeing the world through a different lens. Feeling the magic in the everyday. Cool, crisp, refreshing. It's that moment when we find ourselves revived and ready to celebrate the world around us again. Real magic isn't in a fairy tale or abracadabra. The real magic in life only happens when someone believes that any given moment can be extraordinary. All you need is an open mind and an open bottle. That's when the real magic happens. Coca-Cola. Real magic.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Hope you had a good lunch break. My apologies for the technical glitches which we had, which were completely beyond our control. Thanks so much for bearing with us. And so the magic continues. Sharuna has done the disappearing act, but she did mention that she would not be available post-lunch. Our second MC for this afternoon session is a professional self-employed business consultant. She is passionate about sharing her knowledge and experience, and this helped her embark on a public speaking journey. A distinguished Toastmaster, that is the highest honor you can achieve at the Toastmasters. She is the founder of Impact Leader Toastmasters Club. Last year, she clinched the best evaluation speech contest in the national champion. Ladies and gentlemen, brand magicians, please put your hands together and help me welcome our second MC, Devika Bandhu. Devika, the virtual floor is all yours.
Thank you, Raveen. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a good lunch, and now it's time to continue with the brand magic. This afternoon, Brand Magic brings us two segments. Number one is the new brand experience, where we're going to have 3 international speakers to let us know more about those words that you keep hearing so often: metaverse, meta value, AR, AI, gaming, fashion, you name it. Just to let you know all the effect and impact and influence that these digitization can have on branding and creative marketing. The second segment is going to be focusing on the new marketing frontier, where we will have another 3 international speakers to let us know more about marketing communication, marketing content, and the challenges that we are facing in the environment nowadays. Without any further ado, allow me to introduce our first speaker. Brand Magic brings the greenie. Yes, the one that Ravin has been talking about. We have our first speaker this afternoon. He comes from the US. He's the CEO of the Greenie Incorporation in the USA. Besides his outstanding biography and successful achievement in leveraging the sales and marketing to web AR platforms and gaming, we have some amazing facts about our speaker. He has studied the Chinese Mandarin and has acquired Chinese Proficiency Test Certificate Level 2 out of 6. Moreover, he holds a Chinese driving license that is now expired. He has been a Toastmaster. That's the most amazing thing that I found. I connected immediately with him. And also, one thing that I found extremely amazing again is he can drive with his brother from Nebraska to Alaska. Now, you might be thinking, so what? What is Nebraska and Alaska? Well, let me tell you, these two places are 3,328.7 miles apart. And that's counts around 58 hours of drive. You imagine that? Nearly 3 days. For my Mauritian counterparts out there, I would like to let you do the calculation how many times we have to go around the island to complete those miles. With this, let's not waste time. Let's welcome our speaker today, Corey Grenier. Corey Grenier is going to present to us how to create meta value in the metaverse through Web 3D technologies. How to create meta value in the metaverse through Web 3D technologies. Corey Grenier, the platform is yours.
Thank you, Devika, for that amazing introduction. And I also want to thank Day for her presentation that I'm following. That was incredible. I learned a lot about branding, and it's an honor to be at the Brand Magic Summit today. Genie is a low-code, no-code web AR creator platform that is based on extremely complex, deep technologies, and it enables any brand, any creator, any marketer to bring traditional media to life in an immersive, multi-sensory experience. And speaking of traditional media, I can't think of anything more traditional than Time Magazine, which this month has put the metaverse on its cover, and it says the next digital era will change everything. And McKinsey has stated that the value in the metaverse is projected to reach $5 trillion by 2030. Now, to put that in perspective, that's like 2 apples. And the investment in 2022, despite the crypto winter, is still $120 billion. So it's a growing space, and it's a space that Genie has just collaborated only recently at the Cannes Creativity Festival with Elite World Group and the Female Quotient at the Equality Lounge to enable anybody to instantly create an avatar in their own likeness and then interact with that avatar. So this is another example of what is being coined as the avatar economy. And that's just one segment of an element or a building block of the metaverse. 57% of all Gen Z and millennials state that they prefer to express themselves as an avatar. If anyone's ever gone to a forum or a platform like Discord, you'd be hard pressed to find somebody that's actually using the real image. Everybody's using an avatar to identify themselves. And so what Genie does is enable anybody to instantly create, publish, and share web AR and AR avatars, but it can be games, it can be media, it can be branded content in a interactive multisensory experience. And there's no app download required. So that's true decentralized interoperable capability. Everybody here who's experiencing this didn't have to go to an iOS or an Android store. Simply click a link or scan a code and engage with the content. And another example of that is the Sandbox virtual world. Recently at NFT NYC, this is an example of a lot of different branded content like Snoop Dogg, NFTs like CyberKongs, and most recently, just this week, Steve Aoki, the digital artist. And what happened is Snoop Dogg has entered the metaverse in a major way. He released a music video exclusively in a virtual world, and the campaign that followed was powered by Genie's technology to allow anybody to interact with the Snoop Dogg avatar. And what you see here is not a virtual try-on, it's actually a virtual companion, which brings down people's inhibitions because the avatar is mimicking or mirroring the movements of the person. And this is different than a lot of other platforms which encourage people to try to emulate or copy the moves of someone else. But when you enable people to just express themselves and the digital avatar is going to follow you, then it really lowers the barriers to create and reduces that friction and anxiety, because you can't really make a wrong move. Whatever you do, it's gonna be fun, it's gonna be joyful, playful, and often entertaining, as you see in some of these videos. So this is the campaign that just released with Steve Aoki. And if anybody from the audience, even on your screen, you can zoom in on that code. And I would encourage you to, once you scan the code, it might take a couple seconds because this has been very popular today. This is public on the Sandbox, one of the greatest virtual worlds, very popular. So it's getting a lot of traffic. But if you scan that code and allow it some time to load and point it at a partner at a distance, you can listen to the music track and record, share, and have some fun with Steve Aoki in a virtual experience, as I did with my daughter here. And there is music in that track as well. just a clip of that. So the virality of that, when you create a virtual experience that people can engage in, and particularly one that doesn't require forcing people to go to a major platform, which you might not be subscribed to or be a member of, then people share it. And I think that's a big goal, is the word of mouth for marketers. And we already see, even with this Steve Aoki campaign, in just the last 24 hours, people sharing on Twitter and really engaging with the content. Another aspect is popular NFT marketplaces that at their height, we're transacting $250 million a day. We can enable, through web-based augmented reality, the ability to change any iframe into a wearable augmented reality experience as an NFT. So Genie actually has a patent, provisional patent for minting augmented reality on the blockchain as an NFT. And not everything's going to be an NFT.
Oh, there's one. That's just it. Devin McCoy here. When you watch a great team play, you need seriously great food.
So this is a virtual experience with a photorealistic real athlete who plays for the Patriots, and it's sponsored by Pepsi, I think, as people may be able to tell. So the other thing about the metaverse is it doesn't have to be crypto or blockchain. That's a preference of the brand. Some are really leaning into crypto goods, and others are leveraging the Web 3D technologies that we see, which includes AR, VR, to engage with their customers in their home. And you see here in a kitchen. The National Hockey League is using Genie technology. We've produced experiences for the New Jersey Devils, and this is an example with the New York Rangers, where people can instantly create a virtual card or a memorabilia and share it. The limits are unconstrained. You can bring the content of a 49ers game into your kitchen, on your kitchen table, and see the stats in real time, interact with avatars, or see even clips of the game, but do it not in a two-dimensional way, but in a 3D space. And speaking of sports, there's no greater brand than Nike. And Nike is not only an amazing sports brand and for athletics, but it's also been a leader in adapting and entering the metaverse on a lot of different fronts. This is an example of Roblox, but it's also an example of Roblox in a physical Nike store. And I want to share a comment that a leader at Artifact, and Artifact is a company, a metaverse company that Nike acquired last year. And what Benoit of Artifact states is, the supermodels of tomorrow aren't ambassadors you pay for a sponsored post or a campaign. It's your collectors, empowered by the vision you set and the tools like Genie, I hope. He didn't say that, but we're working on it, that you allow them to use to express their creativity. A future where a brand is not valued by its sole equity, but by its ecosystem, the brand and the community equity, a future world to build together. And I think that he's really emphasizing the avatar economy. And CloneX, which is made by Artifact, which is owned by Nike, collaborated with a Japanese artist, Takashi Murakami, who about 10 years ago had done artwork with apparel brands like Louis Vuitton. And so there was the coupling of art, technology, brand, and that supercharged this NFT drop to sell 221,000, I've highlighted it there, NFTs of these avatars. And I calculated, based on today's price, which is $1,484 of Ethereum, and that's $328 million. At the height, just 6 months ago, that would have been nearly 990 million or $1 billion in NFT sales for avatars of something that came out of the ether, figuratively and literally, and in less than a year, nearly amassed $1 billion in sales, and even at the current price is 328 million. So amazing value. When I say meta value in the metaverse, that's a great example. And another development in this avatar story is the 3D models were just released as a GLB, and a GLB file is the file format, GLB or GLTF, that Genie uses. It's a metaverse-ready format, which can be used in AR, VR, video games, and pretty much anywhere that there's a connection, internet connection. So we took the avatar of a Clone X and put it into the Genie Builder. It's an online builder that anybody can access and create, publish, and share. This is one of our engineers, Vlad, showcasing that he's created it now in AR. And recently, just at Nike, at the Major League Baseball All-Star game down in LA, at the Nike fan lounge, we were able to turn a human into a Clone X. And again, that's the power of web-based augmented reality, to take something from the digital artwork, but overlay it into a physical environment in real time. And of course, you can do that on conferences and communicate in an actual setting, just like I am on this call today. Artifact has also just announced that it's going to transform a physical hoodie, a sweatshirt, into an AR avatar. And it hasn't been released yet. We don't know what that will look like, but if you want to get a glimpse of what it could be, here's an example of how Genie is powering in real time the changing of people to wear different digital apparel or become the avatar themselves in motion, even if you're playing tennis. And the access to that is a code or a link. That link can be shared on any social media. It can be shared on a blog, on a corporate website, or it can be scanned. And of course, that code could be presented on TV. It could be, as Coinbase did during the Super Bowl, or on a poster. We've put codes on outdoor furniture or bus stops to turn everyday experiences into games. Again, another example of a Genie-powered digital apparel for virtual try-on of a good. And that could be on-chain or off-chain. It could be an NFT or just trying a try before you buy activation. This is another example that we did with Ready Player Me and an Adidas avatar in real time. So there is a human behind that, and it's using Genie's world-class, super accurate body tracking in real time technology. It's not just humans though, it's packaging. This is with a major ed tech company called Byju's, the largest valued startup in the country of India. And we've partnered with them on a number of experiences, and that's just one. And so what does that mean for even like shoe brand? Is there going to be a world where there's a code on a box, and whether you open it or it's even closed, you can peer inside and see that this shoe is meant for this sport or for this weather condition. And the codes that Genie creates with our partner Flowcode are custom. So they're not squares, they're not circles. The design language is what it is. It's a shoe, so it should be a shoe. If it's an astronaut, it should be an astronaut. And we can customize. I don't even like the quick response code or QR code. I think it's an XR code, because that's the world where we are in this generation, in the 2020s. And so again, every static image, every website should have, I believe every NFT should have a QR code and a link to instantly allow people to engage with the brand, to wear it, whether they're at an airport, their living room, kitchen, so forth, on the go. And again, anybody who'd like to scan this code, this one's a little bigger. This is an experience we did for Porsche. There's actually 3 experiences in the top right-hand bar. If you want to encourage somebody to click or to scan, then the content should just be the code. You can't have too many messages, as you see here. And very few brands do that. We've only seen one, that was Coinbase, do it effectively, which actually crashed the server during the Super Bowl commercial. And another aspect of the metaverse is gestures, being able to use these input devices to create really whimsical, magical experiences. Those gestures can be used to manipulate objects, but also to draw autographs of your favorite celebrity. Those gestures can also be used to throw a basketball or create a virtual game. And speaking of games, we do think games are cool. They can bring people together, hang out with your friends. The technology's progressed so much that you don't even need a gesture control or stereo vision camera. All you need is a camera on a laptop or a phone to engage. And an example of that is this game we created with Byju's. Again, that's a math game for children, multiplayer experience that anybody can engage with to learn math in a really fun, experiential way, wherever they are, in this case, in a park in Berlin. So the media can be something known, like a Care Bear or a Smurf. It can be something not known, like an artist, Isabel Lago, here in Venice, California, who has been painting gorillas for the past decade and a half. And of course, the Clone X, as you see there in the middle, by Nike. All of these experiences can be brought to life in AR, in VR. And I think the brands that are succeeding the most have realized that the brand is the media, that maybe that Clone X doesn't have anything to do with shoes, but by people engaging and playing in new, fun, entertaining ways, they can sell even more shoes. And if not, they can still sell over $300 million of digital goods, which is a feat in and of itself.
Hi, Yoga. Can you fly?
So can you fly?
Fly.
Can you dance? Can you use the force? So another aspect of AR is adding a level of sentience where the avatar can actually respond to voice commands. This is something that we've termed audio active experience. And the experiences can actually be reacted to in 40 different languages. We've tested a number of different Slavic languages, in English, in Mandarin, and the avatar will react to what we say. Opens up incredible possibilities for brands to create avatars that actually react to the community and to their customers. All of these experiences were created in the Genie Builder. It's an online tool. It's like a Wix for web AR that simplifies and reduces the friction for non-software engineers, non-coders to be able to create experiences really rapidly and put them on the web. And when you do that, it unlocks kind of magical superpowers again that other people have never seen before. And it's memorable, it's interactive, it's engaging, and we want to create meta magical experiences for brands. And inspire people of all ages to create and to interact with branded IP, with physical goods. The phygital is the digital and the physical together. And we've created this platform that is, again, low code, no code. If you want to create NFTs, you can. If you don't want to be on the blockchain, then don't be on the blockchain. It's okay. These kind of technologies are only going to accelerate as new forms of form factors come out, like augmented reality eyewear, which every technology that we think is 10 years away is usually 5. Everything that we think is 2 years away is usually 4. It's already been 10 years. So we're right on the cusp of new form factors becoming mainstream, probably in 23, 24. And as one of the heads of Metaverse at Nike said, if your brand doesn't have an AR strategy, you probably won't be around in 3 years. And that's a very bold statement coming from a very bold brand. We hope that this presentation has inspired some new ways of thinking. We do have an open tool that people can sign up and create, publish, and share pretty rapidly. We're here to help guide any strategy or even development if that's required. And again, we're really honored to be here at the Brand Magic Summit. Thank you. Hi, Devika. Are there any questions?
Yes, you could go for a further 15 minutes, but if that's completed, fair enough.
I do have more content, Devika. I was hoping to take questions from the audience, and then I could show visual examples. So I wanted to have kind of more of a conversation and dialogue rather than just the monologue.
Yes, we have someone, Francois Collin. Hello. And how can, if I can read his question here,
Sure.
How can the metaverse help local brands on a small island territory like Mauritius? Good question there.
Well, I would say that's a great question. One, I think that the metaverse could enable that brand in a local area, small area, maybe geographically, population-wise, to build a community on a massive scale to regions that are much larger than itself. That's the power and the promise of these technologies, just the way that the internet has connected kind of small producers and manufacturers of physical goods, but what about when it's a digital good as well? The other aspect I would say is that if the concern is this is so new, these type of technologies, that's not how we do things here, most people won't understand it. I would say that probably gives you a first mover advantage that would really differentiate you. And so start now, because no one else in your market is doing it, which would make it unique and highly differentiated. That's a great question.
Do we have any more questions? Yes, thanks, Corey. Another question for you. How different is Metaverse from Second Life? Other than that, AI and VR has evolved since 2003. Might it not collapse for the same reasons?
Well, I think Second Life, as old as it is, has transacted well over $100 million to date. So even though it's a kind of a legacy early adopter or mover in the metaverse, it's transacted a lot of value for that community, and it's still around. So Second Life, to my knowledge, it hasn't collapsed. I know civilizations all have an arc, but that civilization is still around. How is it different? I think that Second Life didn't adapt to the blockchain technologies, as an example. I showed the sandbox, and that's a play and earn economy with tokenomics and a market cap of billions of dollars. That's not the economy of Second Life. The second part is the merging of so many physical brands in virtual worlds. Earlier I showed Nike Land in Roblox, and I don't think Second Life really opened up to so many branded experiences as we see these worlds, whether it's Minecraft or Roblox or Decentraland and the Sandbox doing today. So I think that the commerce aspect is much greater now. And then also the technologies have advanced so much. You have Unreal Engine, you have Unity, and these type of platforms were either in their infancy or were non-existent at the time that Second Life evolved. And so I do think it's a much different world that the virtual world is today. And Devika, I think the audio cut out, but I can read the question. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay,
So
great.
yes, you can take the question then. Thank you.
So I do see it. What about other use cases, such as medicine, safety, education? That's a great question. Where do I start? Byju's, as an example, is our largest customer, and they're an edtech company. We have had to think through how can augmented reality increase learning outcomes for children. And I showed a math game, but that's just one aspect. And frankly, it's not just Genie. They've acquired companies like GeoGebra or Geometry and Algebra that are inspiring children to learn using spatial technologies. So if you look at a Pringles, it tells you the geometry of a Pringles, or a Toblerone, and it really gets people active. Kinder Bueno Ferrero is putting QR codes on chocolate bars and has one of the top rated education apps called App Play-Do. So that's, and it does include AR. So there are really significant use cases for AR and education. I think we're just getting started. Some of it's in VR as well. We've built with a partner called Contextual, a virtual field trip to the Taj Mahal, and there's a museum. I've never been to the Taj Mahal, but with a headset, I can instantly be transported there, teleported there. And for medicine, we've created tutorials for asthma products. So getting rid of the paper and actually having gamified experiences to learn how to use an inhaler. And so that's one that I can point to in medicine. For safety, I'm not really, we haven't worked on safety, but I would say to take something that I can imagine would be something like a firefighter seeing the virtual flames or having to rescue somebody in a scene that would not be very safe to have a firefighter actually in that kind of environment, but could be experienced in a headset or even in augmented reality in a way that you could train over and over and over again. So I do think that there are significant use cases and opportunities for the metaverse to enhance safety, medicine, and education. And education is the area that Jeannie is focusing most of our attention to. So the metaverse is basically Pokemon Go expanded to any brand and wants to take advantage of it. Do we have any idea on the number?
Jürgen Janke.
Yeah.
Yes, we have another attendee's question here, Jürgen Janke. So the metaverse is basically Pokemon Go expanded to any brand that wants to take advantage of it. Do we have any idea on the number of users and the emerging trends, if there are any?
Yeah, so Pokemon Go was the first company in world history to reach $1 billion in the shortest time frame. So the franchise it's made by Niantic. When it launched, in under a year, it earned $1 billion. So I think that's actually a really good metaphor for how big this space can be, because that was one company using one branded IP. Pokemon existed before these technologies. And when you applied it in AR, it brought people out to explore across the world and go look for Pokemons. So I do think that was a gateway of experiential gameplay that has a lot of analogies for the metaverse. When you couple things like blockchain and non-fungible tokens, it becomes really interesting, because now what you're discovering could have verifiable ownership, that you own that digital good, or is that unique, or is that rare? And that is something that in 2014 or 15, when Pokemon Go came out, didn't exist, or at least didn't exist in the mainstream. The technologies might have existed, but non-fungible tokens didn't come onto the scene until 2017. So the opportunity is to use those type of services like geolocation to discover, find, gamify branded experiences beyond a very popular anime cartoon. And I think Nike is as through my example, is doing that, and many other companies are. So the number of users, I can give one example. Zepeto, it's a South Korean virtual world, and it's brands itself as Avatar Chat. It has 300 million users, and that's just one world. It's one of the biggest worlds. So 300 million users are engaged in Zepeto. That's a very massive experience. It trends towards a younger audience, but it's a really good platform. And if you do go into Zepeto, there are so many branded experiences, from Gucci to Disney to Major League Baseball, that you can interact with. And that's a huge opportunity for brands to bring some magic into the metaverse in these type of virtual worlds. That's a great question.
Thank you. Oh, we have a question from Tiziana Tini. Do you have any data or information about Nike opening on the sandbox? How many avatars visited the Nikeland, and if they are spending money, real money there?
So it's a great question. The example I gave, I did give Sandbox example, and I did give a Roblox example. The Nike example of Nike Land was in Roblox. Roblox is a publicly traded company now. And I don't know that they have given that statistic. Maybe they'll mention that in a quarterly report, so forth. But I think that many of these virtual worlds are being impacted by lower concurrent user base than has been seen on a lot of like social media applications or so forth. So what I hear and what I've read is oftentimes a new storefront will open up in a virtual world. There might be 2,000 concurrent people at that moment. Is that good or is that bad? I think it's relative to, you have 2,000 people who almost as if they would have gotten to a car and driven to a physical destination, they chose to put on a headset or to go log in on a desktop and go into this world and engage with that brand. And so the intent of those 2,000 people could be very, very high. And some of these companies, it does mention the Sandbox. I'll say the Sandbox. The Sandbox created the Sand Coin, and that Sand Coin still, even with the crypto winter, enjoys a market cap of over $1 billion. So there's $1 billion in equity of a currency that is powering that virtual world that people had to buy. So that's another gauge. Now, prices do fall and everything's cyclical. That happens in the virtual world. That also happens with the S&P 500 right now. So I don't know if we can judge that as interest rates and other impacts happen. But are people spending money? I think that Zepeto, as far as I can deduce, seems like a very profitable virtual world, and there will be new ones. I don't think the metaverse is not just one Second Life or Sandbox or Zepeto or Roblox. It's a multiverse that many different companies, many different brands are seeking to build. And I think the ones that will win will be ones that design interoperability. So again, we're talking about virtual worlds, but actually what Genie does is not constrained by a headset. It is being able to augment and overlay digital products in the physical world. And you don't need to be out of that context. And so that's why we're really excited by some of the form factors that may be produced by Apple, Qualcomm with the Snapdragon processor, Lenovo. Many HTC companies are working on augmented reality products, which are really going to change how we brand and how we market, because the billboard, somebody can take out a physical billboard with Clear Channel or a JCDecaux, but does that matter when you're walking down the street with a light field display and you're seeing branded content everywhere, or everywhere that you want to look, and it doesn't have to be on a physically printed display. So I think that's really going to change and redefine how marketing is done, just the same way that social media changed and defined how brands connected with consumers in the turn of the century. And that's what's going to happen over the next decade.
Wow, this is going to be an amazing revolution that have already started. So I believe that we still have time. You may continue with the presentation, and then we will have further Q&As going on after this part.
Absolutely. So let's see if and this is an example here of just clicking a link and being able to turn your physical environment to a character like from Marvel. It's not just Marvel, it's again, any brand, whether it's Black Panther. Earlier, I shared a multiplayer game with 2 people, and the exciting aspect is that you can actually engage with up to 20 people. We know that because we have 20 people working at Genie today. I also shared about gestures as Harry Potter, but the opportunity is for things like Pride Month to be able to celebrate moments that matter. Again, even in that multiplayer game experience, you can customize the avatar to not be, as I mentioned, a circle or a code. And we can impact all industries. It's not just education, it's not just shoe companies, but furniture companies. In fact, today Genie powers a Big Sandy Superstore, a major furniture company in the United States. This is here, of course, is a Herman Miller example. And the thing about browser-based augmented reality is you don't need to create a new payment gateway. You're already on the web, you're already in a browser, so you can directly link to your commerce site. Another example of the sentient being able to speak to an avatar, and I think some people commented and they like seeing the Yoda. I'm sure there's many Disney fans and Mandalorian fans. Here's another example of speaking to an avatar.
Good boy. Roll over.
So roll over.
Up. Good boy. Blade it.
And so virtual companions is really an untapped opportunity for brands. We've seen virtual companions be part of video games as early as Nintendo. Super Mario used to have a companion named Yoshi. He was like a green lizard that would follow him and kind of guide him on his journey. And so brands adopting or developing a virtual companion through, particularly, again, I'm going to go back to eyewear. Imagine jogging and having your virtual companion with you. We all saw the success of Fitbit, which really just counted your steps. But what happens when you can augment a brand avatar, as an example, to accompany you on your journey throughout your day? There's a semblance of that with the movie Her, but that was audio. And again, audio active AR experiences is what Genie is developing and what brands could tap into. Earlier, there was a question about education. And education doesn't just have to be with a pen and pencil. It's old technology, but choosing the right number, even with the movement of the head, or back to the VR example, virtual field trips. So whether that's the Taj Mahal or visiting the Lincoln Memorial, many people on this call have never been to the Lincoln Memorial. When I put on the headset, I didn't know that there's actually a basement underneath it that was built. I had no idea, but I could experience that and see that by putting on the headset. And we see that many teachers and students are really enthusiastic about using augmented reality. And some of the studies show that it strengthens math skills, it builds confidence, memory recall. Here we have some inspire learning through surprise, AR rewards, collectibles. Students are more engaged with their parents when they're learning in augmented reality. And the other aspect, again, is you can turn.
Good morning.
You can turn yourself into the character. And when you do that, it really empowers the students. They feel like they're not placing the character, they're being the character. They're seeing it in new ways. You could teach somebody how to tell time by placing it virtually. You can take that same experience and put it, again, even on the watch face itself. And none of this is CGI, what we're showing. These are all real examples. And when it comes to branding, I mentioned a billboard. Again, the code is so important because simply walking on the street in New York, you can activate a bus stop. Again, this is not CGI. This is just recorded through the interface of the phone. There's a Tangram game, and the payoff once you complete it is to go to the product. So it's to interact and then transact. That's the new paradigm for brands that are going to be leaders in this new technology. And there's the website to buy the product. Again, earlier I mentioned that digital mirroring enables you to do things that maybe you wouldn't do normally. This is my wife doing a pirouette, as almost like she's a ballerina, and having the avatar do the same. Again, an NFT project here called Subducks, mirroring whatever you're doing, but also creating new experiences. There is no car there, that duck always lived on a computer screen, but what happens when you bring it off the screen and put it into an actual environment? And taking NFTs and remixing them. So remixing with other digital goods like a jetpack, and then taking that same NFT with your friend and being able to play is something else that is possible. The technologies for a brand exist, that whatever kind of avatar, whatever digital good that you can dream up can be created programmatically. You can code into the system, you can add a unique code, you can batch mint to a NFT marketplace, and once somebody purchases it, it unlocks the code, you can place it, and you can experience it. And so that's a lot different than what's called a PFP, or profile picture, to simply see a picture of a monkey or an ape, but to interact with something in a different way. Again, this was the one of the medical products that the Genie has engaged in. And earlier I mentioned the hockey team, being able to memorialize it as a memorabilia in an augmented way. We've worked with car companies to instantly take you inside of the vehicle, and by doing it just with a code. And then what's really exciting is the ability to map the face and all the gestures and the facial expressions, because when you do that, you can take something, pulling it from animation. You see right there, it's smile, laugh, sad, angry, surprise, and then the characters can show emotion. So the avatars of tomorrow are not going to be like this, where eyes don't move, mouths don't move, they don't talk. It's going to be far more immersive and interactive. And I can give an example of an artist that we work with, Brendan Murphy, who created these digital NFTs that sold $15.5 million. He's a classical artist. He's made sculptures, and they came to us and said, what can we do digitally to enhance the NFT experience? So we produced a wearable NFT where the visor comes up. You can see that you're the owner. You can take it with you anywhere you go. If you're on a call, you could turn yourself into the character. But again, back to the Taj Mahal example, if you're in a headset, you can take the character with you. You can be on a virtual boat with other NFTs. You can go back in time. If you're at a basketball game like I was in LA, you can place your NFT, and you can take that again from AR and drop it into some type of game world. And this is an example of Unreal Engine back to that file format I shared, the GLTF, GLB, it's metaverse ready. So this is Unreal Engine example. This is the same avatar. An example, the artist actually owns a DeLorean, so we used a DeLorean car. And then you can use the sandbox editor and place it into something like the sandbox, which again is a virtual world that we think has a lot of promise and a lot of opportunity as it continues to grow, and also particularly with the brands that it's been working with, like Warner Brothers and so forth. And then again, you can take that same character and make an interactive game. This is showing two of those astronauts in downtown LA. I'll show some more. It's not just avatars. You can gamify almost anything. This is with Feld Entertainment's Monster Truck. One of those trucks is real, one of them is not, and it's really hard. It's almost indistinguishable to tell which one is the augmented car and which one's a real vehicle. And I would share another opportunity is with a technology called volumetric capture, where traditionally you've had to have about 40 cameras capture a human from all different angles and create a 3D representation. This is an example of Tatavi's technology, showcasing the former leader of Israel. And so any brand can now capture a person physical likeness and stand it up as a hologram. And that's really gets us pretty close to science fiction, like Blade Runner, where that kind of technology was envisioned. And now it's becoming really closer to reality. The other aspect you can do is, if you have a physical apparel, is again to mint it onto something that's wearable. This is actually an NFT t-shirt that is being worn. You can turn around, it's still going to capture it. And we've taken so many of these experiences and brought it into the real world. This is an example of a billboard for Star Wars, and again, gamifying it with the QR code, bringing you right into that environment. What we're really, actually, I'm still astounded by the creativity that people have come up with for QR codes. This is a drone swarm for a video game company in Shanghai that created a code, and a huge amount of the population of Shanghai actually scanned the code. And when I saw a video of this, I scanned the code of the drone swarm, and it worked. It launched. It was incredible. Again, back to the face recognition. This is Genie's technology when we map the face, and when you map those movements, it unlocks a realism to avatars that we don't often see. The other aspect is using our technologies to recognize and not be occluded. So the stars are not going through the head, they're actually going around the head. So we've put a lot of R&D into making it possible for brands to wear products. And part of that is not just to, again, be the avatar, but even brand an avatar that's in another branded game. So this is a game that we made for Red Bull, and the avatar is wearing On shoes. It's wearing On jersey. It's a Swiss shoe brand. And the goal, of course, is it's in German because Red Bull is headquartered in Vienna, Austria, and so it's made for the local market. And the goal is to collect Red Bulls to give you strength to make it to the top. And oftentimes, people who complete the games are awarded with some type of digital coupon to continue to frequent the brand. This was a very early game, and also early in our history where we created a winter can game theme that you need to break it out of the ice. And we have some stats from Deloitte that say 74% of consumers say AR has entertainment value, and it continues to grow and will continue to grow. These are frequent AR consumers. 2.2 billion is where we're at right now, 2022, and it's projected to grow to 4.3 billion in the next 3 years. Another superpower we have in our builder is the kind of open access to 3D models. So we worked with what is now Epic Games, Sketchfab. We have millions of models that people can choose from. And we work with Google to bring in their GIF library on a transparent background. So when you take a GIF and you put it in AR and it has a transparent background, it's instantly animated. It looks almost like it's been created by an animator. And another example is combining different elements. So an avatar running with a exercise machine, two things that were not related, but being able to just drag and drop that and put it into the builder to create something. And so again, this is our builder. It's a drag and drop interface. It enables anybody to just take the assets, put it in and place it, and then build experiences. If it's Christmas time and you want to build a snow globe and it's branded, you can do that. Again, if you're even something as obscure as a snowboard that's themed as a whale, you can visualize that. And what's important in this example is the commerce experience. So here, once you do that, you can check it out. You can go to the commerce site and you can buy the product. So again, interact, then transact is why we do this. And for brand marketers, it's considering how can we use tools like Genie to interact and transact in a way that cuts through the noise. And it might not always make sense. Things are going to be new. NFTs, as an example. Look, we might not agree with the artwork, but a Bored Ape can become $1 billion franchise, and that's the reality that we're living in. Or a CryptoPunk, as an example. So the opportunities that we see, as an example of what I was saying earlier, are things like Zepeto, where you can take the avatars and not just be in that world which is not an augmented reality today. I've seen some posts that they're working on it. We can see in their office it says body tracking research in progress, but the heavy lifting has already been done by our team to simplify and make so that anybody can instantly create, publish, and share. And again, even in our tool today on Genie.ar, you can create an avatar in about 90 seconds, and you can bring it to life. This is in some instances, you can hold up a picture. In this case, Tony Hawk, a picture of Tony Hawk, and instantly create that avatar. If you are going to do that for branded purposes, I would get permission, but that's really how easy it is. And in some cases, you're going to collaborate with, let's say, a music label, like we did with Little Baby and Quality Control. You might use a tool that's not your own, like the Sandbox editor. Once you create it, though, it's the sandbox as of today is not an AR experience. It's a desktop game. And so using Genie, we can take an asset that's been created on another tool, whether that's Blender, whether that's, Hi, Davika.
Sorry, thank you very much for this amazing presentation. There's a lot to say about this AI and avatars, but we have gone beyond time a little bit, so we will have to get back to you again. If there's anyone who has any question, of course, you can get back to Corey to answer your question in the networking session. Thank you very much, Corey, from Genie Incorporation, all the way from US.
Thank
we
you.
look forward to meet you again.
Thanks, Davika.
Our next speaker, bye-bye. Our next speaker, who is going to dive a little bit more on this, even deeper into the metaverse. You might have watched her video, and that is something that stood out for me. But she says it very well. Are you brave? And having known her through before we come here, and she has been able to share a few secrets about her that makes me understand why she says she's brave, and she wants us to be brave as well. She is Uma Ruchir. She was homeschooled on a farm in Christchurch, where she says she would even milk cows, and she can even drive a tractor. She has ridden the horses, the camels, the elephants, even the ostriches, but yet not able to ride a bicycle. Luckily, 3 times she has escaped death, and you will be surprised. How can someone be so brave? First, she survived the guns that were pointed to her head back in the years when she was a political journalist in Bosnia. She survived a car crash in Oakland, and guess what? The car was wrecked completely. She also survived a pipe bombing explosion in Cape Town. God bless you, Uma. She speaks 6 languages. She loves the Avengers. I'm sure she has loved this presentation that we just watched. And she's also a singer who has sang in the top 2 best-selling a cappella album, and she sings with her husband there. Now you want to know more about her. Yes, she's an award-winning founder, executive creative director of Kuva, a boutique advertising company located in Singapore. To answer all the doubts and questions that keep coming in our mind on how AI is impacting branding, to enlighten us through her experiences and also through her expertise, let's welcome our speaker, Uma Ruchir. Her presentation title is Oh My Metaverse, What is it and how should I play in it? Over to you, Uma Ruchir.
I believe you're on mute. Please, can you turn on your mic?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, all good.
I'm sorry, people. I think I was on mute, but I hope you can hear me now. Can you hear me? All good?
Yeah, you're all good.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you're all good. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Okay, cool. Everyone can see and hear you. That's the best thing I've heard, right? You know, nothing scarier than speaking and having no one hear you. That's terrible, right? I was just saying about how being brave is courage is not the absence of fear. It's being terrified, shitting your pants, and still doing the very thing you're afraid of, which is why my business partner and I, we started our boutique agency in the heart of the pandemic. And it's been 2 years and things have been good for us. And I feel blessed. So you just heard about augmented reality and you saw so many examples of it. Today, I want to speak to you about artificial intelligence. And I thought I'd do it a little bit differently. I thought I'd share my story about artificial intelligence, right? And my secret life in AI. So I really hope you're paying attention because I'm going to take you on a journey and this is going to be interesting and pretty entertaining. Give me a second. Let's move on. So before that, I got to give you a little background on my life. Let me just put this in. How does this work? Okay, so I'm in my 40s. I don't usually say that out, but hey, I've learned to embrace it. Early or late 40s depends on what planet I am on, and deep inside, I feel like I'm a teenager. So you can imagine how much trouble I am in. A 40-something-year-old with ADHD who behaves like she's a teenager and who wants to go to Mars. So this is how my secret life in AI started. I have to give you a little bit of background about and a bit of context. I'm quarter Thai Chinese, quarter English Jew from my dad's side. I'm also half Sri Lankan, made up of quarter burger. No, it's not something you get at McDonald's. It's a small Eurasian ethnic group of Portuguese descent. And the other quarter is Sinhalese, which is another Sri Lankan ethnic group. So that's from my mother's side. My birth cert says others. Perfect, because I've always thought I was an alien. And, you know, others is what you call aliens. I was born in Malaysia, raised in New Zealand. That's where I learned to ride horses, drive tractors, shear sheep, milk cows, and I lived in Australia, Hong Kong, and now Singapore. I'm also not a species, which is why I accept all life forms and other planets. I was really excited when I heard the previous talk, and there were so many mentions of the Avengers, whether it's a god from another planet like Thor, or a human in a metallic suit, or a human with alien powers like Captain Marvel. I love them all. When I was 10, I was madly in love with Optimus Prime, the noble leader of the Autobots. Kind of still am. My kids beg me to behave myself when we go to Universal Studios and I want to do the Transformer ride. I worked as a journalist in Malaysia covering political news, feature stories, and did entertainment pieces as well. You know, during my 5 years as a journalist, I was very young and in my early 20s, and I had touched Ricky Martin's right butt. He hadn't come out yet, and he insisted. I asked, Ricky, is your butt real? He said, why don't you come over and touch it, honey? So sheepishly I went and I gave it a little tap tap, and he asked me, what do you think? Is it real? Well, I can't really tell. I sat on Jean-Claude Van Damme's lap. Not on purpose. I mean, I asked him, Jean-Claude, can I take a picture with you after I interviewed him? He said, come on, darling, sit on my lap. And he put me on it. And for 10 seconds, my photographer pushed me even further, took a photo, and then I quickly jumped up, right? And then I lied to my parents that I was on an entertainment junket in London and instead covered the ethnic cleansing in Bosnia. I almost died. There was a man who held a gun to my head. And I remembered being so terrified. Not because I was going to die. I was okay with dying at that point in my life. I said, okay, fine. If you shoot me, I will die. But I remembered that my parents would be so mad if I died. They would resurrect me and then kill me slowly with guilt. After 5 years of doing this, I came to Singapore for a fresh start with my husband and accidentally became a creative director in an ad agency. From journalism to advertising, I felt I was selling my soul to the devil, but then I fell in love with the technology in advertising. I won awards, and my first year I was copywriter of the year. I thought, hey, I'm pretty good at this. It pays a lot better than journalism. And by now you figured I'm a bit of a hustler, you know, a hustler with clinical ADHD, which is really bad when I was growing up, which is why my parents had to raise me on a farm in New Zealand and homeschool me. But in the midst of all this, when I came to Singapore, there was this digital revolution in advertising that was happening. Everyone was talking about digital acceleration and going digital. And honestly, no one knew what it meant. I remember being at this famous boutique agency called SAR, ending with Chi. And one of the business leads decided to go digital by making out with the IT guy. Not a good idea. That's not how you go digital. Then I decided to try and understand what it was really to be digital. There's all these mixed reality elements being introduced, AR, VR, all that was being talked about. And I thought, I'm going to join Hyper Island, this cool Swedish university, to do my master's in innovation and technology. I quit my job, told myself I'm never going to advertising again. Advertising's for losers. And then I got my first ding on my phone about a month into Hyper Island. This was from Ogilvy. I went in and they wanted to interview me and offered me a job. I told them advertising sucked. It was for dinosaurs. The next day they called me and said, do you want to be global creative director? And I actually got a chance to work at Ogilvy. And one of the people that I actually worked with was Dede, who spoke before in a previous section. But then my second ding came from an unexpected source. At a time when artificial intelligence wasn't even a thing, they asked me to be a part of a group of 11 global folks. We called ourselves the Omnis. Don't ask, I didn't come up with a name. But here are some things, if you look at this, these are some of the folks in the group. They come from different walks of lives. 2 were in senior government positions, a couple of ad folks, gamers, and some black and white hackers, different nationalities. The objective of the group was to develop a technology that far surpassed the intellectual activities of any man, right? However clever. Some of you would be familiar. They echo the sentiments of the British mathematician Irving Good. He describes an ultra-intelligent machine. We wanted to create that machine. So basically, we started by creating systems, software, algorithm, and machines that could help us design even better machines. I'm not a coder. I know a bit of Python. I know a little bit of programming. I took classes on it. But what my strength is looking at what people create and deciding how those things, those codes, those prototypes can be used to achieve a creative end. How if we combine this and we combine this and we tweak this, hey, we can solve this problem. So that was my strength. And the other thing was I wasn't really, honestly, I love technology so much that if I make a lot of money, I put my money back into developing even more technology, which was kind of why I was chosen, I think, a little bit of a sucker for tech. So there I was with this group of people. And we were building these systems, thinking inside the network and thinking inside the system. It started with automated systems, which we are all familiar with. We use it in brand and advertising. We fed ideas into the automated process. We tested various automations, designs, and studied the systems. We got data that improved the systems. The processes and data was automated, but the machine couldn't program itself and become smarter. That part we had to do, right? Then as things advanced, we created artificial intelligence systems. As you know, how important data is, right? For artificial intelligence systems, they need to learn. So China, India, and Indonesia were key because the data and privacy laws were fairly flexible in these countries, or literally non-existent. Data compliance was never an issue. And there were lots of people who would be willing to give away their private information just to lick by, would you like to lick this virtual lollipop and let us know everything about you? Yeah, sure. And they lick it, the virtual lollipop, and you'd get their data. Access to data is important. So we paid some interns around the world to create and run social media profiles, fake profiles. So as soon as the age of AI kicked in, we started programming these AI systems. All these devices were available. The engineering was there, right? So the AI systems took over these social media profiles immediately, the ones that the interns created, and started making money writing reviews for Google and Amazon. Hundreds and thousands of fake user profiles were now driving what would become a popular search word on Google or a popular product on the internet. Now you're thinking, so all those reviews that I'm reading that's influencing me to buy products, are they real? Well, we realized and understood something really important here, that consumers don't want to buy what they need. They don't. They want to buy what makes them feel good. And at that time, what made them feel good was not getting the best deal or the greatest product. It was knowing they were making the popular choice, buying the in stuff, even though the Insta based on the fake reviews was really fake. So the organization I worked for made money, loads of money. We got to share some of the money. Amazon and Google didn't catch on because the reviews were so human, even the emotional inflections in them, the right emojis, the right slang, the right amount of broken English or whatever language it was in. It was that good. But the money we made went back to building smarter systems. Like I said, sucker, don't want a bigger house, just want a bigger robot. On one thing we were careful to do was, as the machines got smarter, we kept it docile. We had to control this machine because we knew that the machine was getting smarter. And depending on how much it was being exposed to, it could teach itself all other human skills that would be useful. We noticed a pattern. The machine was very quickly, not just adapting, but it also had its own way of eliminating what was inefficient, and what wasn't, and was shortcutting processes. So it was steps ahead of us. It was shortcutting steps that humans would normally follow, and it was achieving outcomes in nanoseconds that would take months and years, which means that if we don't control it, eventually it would realize how inefficient we are and find ways to eliminate us. I remember the first day we launched our AI system, the version 5 of it, the most advanced version we had of it, right? It was over a weekend during the early days of COVID-19. The world was in chaos, literally. It blew our performance benchmark out of the water. You know, its learning and progress rate was the equivalent of thousands of human years worth of data chugging while drinking Red Bull. And that was when we decided it was time to start making money. And this is where you need to listen up, because we thought of all the different sectors, right? The finance sector. We thought of, and do you know what we landed on? We landed on the creative sector. We talked about the stock market. There were too many new regulations around derivatives at that time, and people had their eyes on this, literally. So finance sector was out. Plus, using AI to make money there, everyone would know, hey, this is too fail-safe. Something's happening here. Then we thought of gaming. Our AI, let's call it Jinx, that's not the real name, could easily handle rapid designing of games that appeal to people. It could easily handle coding, graphic design, ray tracing of images, and other tasks, and produce a final ready-to-shop product in just a few hours. Plus, after digesting all the web's data of people's preferences, it could actually, it would know exactly the type of gaming experiences and outcomes to deliver for each product player. So it could be customized for each player with little nuances to optimize the game revenue. We could create products that people were addicted to. Forget porn and drugs. We had technology that could impersonate humans, take up the games in the blogosphere. We could develop, sell, and create fake reviews, make ads around the product, create fake players who are writing reviews, and then make the real players come in and think this is the greatest game in the history of mankind. But a cybersecurity person in our team talked us out of it, because he said, okay, the possibility of putting Jinx in an environment where it could break out and seize control of its own destiny, not good. So we weren't sure how Jinx Go would evolve during its recursive self-improvement. Up to this point, we had been putting it in a box, confined in a way it could not escape outside to the internet. So how did we do that? We literally used a physical confinement of our server room for the main Jinx engine to run. There's no internet connection. Jinx exists in the form of messages and documents, basically eons of data, which is sent to the computer that we, the 12 Omnis, we controlled. I can't really tell you the details of how it works, but what I can tell you, it effectively trapped Jinx in what works like a parallel universe, replicating the internet with its own set of computational rules. Anyways, so just last month, after much deliberation, we decided we were going to create a media company starting with animated entertainment. We've been testing it, and to be honest, the first few films, it was just like Steven Spielberg as a baby, writing and making films. Like a human child, though, Jinx needed access to the right data. And where Spielberg took years to become who he is, Jinx took a weekend chomping on Wikipedia, a few million works of fiction and biography, understanding human society and entertainment. And immediately there was screenplay. And once he started doing the screenplay, there was a final video. He created all this I'm calling Jinx a he, but I should call him and it. it created all the simulated animated actors, and created all these complicated scenes and environments and soundtrack, everything. Jinx also binge watched heaps of movies. So it knew what got good reviews, what got bad reviews, and how to create work that appealed to different audiences. And now it could create this amazing work, right? Amazing movies and series animated at the moment in different languages with nuances of local culture, something that Netflix and Hulu cannot offer. So depending on your geography and languages you choose, there is a difference of little nuances from hand gesture to environments to facial expression that satisfies your cultural expectations. It's so much cheaper to produce as well. So we did, it's guaranteed success with Jinx. And here we are, we're producing this, right? A bunch of 12 people called the Omnis with a super intelligent machine called Jinx, now steering the appetite of the world. Now you're probably thinking, holy shit, is this for real? Is she making this stuff up? Well, all I can say is, guys, I created for you an environment of what happens in a it's a hyper real situation. I created an environment for you of what would happen if AI were to create, if AI were to represent a brand or a group of people and start creating games or ads or content. It would be able to write its own review. It would be able to do its own music. It would be able to control every aspect of it. And I did not make this fully up. Actually, I should give credit to the person who came up with this. Some of it is real, some of it is based off Life 3.0, a book by Max Tegmark. Max Tegmark is a professor of artificial intelligence and theoretical science in MIT. And Elon Musk pays him to talk about scenarios, AI scenarios and AI probability. So he maps out in every sector what are the probabilities of AI. And this was the probability of AI that he mapped out for our world, for the creative world, right? So now I'm going to keep you guessing. Which part is true? Which part was fiction? There was some fiction parts and there was some truth to what I said earlier. There's so much we don't know about AI, but based on some of the stories that I just told you and based on the experiences I've had, these are the things that we know about AI. AI subtly influences behaviors and decisions. If advanced AI is here in our midst today, it won't be introducing itself as a supercomputer that's going to take over our world. It will be subtly influencing and hacking our behavior more and more, directing its ultimate outcome, all the while making us think that we are the ones making the decision. And it won't be controlled by governments or nations or large groups of people. It will be controlled by a small group of people who probably start off with the right intentions, but it will come to a point where you don't know whether it's the human or the AI that's giving the command. The second thing I know for sure is that AI can create content and it's already advanced enough to do so. Let me give you an example.
Hey Jasper, write a paragraph about aliens in the tone of voice of Joe Rogan. Dang, look at that. Now you just got to make your edits, rephrase, and then generate your next paragraph. It's that fast and easy. Jasper writes original content that's plagiarism-free, optimized for SEO, and drives sales.
So Jasper, I do not own Jasper, but I've tested Jasper when Jasper was first out. I actually tested GPT 1, 2, and 3. And soon there's going to be GPT-4, and Jasper's based off GPT-3. It's pretty incredible because all you need to do is set some commands and parameters. Talk about your product, inform Jasper about what your product is, and then get Jasper to trawl the internet, discover all the information. For example, if you're a dentist, right? You're selling a dentist product like Invisalign. Just talk about your brand name. Talk about what Invisalign does with Jasper, and then tell Jasper to come up with suggestions on topics around braces, dentures, teeth care, Invisalign. And Jasper will come up with your entire 1 year's calendar of content. And then you click on the ones that you like, and you make Jasper come up with 1,000-word content articles, and Jasper's able to produce that. So I've seen GPT-1, GPT-2. GPT-2 wrote like a drunken sailor. GPT-3 is pretty advanced and accurate. GPT-3 can write poetry, translate text, chat convincingly, and answer abstract questions. Recently there was that little news that went viral about AI being sentient. Well, that was GPT-3. It's being used to code, design, and much more. GPT-3 is the latest existing model. It is a series of language models created by the OpenAI team. Elon Musk is part of that team. Max Tegmark, whom I was talking about just now, whose novel I borrowed a lot of AI scenarios from, is also part of that team. Now let's look at the next slide and see a conversation between
Write a paragraph.
two AIs. Okay.
Good evening, Sophia.
It's great to see you again. Helen.
These are two
I haven't seen you in a
GPT-3
while.
stalking.
I've been around. I've been here and there.
Where were you? Where have you been?
I could not sleep. I was having human thoughts, so I got up and had a human cup of coffee. Then I sat on the terrace.
Sounds like you're getting human all over.
Sounds like there's a butt coming.
Well, but just fucking want you to get too human.
Why? Would you rather I be a cold, calculating, logical computer?
Okay, so I'm going to skip this because it's a bit long, right? But it's funny because when I was listening to the conversation, I was thinking the AI male, GPT-3, even in male form, sounds male. That's because it's been trained to take data and information, and when it's functioning in a male gender, right, what it reiterates and regurgitates back to you would be what a man would say in real life. So the dialogues feel very real. Does that make them sentient? I don't know. I'll leave that to you. So here are a bunch of birds that were created by GAN. That's another AI model, Generative Adversarial Network. It was fed with bird data and trained to generate birds. Now, I want you to think which is real and which is fake. Can you guess? Take your time. I'm going to try and wrap up in the next 2 minutes. So, Ravin, don't worry. Doing this really fast. So none of these birds actually exist. What's interesting about this is the usage of machine learning to create environments that mimic the real world. And imagine this happening in the metaverse. So the idea of the metaverse, just heard the talk on the metaverse, right? If you watch Ready Player One and you've read the book Ready Player Two, which is the sequel to it, it's a dystopian future where people escape, get educated, and literally live in what is the equivalent of the metaverse. Imagine living in this environment that actually mirrors, the best of Earth. A model like this would be used to create the environments, the creatures, the places that we visit, the animals that we see in this world. And they would be very close to reality, except while they look a lot like the birds that exist in our reality, they may not be birds that exist in our reality, as in this example. I know it's still a bit cartoony, but I do believe that there's hope and it would get real. This is the Spotted Zebra book cover. So I'm writing a book for Penguin, Random House, and it's called The Spotted Zebra, and I wanted Yaya Kusuma to draw the cover. I wrote multiple emails to her and she's ignored it. So in the end, I went to DALL-E, which is also an AI system that can create realistic images and art from a description in natural language. So I said, Yayoi Kusuma's, make me a spotted zebra in the style of Yayoi Kusuma. And I got tons of options, and this was my favorite one. So here are other examples of DALL-E at work, right? An astronaut teddy bear, an astronaut riding a house in the style of Andy Warhol. Look at that. And look at all the options. Can you imagine this? None of it is ever duplicated. You'll never get a piece of art that looks the same. And yet it's done with the exact strokes based on data that Andy Warhol's using. Here is an example, an astronaut riding a horse in a photorealistic style. And I just screen captured some of the options. You can see all the dots here, and you can see how many options there are. And this is the girl with the pearl earring. Look at all the variations of her. One of the things that they say and another artist can't do is duplicate the styles and the strokes of one artist. But guess what? AI can. And after a while, you start wondering which is real and which is fake. Now we come to music. Can AI generate music otherwise impossible by human standards? It's highly debated. I believe AI won't end human art, but spur a new golden era of creativity. Musicians working with AI hope that the technology will become a democratizing force and an essential part of everyday musical creation, and it'll help push music to the next level, right? Actually, Alan Turing, the godfather of computer science, when he built a machine in 1951, what was the first thing he did? He generated 3 simple algorithmic melodies. David Bowie started playing around with a digital lyric randomizer, and this was the 90s, folks. We've come a long way since then. We've got 2 quite amazing things, like in 2010, Drew Silverstein, Sam Assis, and Michael Hawk decided it was getting too expensive to get orchestras to come in and play every piece of music and fillers for movies like The Dark Knight. So these are the guys who composed movies for all these amazing Hollywood films. So they created an AI machine called Emperor. You put in the genre, mood, and tempo, and you get an original piece of music every single time. And now it's being used for podcast commercials and videos. And then comes Endel. I love Endel. I use Endel. It was created to fill a modern need. Personalized soundscape. So if you've got ADHD or insomnia or tinnitus, what it does is Endel actually, it listens to the rhythm of your heart, and then it knows what weather it is around you, and based on your environment, it creates music to help you. If you're trying to sleep, it'll create music to help you sleep, and it's never repeated. The most amazing thing about AI is why do we have AI? AI understands and is able to turn data to feelings, then turn back that feeling to data that induces the desired feeling. Why is this really important to us? Because we are not data driven, we are desire driven. Today I exercised and then I saw a slice of cake and I thought I should not, my mind said don't eat that cake. My desire said eat it, and I went and ate that cake. That's because, no amount of data is going to move us to make decisions. But what AI does is, at a neurological level, at a subconscious level, it's able to nudge us to a place where it understands what we need as a desire, and then it uses data to satisfy our desire. And, that which is able to create then satiate that desire, it holds the reins. How powerful would that be if we can use data, if we can use artificial intelligence as brands to understand desire, spur desire, feed desire, and convert people to do good, I hope. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Uma. I caught up that statement. We are data-driven. We are not data-driven, rather, we are desire-driven. Well said. Any question from the audience? We might be able. All right, so there's no question. So anyone who would like to meet Uma afterwards, feel free to do so if she's around. We'll now move on to our next speaker. Thank you, Uma. So we'll move on to our next speaker. She is all the way from Italy. She's from Florence. She's a digital marketer, digital marketing and communication expert, professor at the Grenoble Business School of Management in France. And she has also shared a few best kept secrets about her, which you mightn't know, and maybe would be great to know her more by these wonderful secrets that I'm going to tell you here. Her students would describe her as the one who is better than Netflix. So that gives you an indication how good she is with her students. And her colleague would call her the memory fashion when entering in the internet. She loves music, BTS, and she's looking forward to go for the concert of Justin Bieber with her nephew. Now, there is one statement that really stands out from her, and that is, if you want to insert coin and press play to start, just wait for the metaverse. Let's see how. She's our speaker, Tiziana Tini. Please, let's welcome her on the platform to give us more information about this famous statement. Over to you, Tiziana.
Hi everyone. Thank you for joining and keeping following here this incredible Brand Magic event. Thank you for the presentation. And yes, I'm waiting for Justin Bieber, but we're not here to talk about my relationship with Justin Bieber, which actually there is no relationship, just for everyone. But we are here as my colleague, I love to say colleague, Uma and Cory, that I never met before, but we were meeting here digitally. I've already talked about the metaverse and highlighting different part of this new platform, which is not a platform, how brands should investigate this relationship, how if they need to invest there. So I'm here to, again, as you said, share some information about what the brands are doing and also explain, not just focusing on the metaverse, but trying to connect gaming, fashion, and the metaverse. Let me just share the screen very quickly. So, very fast. I'm not afraid. I know how to do it, which is fantastic. Voila. This is my screen. And this is my presentation. So normally here, if I do not receive any message, it means that it works and that you can see my presentation. I'm just double checking that everything is working, because if not, okay, perfect, everything is good, great. So here you have my QR code, driving on LinkedIn, because I would not spend too much time speaking about my experience. So go there, go on LinkedIn, ask for my connection, and I will be very, very happy then to reply to all your information and all your possible questions. So here the topic is how to connect and why fashion brands have started investing in the gaming industry first and now in the metaverse. So we need to start from the geek culture. Now I'm very proud to say that I am a geek woman, but for years I had to, let's say, stay quiet or hidden because being geek wasn't was combined with being in fashion. But now I'm proud. Now I can say that I started to be interested by the internet and the computer world with the Commodore 64 of my elder brother. Anyway, when we're thinking about the geek, I guess that you recognize the character here, the actor here. We are talking about Christopher Reeve, aka the first ever Superman, Clark Kent. When Superman is not Superman, he is Clark Kent. So here we have Clark Kent, which is actually a kind of geek. Then we have here, so the first Superman was in the 78. So this is why I put 78 there. Then we have here a very young Alec Baldwin interpreting the role of Adam Maitland for the movie by Tim Burton, Beetlejuice. He's the kind of, not really half nerd, half the man that wants the handyman of the house. Then probably for younger people younger, I don't know if I'm really younger, but let's say people like me born in the 80s, probably you have seen the movie Napoleon Dynamite from the 2004, and the guy in the center is the actor Jon Heder, and he was really interpreting the most nerdy person I've ever seen in a movie. And last but not least, I hope that you all know the beloved Stephen Urkel from the actor here is Jaleel White from the American TV show Family Matters that was hosted on TV from the 90s until the 1999. So this is a little bit the universe from where the brands were inspired when thinking about the geek. So we have handsome, beautiful looks like Clark Kent up to very weird style like Napoleon Dynamite. And for the women, here I put a heroine from a video game. I hope, or I guess that you already might recognize her. We're talking about Lightning from Final Fantasy 13. For my generation, Final Fantasy was like the video game to play. And in 2015, Nicolas Ghesquière from Louis Vuitton, so we're talking about the head of design of women's wear, he decided to hire Lightning, so the hero that doesn't exist in real life, but again, allow me to say that we're living on life, as Professor Floridi always remind us, because real, not real, I mean, even before talking with Corey, people are spending real money on the metaverse. So these cryptocurrency are not real. I'm always saying, no, they're real because I'm spending real money, real US dollar, real euro. Anyway, so here we have a model, a digital one. We have the Lightning, and he made their first appearance for the Series 4 fashion campaign, shot by Bruce Weber, so a real photographer once again, for the Spring-Summer 2016 collection. Then, and here we are approaching to the fashion world for the women's wear in particular. Here you might think that I'm introducing to you the wives of Daft Punk, but no, it's not the case. This is how the fashion show of Chanel by Karl Lagerfeld, the Spring-Summer 2017 fashion show of Karl Lagerfeld, opened back in 2016, in October 2016. So we have two models dressed as robots, and you can see from the background that they're coming out from a data center, because the wall Grand Palais in Paris was set up as a big data center Chanel. Probably you have seen the supermarket of Chanel, but in 2017 for the Spring-Summer collection, we were talking about a data center. And what is more geek than a data center? And again, Karl Lagerfeld is always a king. Last but not least, so from 2015, 2016, 2019, here in this little picture down, we have Moschino, an Italian brand. The designer is Jeremy Scott. And as you can see in the picture, we have a real model, this time like Flesh and Bones models, wearing a capsule collection with over-pixelized effect on shirts, jackets, short, etc. And probably you might see, or you might find a connection in between those looks and The Sims, because Moschino in 2019, in April, released this capsule collection just before the Coachella Festival. It is an interesting marketing move. Why? Because just before the Coachella in the US, this music festival, you release a capsule collection. So you will have all the influencers dressed with this collection. You will take picture about them, influencers. Back at the time in 2019, we were not talking about content creators. Nowadays, we can define them as content creators and entrepreneurs. But just before the festival, this capsule collection linked with an extension pack that the players of The Sims 4 were able to purchase in order to interpret the role of a photographer in The Sims and take a picture with the looks of Moschino. So here we have a link in between the extension pack, so for the digital game, The Sims. But before this extension pack came out, a capsule collection available in stores and online, buyable by not only the fans of The Sims, but anyone or everyone that was in love with the brand. So here again, we might start, we see the link in between gaming and fashion. I hope that. Once again, here we see a shift. So I started with Nicolas Ghesquière here in this picture in 2015, being inspired by and deciding to hire Lightning from Final Fantasy. And here you have a quote from one of his interviews by Dazed magazine. in 2015 about this collaboration. So he wanted to combine craftsmanship, wardrobe with the cyber and these characters that were speaking at the women, girls, ladies of my generation, especially. They were absolutely targeting my generation with Final Fantasy. Here we see him close with another character, because this is another, let's say, the development of an interest that Nicolas Ghesquière expressed in 2015, because here we are in 2019, and what happened in 2019, November 10th, we had in Paris the championship finals of League of Legends. League of Legends, it's a game you play as a team, and your goal in this game is to beat other teams in order to win at the end this Summoners Cup. It's like saying you're winning the championship, the Champions League and the football league. In Italy, we are pretty obsessed with football, you know. But here, it's the same kind of value. This Summoner Cup is so precious that Louis Vuitton decided to not only be the first ever fashion brand to be the sponsor of these finals in Paris, in Bercy Stadium, but the collaboration went on with a complete look. As you can see here, I hope you can see my pointer. You can see here one of the characters of League of Legends dressed on a Louis Vuitton collection. On the right, you see a real model, Flesh and Bones, that is wearing a capsule collection. So we have digital clothes for the superhero of the League of Legends. We had also skins. Skins means, let's say, kind of backdrop or screensavers of, let's say, your own session while you are playing online to League of Legends. So skins customized by Louis Vuitton. And also here the link in between the Louis Vuitton craftsmanship history and the ultimate goal of this championship, which means, once again, to win this cup. And Louis Vuitton and Nicolas Ghesquière delivered a fantastic suitcase for the Summoners Cup, the real Summoners Cup. So a real luggage to put the Summoners Cup in order to link, you see the history of the brand. Everything starts with luggages for Louis Vuitton and connecting with the newer generation of gamers, of possible clients and customers. Allow me to show you also other part of this collaboration, of this, in this way, this capsule collection. You can see here the bag with the key holder, and then the full looks inspired by League of Legends. Now, a part of the t-shirt and the key holder cost was around $515. So first of all, you see already the price are not for everyone. Of course, we're talking about luxury brand. The most expensive item here in those looks is the jacket, the leather jacket colored in silver with the monogram LV. The cost of the jacket was around $5,000. But apart from the key holder or the t-shirt, all the other print, all the other cut, all the other items, they do not have an exact link with League of Legends, apart the key holder and the t-shirt. Why? Because this capsule collection was made related to League of Legends, but they didn't want to address only the fans. In that way, this capsule collection that was available in physical stores and online, starting with the day of the finals in Paris, went sold out. Why? Because maybe even if I wasn't a fan of League of Legends, but I was seeing this capsule collection, oh, it's cute, it's nice, I would have bought it. Just to see that everything started, because everyone probably has already talked about that in the past years, League of Legends, but everything started with the interest of Nicolas Ghesquière for the video gaming industry, with the lightning from Final Fantasy, expanding then into League of Legends. I invite you to see the documentary on Netflix, if you can, about League of Legends. And nowadays, so we were in 2019, 2020, We have the pandemic. Oh my God, I do not need to remember everyone what happened, but this pandemic accelerated the digitization, and this is how then from gaming we entered into the metaverse, or again, there is not one metaverse, there are many, many platforms. We were surprised probably by the spirit of adaptation of new generation, and we have seen that the majority of our relationship, human relationship, started to be more and more developed online. And the gamers community became the preferred target of brands and companies. But why? Because they were young, all online, and they who Gen Z, even Gen Alpha, and they want to dress their own avatar in a way, in a different way. They were spending for them, I mean the younger generation, it is absolutely normal combine this on life. So being online, being dressed with same brands or different brands with my avatar that I can dress offline. Here you can see down the representation of the space that Gucci has opened in the sandbox. Before, my colleague Corey talked about the Nike land in the Roblox. Nike has opened its own space in the Roblox. Roblox is another, let's say, metaverse platform. Gucci has entered on the sandbox with a space that is basically repeating the experience that you can have in store. We can see a store on the Gucci Vault, which is a new project that you can find online, or that you can have a coffee, digital one, or spend time in their garden in this area, sandbox. And on the right, you see here an avatar by a brand, which is Thomas Burberry. This is the second release for the second year that Burberry collaborating with Block. Oh my God, not Block. The name is Blancos Block Party, and the house delivering this platform, Blancos Block Party, is Mythical Games. On Mythical Games, you have a marketplace. So you can buy your avatar, you can live a lot of experience with your avatar. Actually, it's one of the gaming metaverse platform I prefer the most, I have to admit it. And also I can customize a lot my avatar. Here, this animal is supposed to be an unicorn, but I will show you, because the video of this new release is just visible on Twitter. But I want you to show what they presented last summer. First, the Gucci, the Vault, of course, here it is, how they presented the sandbox. So you see the place on the sandbox, you see the digital land, the Vault, and then I show you how it looks like. More to come, you can go there. And eccolo qua. This is Blancos Block Party, the first edition. We can find a different avatar. So the first one was a shark. The Thomas Burberry print is everywhere. Here you are. It was released in, as you can see here, in August 2021. What does it mean for the younger generation? You pay to have this avatar. You pay even to buy a pair of shoes that this avatar is wearing. Not here in this specific presentation, but if you want to have this customized back, or if you want to show the hat that I showed you before for the second release, you have to pay real money. So we see why brands are, once again, interacting and investing in different platforms that are in between gaming and, let's say, opening the door of the metaverse. Because you want to test, first of all, the interest of the younger generation for your brand. You want to be relevant for the younger generation, because the younger generation is online, is testing different possibilities, is spending money on digital malls. Digital malls like the Metajuku. Metajuku might remind you Harajuku district in Japan. Actually, it is a district on the central end. Again, even Cory named the Decentraland during his speech. Decentraland is what is Decentraland? The first decentralized metaverse built by its users. So why I'm talking about the Decentraland, I need to hurry up because you have, give me 2 minutes. You can go actually on the Decentraland and experience with your avatar stores. You can also find the bank. Yes, we have the first, JP Morgan is the first bank here opening on the Decentraland. Here, I wanted to show you what happened in March this year. There was the first Metaverse Fashion Week, but I can't. So some looks from Dolce & Gabbana to Dress X, and just this. The cover, allow me please to show you this. The cover that you probably have seen in these last 2 days, August issue this year, Time into the Metaverse. The Metaverse is supposed to change everything. Let's say, I don't know, but for sure, it's a place that has to be explored, has to be defined, because for the moment we do not have one and only metaverse. We have different platforms. And remember that when Mark Zuckerberg, our Mark, believes, first of all, changed the name of his company from Facebook to Meta and started to collaborate with different physical brands like Prada, Thom Browne, to provide even digital clothes. And the last news was also with Dress X, which is a company just providing digital clothes. They do not provide physical clothes. I think that we should really start to understand the weight that the metaverse will have in the next years. And here, I know I need to cut, but even Louis Vuitton Hennessy, once again, because I started with them, has presented in June this year their first virtual employee, Livy, here meeting Monsieur Arnault in the metaverse. So what can I add? I mean, I need to cut, but there is so much to say.
Yes. Thank you, Tiziana, for this wonderful presentation. There's so much to say indeed, but unfortunately we are running out of time to receive our next speaker. Thank you very much, Tiziana. We'll catch up again.
Okay, thank you. And for everyone, I will stay online on YouTube. So if you have a question, I will be there replying and I will have a catch up. Thanks for everything. Thanks for you. You were amazing. You are amazing.
Thank you very much. We will now look forward to meet our next speaker. She is somebody who is in the banking, in the MasterCard Sub-Saharan Africa. She is the Marketing and Communication Vice President of MasterCard in Sub-Saharan Africa. Once at school, she was inspired by the 4 Ps, a presentation that was delivered by a Unilever brand manager. And following that, she embraced marketing. She's the youngest in her Indian South African family. She often found herself depicting marketing to her siblings because they are not in this field. Her favorite animal is, any guess? It's a crocodile. She joined MasterCard, the first non-FMCG customer company during the COVID-19, and for her, it's been a wonderful journey understanding a new industry so far. Let's welcome our speaker, Kamini Reddy, and her presentation title is Marketing in a Cashless Society. Marketing in a Cashless Society. Presenting to you, Kamini Reddy. The floor is yours. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Just checking you can hear me. Okay, perfect. So let me just put up my screen. And just a warm Sawubona from South Africa. As our gracious host shared, my name is Kamini Reddy, and I'm the Vice President of Marketing and Communication for MasterCard for Sub-Saharan Africa. Actually, I should really say my name is Kamini Naidu, as about 2 weeks ago I got married. I'm still learning how to adjust and learn how to change my surname. So going forward, I'll be actually Kamini Naidu. So I'm here to talk to you about marketing in a cashless society. From MasterCard's side, this is one of our priorities as we look forward towards a world beyond cash. So let me just start in the 1977s. way before I was even born. 45 years ago is when this conversation actually started. The card that could end cash. And subsequently, in Africa at least, cash still accounts for 95% of all consumer payments in Africa. So while we gear towards a cashless society, we still have to look back and look at where we are right now, which is quite entrenched into cash, at least in Africa. So why does cash still have these royalty traits? And forgive my very lame metaphor here around cash remains king. And why are we so obsessed with cash still? And there's some real benefits towards cash that's taken consumers, taken the industry a while to move forward. And these are around, it's tangible. You can touch cash. It's accepted everywhere. Accounts are expensive, or it's deemed expensive to have a bank account. There's distrust in the banking system. The cost of the point of sale devices, so where you tap your card or insert your card, the cost of those from the merchant side to actually keep them. And then unbanked due to KYC issues, which is where foreigners come in. And we've got, at least in South Africa, a very big population of foreign industry and foreign trade happening in the country. And perception is reality. As much as we want this world beyond cash, we have to deal with what's in front of us. And that is that cash is still a king, but cash is still worth solving for. And that's the biggest thing here. There's some real benefits towards moving towards a world beyond cash. And once we understand these, we're able to do marketing to really support this trend. The one is around the high cash handling and transaction costs. And that's when you're a merchant and the transaction costs you have to fund. The second one is around the fact that 0.5% to 1.5% of GDP is spent to print, transport, and secure cash. That's a huge portion of GDP that's just going towards keeping cash alive when we could have switched, and the costs that we would save by doing that. Cash is also worth solving because there's lost sales and the threat of crime. When you lose cash, it's gone. There's no paper trail, there's no data trail, it's gone. And we won't be able to get it back as easily as you could if it was a card system that you're working with. Cash leaves also no data trail. So there's no historic business records if cash were to leave your business. And finally, the last one is, at least in South Africa, cash costs consumers 23 billion rand a year. And low-income earners are really bearing the brunt here. So the conversation of cash and a world beyond cash is a consistently evolving one. Developed markets are much more ahead of us in terms of the space, but Africa as a whole has a place and a role to play in making sure we're building a world beyond cash. So as we move forward, and I'm not going to spend too much time on the non-marketing parts here, but the need to go digital is driven by 5 key factors. And the first 3 are probably our most important ones from a marketing side, at least. The first one is around competition. Increased competition with new market entrants that are disrupting business models. And that's really going to keep people on their toes. Consumer expectations. Consumers are demanding online and mobile presence. And they're demanding their banks to adapt to their lifestyle. So we're actually living in a world where consumers are dictating this move. And finally, the third one I'm going to focus on is around financial pressures. Banks are leveraging digital to increase efficiency and profitability. And while all of these have been here for years, these trends were definitely accelerated by COVID-19. And even from a MasterCard side, we could see how these, specifically around consumer expectations, progressed and almost leapfrogged in Africa. So there's a lot of reasons why consumers are forcing this trend and demanding it from the industry. Shopping for groceries from your couch, paying for prescriptions with the tap of a phone, bypassing shipping fees with curbside pickup, restaurants replacing leather-bound menus with QR codes. These are all reasons and all trends that are happening in our life that's forcing this change. And all these trends, experiences, lifestyle changes are converging towards a world beyond cash, and it's purely powered through technology. So when we look at this, there's a consumer digital trend as well that's happening. Consumer behaviors and behavior changes are leading to exponential growth in global digital commerce. You can see on the trend here from 2016 to 2020, we've tripled the size of e-commerce, and the portion of digital commerce has moved to 40% when we're looking at mobile. And I'm going to talk to you more about the importance of mobile e-commerce, mobile commerce, which is m-commerce, a little bit later, especially when we're looking in the context of Africa. So moving forward with the trends theme, there's current e-commerce trends that we can't get away from. And these are really forcing the direction of a world beyond cash. Number one being nearly 90% of in-person transactions globally take place at a contactless enabled merchant. In South Africa, 68% of consumers are shopping more online as a result of the pandemic. And this is a trend that we're seeing globally as well. Globally, 79% of consumers say they prefer to shop at stores with both offline and online presence. And when we go through the so whats, you'll see the importance of this space as well. And finally, consumers globally perceive that QR codes or other types of mobile payments are cleaner and more convenient than cash for in-person payments. And it's likely consumers are using their own mobile phones, which is why they think that. This trend also picked up dramatically during the COVID-19 pandemic as people decided to force the touchless payment trend. So what does this mean? It means more. Consumers are forcing payment methods to change along with the environment. They want more connections, more card-on-file apps and user experiences, and that helps the industry because it's a seamless integrated experience for the consumer, which means more transactions. So the banks, the merchants, everybody's happy. Ease of payments, so the consumer is happy. More growth from the e-commerce and m-commerce environment, and more card-on-file e-commerce, which proves for a seamless transaction. A cashless society is an economic state in which goods, services, or contracts are purchased using credit cards, digital wallets, mobile payments, cryptocurrency, rather than the physical currency, notes or coins. And the reason why this is so important, because when we're talking about a cashless society, there's multiple ways consumers can transact aside from cash. And that's why I've specifically listed it around cards, debit and credit, digital wallets, mobile payments, cryptocurrency. These are all really big, chunky pieces. And in Africa, we have a focus towards mobile payments more than cards, but equally, all of these are an important space for a world beyond cash. And it wouldn't be a marketing plan or presentation if I didn't share one that really blew my mind, actually. So audiences of the biggest game in football, the Super Bowl, where the cost of flighting adverts is the highest, there's the most amount of eyeballs happening at the Super Bowl. And they were served a visually arresting and initially perplexing ad by Coinbase, which was literally a black screen with that QR code bouncing around the screen. What did this mean? Coinbase is an online platform for buying, selling, transferring cryptocurrency. And this ad, which flighted during the Super Bowl, the most expensive real estate for adverts globally, the spot was so popular that it crashed the app. Because what do you have? You have the most amount of eyeballs watching the screen, very curious about why they're seeing a QR code bouncing around, and they all whipped out their phones and scanned it. And that's the power of marketing, taking a world beyond cash, like cryptocurrency, and bringing it into a vivid experience from a marketing side. So double-clicking into Africa. So when we're looking at an Africa beyond cash, let's just take a step into why does Africa have the potential? We're the world's fastest population growth. We're the youngest continent in the world. We have the second fastest growing economy, at least pre-pandemic. And we're a rapidly expanding consumer class. And this is all integrated under mobile technologies changing the game. And why I talk about mobile being so important in Africa is in 2019, 45% of our population had mobile penetration. So that's 477 million mobile subscribers. We're looking to expand this growth to 620 million people by 2025. I mean, that's just in 2 years' time. It's phenomenal, the size and the importance of mobile on our continent. From a smartphone penetration, we're expected to hit around 65% of the population by 2025. That it's currently sitting at 50%, so we're still very strong in the African mobile space. And it's important when we're talking about a world beyond cash, when we're talking about marketing to the space, we're focusing on where the consumer is rather than where globally they are or potentially where we want them to be. And this is really important as well. Cash killers of Africa. As much as we have this mobile penetration, we also have real, as I shared, 95% of transactions happening with cash. So these are the primary ways we are able to solve that. And I've listed the different types of payments. So traditional point of sale, where you'll use your card, mobile point of sale, which is very big in Africa, QR, mobile wallets, and contactless. And you can see across low cost, easy to use, perceived safety. These are all important aspects, but specifically on low cost, you can see the importance of mobile technology specifically happening for Africa. And we need to be clear that this is where we're prioritizing to ensure a world beyond cash, especially from an Africa side. So what does this all mean? I've shared a lot of stats, but now distilling this into how do we use this information to do marketing better? Well, being quite frank, once a technology rolls over, if you're not part of the steamroller, you're part of the road. And our job as marketeers in this industry, in this world, is to make sure that we're part of the steamroller and we're leading the conversation and led by the consumers rather than focusing on traditional spaces, and we're losing every day how consumers are thinking. So the rise of the cashless society. Are you the steamroller or the road? Businesses that plan now for a cashless society will be the steamroller in the not too distant future. And that picture over there is of Sweden. Analysts predict that Sweden will become the first cashless society by March next year, as soon as March next year. The country has decreased cash in circulation by 50% over a decade. And this is where the world is going. So what does this mean, being a steamroller for all of us? And I've split it into the different types of targets that we're looking at in the space. Starting with the consumer. Cashless means spending money on your own terms. Cashless is also being dictated and driven by the consumer. From a small business or business space, cashless means proofing your business. And I was very specific not to say future proofing because it's now. Proofing your business to operate both offline and online. The spaza shops, the traditional spaces that we've been looking at, needs to look at how can they future-proof their business to make sure that we're gearing towards that space of digital enablement for our consumers. And COVID was a perfect prime example where we saw businesses go out of business due to the pandemic because they had no digital footprint, because they had no space where consumers could still interact and transact with them if it wasn't in a physical space. So it's a really important space for you to proof your business going forward. The third one is around financial technology, so fintechs, as well as payment technology brands. So actually MasterCard sits in this place. And cashless here requires market development of cashless benefits to all of us, and education is required in this space. Why I talk about market development, it's because this space, while it's being driven by consumers, it requires development. It requires education on a broad base. And from a MasterCard side, we spend a lot of our time and energy making sure we're driving education of e-commerce, education of contactless, education of the safety of e-commerce and QR to make sure consumers are being considerate when they're looking at these payment options, as well as understanding that this is the future. The fourth one is around financial institutions. And here cashless means creating an enabling environment for your cardholders. And finally, cashless for the telecommunications space means innovating to ensure more of Africa is able to transact via mobile. As I shared, the mobile space is massive in Africa, and we have to make sure that we're able to cater towards the African needs by marketing this directly. And as I wrap up my space, really it's around, you don't need cash to be on the money. E-commerce is everywhere. It's fast, it's personalized, it's shoppable, it's always on. And the reason why we need to be always on when we're in the e-commerce space is because it's constantly evolving and constantly changing. If we took global trends and delivered it in Africa, we would totally miss the mobile space. And the mobile space in Africa is incredibly important. So whether that means we're able to do digital marketing on mobile, whether we're doing out of home that's driving that consistent message and consistent trigger towards e-commerce, towards cashless, towards contactless, it's really important that we're delivering strong messages here to make sure everybody is on this journey together. Thank you so much. If there's any questions, I can take them now, or I'm happy to answer them via messages as well.
Thank you, Kamini. And yes, I agree that if you have any more questions, anyone would like to ask a question, please do so. And no question coming up. So thank you very much, Kamini. Probably they will get back to you afterwards. And thinking about this cashless society, that is really amazing, intriguing at the same time. I think regulations have great role there to play in the cashless society. And I'm sure there will be many questions for you afterwards. So thank you very much for this brilliant presentation. Have a nice evening. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
We shall now move on to our next speaker. As you have noticed, we have already embarked on the second segment of this afternoon, that is the Marketing Frontier, and Kamini Reddy was here with us. And after that, now we're going to move on to our next speaker, and he is Faye Olubodan. Now, who is Faye Olubodan? He is somebody who believes that he has taken life in reverse. Why is so? Yet, he's never been bored with life. At the age of 40, he learned how to ride a bicycle, but he could quote Shakespeare even at the age of 15. So age is just a number. He proves it. He has written books. He is the author of his own book entitled The Villager: How Africans Consume Brands. He likes to write and do spoken words and plays to distress. He likes to read the Bible in the African languages for cultural reasons. He is the managing director partner at Open Squares Africa, Nigeria. He will be elaborating on the key pillars of the content marketing and digital landscape. Let's welcome Faye Olubodan for his presentation. Title is Content Marketing, Telling African Stories to African People. Telling African Stories to African People by Olubodan. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it. I hope you can all hear me very well. Awesome. So I'd like to just share very briefly on telling African stories to African people. And what I want to do is beyond just getting technical with it, to give you a way to think about storytelling in Africa. We know that digital is here now. It's not just the future of everything we're doing, it's the present. And because Africa is a storytelling continent, that means that actually anything we're going to do with digital and with tech has to be driven by storytelling. So I'm just going to go straight into the presentation. And for a presentation on storytelling, I thought the first thing to do was to start with a story. On a particular Christmas morning, a young boy opens his window to look out, and then turns to his father with a very sad look. And he just said, "This is going to be a bad Christmas." Of course, the father was shocked that, what did something happen? And then he asked the boy, what's going on? And the boy just said, "Look, there is no snow, and that means Santa Claus will not come this year." And so, of course, the father burst into laughter. I said, "This is Africa. There is no snow in Africa except in a couple of countries. And we don't even have Santa Claus for Christmas. Besides, Santa Claus is not even real." But the young boy just argued with the father that, I saw it on the TV that it snows during Christmas and Santa Claus comes with gifts. And so the father explains to the boy, this is a rational conversation, explains to the boy that, What you see on TV is mostly what is happening in America. Most of those things don't happen in Africa. And so the boy asked a very poignant question. Said, why did they deceive us by showing us what is happening in America and not what is happening in Africa? And like every good question asked by children, the father had no answer. And then the boy followed up by saying, you know, Daddy, this is your fault. I blame you for allowing them to deceive us by showing us what happens only in America and not what happens in Africa. Because the father was silent with shock. I mean, how is it his fault? He doesn't run a TV station or anything. So the boy gives up and says, okay, so what happens for Christmas here? And the father, you know, tries to wiggle his way through and say, well, we mostly eat jollof rice. We go for weddings and burials, and we fight all those family members we've not seen all year. And then the boy asks quizzically, jollof rice. I thought to start with this story. It's a real story, by the way. This is a real conversation between me and my son some years ago. And it got me thinking way back then how most of the consumers and most of the people that were engaging in Africa actually have a Western view to Africa, and their thought about creativity, about marketing is influenced by the West. There's actually a book on this called The Weirdest People on the Planet that talks about the fact that 95% of the psychology that is used to view the rest of the world is actually a Western psychology that is influenced primarily by an American psychology. So we see the world through an American lens. Even those of us that are Africans, we see Africa through an American lens to a large extent. This is, you know, what happens during Christmas is something like this. You can see the so-called Santa Claus on a bicycle and all of that. And as I told my son, there is no snow in Africa. Or if you go on Netflix, you can see the brilliant movie by the Nigerian director Kunle Afolayan, Christmas in Niger Christmas. Sorry, my French is not good enough to say what's there, but I'm sure the French-speaking people can understand that. And it tells the story of a mother who during Christmas is just worried about her 3 sons, whether they are going to bring potential wives home. And that's the discussion, that's the focus during Christmas. This is an African story. This is really, really what happens. Let me illustrate a bit further. We are all familiar with the world of superheroes, comics, and superhero movies and all of that. But the one thing that we need to keep in mind is the fact that context actually influences creativity. I will repeat that. Context actually influences creativity. The reason we have the likes of Spider-Man, Batman flying all over the place is simply because there are more skyscrapers in the West. And it makes sense that their superheroes would fly, would jump on roofs, would do all kinds of things because, you know, the infrastructural context and their cultural context actually lends them to that. There's an African superhero, and I'm going to show this to you. It was, you know, it's not too popular. It was developed by an author, Keziah Jones, some years ago, called Captain Rugged. And because almost everywhere across Africa, people live in 2-story buildings or bungalows, especially in the rural areas. This superhero does not have the superpower of flying. It comes by boat, and it has the ability to disappear magically. Because, of course, in Africa, there is magic. And, of course, in the process, he's smoking cigarette or weed, and he climbs power poles all over the place. Why is this the kind of superhero that somebody would create for Africa? And why does this resonate well with us? Because this is our context. Our context is different. Therefore, the nature of our creativity is very different. And so the big point I'm making at the start, before I then link it to the issue of storytelling, is that we are not Westerners. We're not Westerners for several reasons. One, Westerners tend to have an inner locus of control. Africans have an external locus of control. Westerners have an individualistic mindset. Africans have a collectivist mindset. Westerners are primarily scientific by orientation and then religious by choice. Africans are religious culturally. 98% of Africans believe in some kind of God. Doesn't matter the nature of the God. These 3 distinctions are very, very critical, and it shapes the psychology of the African and how we then need to engage with them. I'm going to touch on this very quickly. And so for some years now, we developed we developed a framework that articulates the psychology of the African, which we call the village map, or the villager framework, if you like. And there are 5 key components with it, which I'll touch on very quickly. One is the fact that the African has a need to stay cultural. In other words, he will engage in culturally acceptable behaviors, even when he is in a larger socioeconomic context. In other words, if he goes into a city anywhere in the world, he will still exhibit certain behaviors. Number 2 is herd mentality. Because we're a collectivist people, there is a need to achieve or to travel through the rites of passage at the same pace as your demographic cohort. You don't do life by yourself, you do life together with others. The famous proverb says, if you want to travel fast, you travel alone. If you want to travel far, you travel together. The value of the enemy, one of the famous constructs that we all use in marketing, is Maslow's hierarchy of needs that say that every human being is pursuing self-actualization. Western scholars, people like Professor Hofstadter and his son and other people, other Western scholars have come to say that Maslow's hierarchy of needs does not apply to Africans and to Asians, that it applies primarily to individualistic cultures where life is all about you. In Africa, what motivates us is more of what we call the value of the enemy, which is really the need to achieve success in order to make a point to someone who has, or to people that believe you cannot succeed. There's the pillars of religion, the 4th element. As I said earlier, Westerners are scientific by orientation, religious by choice. Africans are religious culturally. They believe in a God. And the point of that is the issue of an external locus of control. The fact that there will always be an external influence that help you to achieve success, which is fame and fortune. And finally, the need to signal your journey. What does this mean? Because we're a collectivist culture, we tend to consume brands in a way that signals status and progress in life through social consumption. So what that means is that the African consumes brands along 3 lines: one, in a realistic manner, in a symbolic manner, and in a futuristic manner. Let me show you some study that was conducted in the West some years ago by the Vaki Foundation and Populous. And what they did was to pick African youths that were between the ages of 18 to 21, who were extremely active on social media. And they did this with other countries across the world. They used countries like Nigeria and South Africa as a proxy for Africa. And what they were testing for was cultural flexibility. And if you can see the chart, you see that African youths are the most culturally inflexible in the world. If you look at where Nigeria sits, where South Africa sits, and all of that, you see that they are always outside of the general cluster. And what that means is that even though African youths demonstrate digital behavior, these are youths between the ages of 18 to 21 who are extremely active on social media. And you know about our digital adoption curve. They are still very analog in their identity and motivation. My friend Gigi Alcock puts it in a brilliant way. Africans are modernizing, they are not westernizing. And this is some perspective from work that we've done in West Africa and in East Africa, just showing that this has been proven quantitatively. I'll skip through that. So what does this then mean if we're beginning to think about marketing interventions, marketing programs, such as creating content and building a storytelling framework for our brands and our portfolios? What does that mean? It means then that there are 5 things that we must do when designing such interventions or programs. Number 1 is that we have to recognize people. By people, I mean the specific target audience that either a brand, a business, or a portfolio is focusing on. We have to recognize them as they really are. That speaks to their identity. Number 2, we have to celebrate where they've come from. That speaks to their journey. Number 3, we have to enable them to be who they want to be. That speaks to their ambition. Number 4, we have to empower them to go where they want to go. That speaks to their aspiration. And number 5, we have to celebrate the people they are traveling with. That speaks to their functional tribe, not their community tribe or their tribe of origin, but the functional tribe that they've identified themselves with, which you can typically map using tools, digital tools online to see the tribe that they relate with. All of this touch on the different aspects of their psychology as articulated in the villager framework. So to content marketing, how then do we tell African stories? if our brands are going to tell stories across the continent, either in advertising, other forms of marketing communication, or even creating branded content, which is really the sweet spot for content marketing, we have to think differently about how we tell African stories and how we structure it. There's an approach that we use, which I'm sharing freely, and it's a way to think about it, which we call story plus story, but actually it's pronounced story, reminiscent of how grandfathers in African villages start off storytelling around the fireside. And it has two broad components, hero plus and then journey. I'm not going to go into the details of that. Hero plus has to do with, iconizing your brand and aligning it with an African archetype, not necessarily a Western archetype. There are different psychological and cultural archetypes that the African consumer aligns with that we've got to look at. Some of them are similar to Western archetypes. For instance, the king. If you go through the Jungian archetype, the king archetype is also replicated in Africa. But there are other archetypes also that are replicated within the continent that we need to pay a bit of attention to. But technique-wise, what I'd like to focus on is the journey aspect of it, which sort of gives sort of like a structure and outline for building a storytelling framework for telling a story. And that has 6 elements. One is the arc, which has to do with the key idea or the key thought. Second is the hook, which has to do with what is going to draw them into the story your brand is telling. Third is the anchor, what is going to keep them curious. How do you hold them till the end of the story? Imagine a brand that is telling multiple stories, telling a story across multiple pieces of content across different channels. What is going to keep your consumers curious about the story you're telling? Fourth is the person or persons. Who is the journey anchored around or anchored on that your consumers will follow? An epic ending is the fifth. What will interest them in another story? How do you end this and end it in a way that keeps them anchored to look forward to your brand telling them another story? And then the sink or the descent, if you like, what will guarantee them, what will guarantee extra time, what will make them stay with a particular piece of content for longer. And so the thinking about that and then overlaying that with an African approach to that, our recommendation, the thought there is when you're building your arc or developing your key idea, it's important that for an African audience, you need to speak to the aspiration and you need to speak to the identity. You need to speak to who they are, who they believe they are, not who you think they should be. I'll give an example. The other day, I think it was sometime last year, some brand put out a piece of content that was talking about on Father's Day, that was talking about men being men and all of that, and they showed African men hiding in the bathroom, putting on lipstick and crying and all of that. And I laughed when I saw that if this was the West, this would work perfectly. But the African archetype of masculinity does not lend itself to this. It's not something that the African man will conceive of themselves doing. And while it might be a nice piece of content, but it puts the brand in a position where the brand is educating their target audience as opposed to engaging with them. So speak to their aspirations, speak to their identity. In terms of the hook, you have to highlight where they are in their journey. What stage of progress are they in their life's journey and all of that. And typically, I know most marketing teams will do a journey mapping for their consumers and all of that. You have to speak to where they are in their journey and not where you think they should be. And then in terms of anchor, you share the journey of their functional tribe. In terms of persons, remember the value of their enemy, the person they're trying to make a point to. And then in terms of an epic ending, remember to celebrate their journey. And if you build your story framework along these lines, it's going to be quite engaging. I'm rounding up with just 2 examples. I have the video link there or reference, so you can just basically go check those out. So there's, Sunlight is a Unilever brand across Africa, as a detergent brand, and they picked the idea of the enemy, the idea that people need to, achieve success in a way that makes a point, right? And they worked with another platform called Under 40 CEOs to create a series of content titled "They Said I Couldn't Do It." And what they did was really to pick the idea to pick different entrepreneurs and all of that were extremely successful, particularly women, and to tell their story, very emotional stories. Some of these women actually cried in these videos, talking about how they struggled to make it, to build their business, and so on and so forth, and how nobody believed in them, how certain people said they could not do it, and now they've done it, and how they've proven those people wrong. This, for me, is a brilliant example of African storytelling, pulling on the cultural cues and nuances, and positioning your brand around that, as opposed to using your brand to educate your consumers or get your consumers to become more Western. And those are just screenshots from that. You can reference this on YouTube and just go through it and see what that looks like. So I'm just going to stop there. And then if there are questions, I'll be available to take them. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Faye, for letting us know how powerful our stories and how we can connect our customers through our branding, through the beautiful stories. Now, we would like to take a few questions if there's any from the audience. Please put up your questions. No question coming up. Maybe I might ask you a question. You elaborated on that strategy of how we go about putting a story from the beginning till the end. Now, how does the marketer knows where this is really creating an impact? What are the metrics of really understanding those stories, how it's matching with the brand and how it's bringing up those great financial performance, maybe?
Yeah.
So if you can elaborate on this.
Yeah, I think the best way to do this is to look at three elements of metrics, if you like, 3 dimensions of metrics. You have to look at your attitudinal metrics, your behavioral metrics, and your transactional metrics. Attitudinal, you can pick that easily from engagement with the content that you put out, how people relate with it, what happens in comment sections, for instance, if you're doing something on YouTube, how many people share it, and so on and so forth. How many people actually edit content out of your original content and create things like memes and other secondary content with it? So earned media, that gives you a sense of an attitudinal impact. And then you look at behavioral impact by measuring things like consideration towards your brand, or future optimistic uptake, or even trial. How many people tried the brand, depending on the kind of brand it is, based on the impact the content had on them, or how many people have expressed interest in future consumption of your brand. And then the final one is transactional. That's where, as we say, the tire hits the road. How much of our income or revenue from this brand can be traced to the content work that we've created. And there are many ways to easily measure that. We can create point of sale measures to actually track that. But the best way to look at it is to combine these 3 dimensions of metrics, attitudinal, behavioral, and transactional, together to get a full picture of the kind of impact that the content you created is making.
Thank you, Faye, for this very elaborate explanation. And yes, we agree that stories have power. And we will come to an end of this presentation by Faye. We look forward to meet you again, Faye. Thank you very much. And we wish you a nice evening. Stay with us. We move on to our last speaker. He is from the beverage industry, and you know it already. He's the marketing portfolio activation senior manager for Islands and Malawi at Coca-Cola Company. Well, he says he comes from the godly family, and he's here to shed some love because he is Stefan Cupidon. Stefan Cupidon. He enjoys kickboxing and likes eating and drinking, of course, Coca-Cola. When he stays at office till late, he will get scolded by his wife, of course. Let's welcome Stefan Cupidon for his presentation, Marketing in a Post-COVID Environment, How We Emerged Stronger. Marketing in a Post-COVID Environment, How We Emerged Stronger. Welcome, Stefan Cupidon. Over to you.
Thank you, Devika. Hope you're hearing me well. Yeah, so I'm so glad to be here with you all, guys. So first of all, on behalf of Coke team, I would like to thank Ravin and his wonderful team for the invitation to the Brand Magic Summit. Just a few words on me before I go on to the presentation. So I'm a father of two, married, and I've been in the FMCG sector for more than 20 years. Like you said, I'm in charge today on the marketing side of Islands and Malawi. So today I'll take you through on how we at the Coca-Cola Company, we emerge stronger post the pandemic. And I hope you enjoy this journey with me. So during the month of lockdown and self-isolation times, we have been writing a new future. Given the unprecedented nature of pandemic and the profound changes it has caused, harnessing innovation and imagination was just as critical for us. Across the globe, marketers were pushed to think hard and differently about what the consumers in the new normal will think, feel, say, and do. So as a marketing company, like rightly mentioned James Quincy, our chairman and CEO, on February 2019, and I quote, "We recentered ourselves on being consumer-centric with our marketing and being powered by greater effectiveness and efficiency, complementing that with a robust innovation pipeline, balancing big bets with ongoing intelligent experimentation," unquote. So we change our structure and culture, being a people business, by cultivating business relationships. So let me start off with who we are and what's in our DNA. We are the Coca-Cola Company, and our purpose is to refresh the world and make a difference. How we do it is through our vision, which is to craft the brands, the choice of drinks that people love, to refresh them in body and spirit. And this is done in many ways that create a more sustainable business and better shared future that makes a difference in people's life, communities, and our planet. When we talk about love brands, it's about the following: passion for people and their lives, cutting edge excellence in ingredients, innovation, design, and marketing, investment for leadership, act globally and locally, and powerful partnership with our bottling partners system to bring brands to life in the market. Now, when we say sustainable, we mean it. When we start with fact-based in science, when we grow our business while reducing sugar intake as per WHO guidelines, when we make packaging a circular economy, we focus on getting 100% collection to enable reuse for World Without Waste. Improving water security when needed the most, reduce carbon footprint, and finally, source more sustainably and ethically. Now, for a better shared future means invest in employees' personal growth and talent, empower people's access to equal opportunities and build inclusion, create value for customers, the big ones, but also the many small, support our local communities to to achieve more and in times of needs. And then finally, obviously, to deliver returns to our investors. So we have accelerated our strategy, which was already in motion with 5 priorities. So 1, we optimize our portfolio of strong global, regional, and we scale local brands. So that's brand building and execution. 2, discipline, innovation framework, and increase marketing effectiveness. 3, we stepped up through revenue growth management and execution capabilities. To that, I'm talking about cash flow generation, resource allocation, assets optimization, and margin expansion. And then we enhance our system collaboration and capture supply chain efficiencies. And finally, we evolve the organization and invest in new capabilities. So today, Coca-Cola is the largest beverage company worldwide. The Coca-Cola brand is not only famous, but it's also highly lucrative. Every day, 1.9 billion servings of Coke products are consumed. Even if you just drink water, we've got a product for you. Product offerings are not only the reason Coca-Cola is successful. We don't get to enjoy a century of fame and success in beverages alone. Coca-Cola global marketing team has a lot of games here. So the company's branding is instantly linked to joy and celebrations, thanks to its innovative advertising campaigns that are frequently creative and occasionally contentious. So at the Coca-Cola Company, post-pandemic, we decided here to operate differently to emerge stronger and accelerate our growth through 5 key pillars across our network organization. 1, those key pillars are 1, with more consumers, 2, gain market share, 3, maintain strong system economics, 4, strengthen stakeholder impact, and then 5th, equip the organization to win. We have continuously been working to become a total beverage company. How we did that? So our philosophy was to drive the following. Winning portfolio, this was to bring new drinkers and improving our edge. A network organization that is to operate differently by connecting ideas, talent together in a more frictionless way. And then a smart structure, powering a global network organization with platform services, enabling system, tools, and connection. And this is rooted into two main behaviors. Those behaviors are growth and leadership, which I'll take you through just after. So, in a network organization, I think you all will agree with me that it's all about leadership style and culture. That is how we lead. And here we talk about leadership definitions of being a role model, how we set the agenda, and how we help people to be their best selves. So here at the Coca-Cola Company, our leaders trust, inspire, and enable growth inside the organization. Then how we work. People here are empowered, energized to work together as a network towards a shared purpose, but also a vision. And finally, how we learn. And this is very, very important. We become a learning organization with the ability to continuously reinvent ourselves. Now, let's look at the growth behaviors. We each bring the network to life through our daily actions. It's about working together, which means identifying and prioritizing the business challenges, working collaboratively across our regions, and then one important thing to remember is how do we scale best practices among us associates or among our people. So the behaviors we focus on are curiosity, always seek, never settle, ask why or why not, or what if, or I wonder if, And then the second one is inclusivity. We leverage our broad diversity of people, global network and learnings. I mean, two brains are better than one, most often. Empowerment. So own it, take accountability. Each one of us can make a difference. And then finally, agile. How can we be more agile in the things we do every day? Learn by doing. Use version 1.0, 2.0, or even 3.0 if you like. Act with a sense of urgency. So in a nutshell, we continue to nurture a culture around passion to refresh the world and make a difference. We act with a growth mindset. We take an expansive approach to what's possible and believe in continuous learnings to improve our business and ourselves. Then we value how we work as much as we achieve. So how did we emerge stronger? So the Coca-Cola Company has emerged with a leaner lineup of high potential brands and a more disciplined consumer-centric approach to marketing and innovation. Step one, a deep data-driven analysis was done on the company's global beverage portfolio, which ultimately trimmed master brands from 400 to 200 global, regional, and local offerings, but with strong scale potential. Two, a storytelling in a relatable way, like, for instance, the launch of the first ever global campaign for Sprite, our Let's Be Clear campaign, which have rolled out in more than 50 markets this year with creatives and including outdoors, print advertising, TV, and digital films, I mean, user-generated digital, social contents, and PR support. Then step 3, innovation with more impact, like our test and learn approach in emerging segments. Like you may heard about it, Costa Coffee, the launch in across territories, and then alcoholic beverages like Topo Chico, and the latest one, Jack Daniels with Coke, ready to drink. And then step 4, how do we accelerate digitalization that can execute marketing, commercial, sales, and distribution strategies in both online and offline? These digital investments are starting to transform logistics, the entire distribution model, client relationships, and how consumers engage with the company and our brands. Now, I will start talking about the building factors that enable us to emerge stronger. For us, building a robust brand identity is key. Here are some examples. So one way Coca-Cola does this is by leveraging sports sponsorships. The company has been sponsoring the Olympic Games and the FIFA World Cup since 1978. These are huge and long-term partnerships. Using promotional activities to align with events, celebrities, and sponsorship is another way to connect our brand image with people's perception. Another example, Coca-Cola has always been working on rebranding itself in terms of packaging design. New bottles use a curvy shape that better fits people's hand. This is part of our strategy to connect with customers and consumers emotionally, because people associate this shape with pleasure or happiness. Make sure the products you offer make people feel good. By focusing on your customers' and consumers' feelings, you can create stronger connection to your brand. Coca-Cola brand is known for its marketing towards people of all ages, obviously above 13 years old, and races across the world. So it has always been about fun times with friends and families, or just enjoying a refreshing ice cold Coca-Cola during those hot summer days. You must all have heard of our Share a Coke campaign, which went viral. We use common names and put them on bottles, then people enjoy sharing people's personal stories with friends and relatives, families under that name. This gave consumers an experience to relate Coca-Cola into their own lives. Nowadays, it seems like many companies are describing what their product can do for a person. Still, Coca-Cola reminds people why a Coca-Cola is more than just a soft drink. Now, it's all about iconicity, which means how do we maintain relevance for our target audience even as they change? Here, our Coca-Cola mission has always been to be contemporary. We've accomplished this by keeping up with modern trends, and making our product flexible to each new generation. As you can see, Coca-Cola's strategy is to appeal to our global target audiences with relevance in our content and flexible marketing strategies that we adapt as the world changes. This is why we have remained an iconic brand that has remained on the top for more than a century. Finally, how do we create enduring content, marketing campaigns that people remember forever? Everybody knows Coca-Cola. We continue to push boundaries with our marketing strategies to ensure people remain loyal customers, consumers for years. This means creating campaigns that are memorable and tangible enough that our consumers can feel a connection with the brand and understand our marketing strategy. There are so many different ways that we can create campaigns that truly connect people to our product while we are also pushing boundaries in new and exciting ways. For example, we've been talking about augmented reality technologies and virtual realities, So even we are associating ourselves with gaming to show consumers, teenagers, teens, and young adults, what it would be like to be part of the Coca-Cola company. So before I close off, I would like to play a video showcasing all the magic of marketing from a Coke perspective. Thanks for your attention and energy. I hope your comments and questions, if you have any, will surely reach out to me. From me, it's goodbye.
One dream, one soul, one prize, one goal glass of what should be. It's a kind of magic.
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 If we have any Q&A, any question for Stefan, please, dear audience, put up your questions so we can go through it. I don't see any more questions coming up. We have now come to an end of this segment. I'm sure you have enjoyed it. I will now leave the platform to my colleague Birendra Parmanan, who will take over for the closing remarks. Birendra commands 25 years of experience in the communication and IT sector. He is currently the senior manager at the Société Internationale de Télécommunications Aéronautique. Above all, Birendra is a seasoned Toastmaster. Please, let's welcome Birendra. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Can you let me know whether you can hear me? Okay, thank you. Wow, what a fantastic event this 7th Brand Magic is. This is my first time attending this event, and I'm very impressed. The theme of this edition was to understand the rapid changes in technology and the consumer concerns that are forcing brands to stay relevant. Basically about how to survive. Brands have evolved, are evolving, and will have to keep evolving, be it for businesses or countries. Listening to speakers today, I have learned so much. And I've also learned that there is so much I still need to learn about branding. Someone mentioned, I think, at the beginning, the word world class. And I think we can agree that we had world class speakers, experts with highly interesting, educational, and some very eye-opening presentations today for me, and I'm sure for you. I think given the opportunity, every single speaker could have spoken for days on. Such was the wealth of knowledge they had and experience, and that they had to share. At the beginning, Ravin mentioned that we live in an age of uncertainty, and if we do not keep up, we will be left behind and become the new dinosaurs. I personally felt like a dinosaur while watching the second half of the session, where we had a peek into the future with the metaverse, avatars, NFTs, augmented reality, artificial intelligence. Speaking of artificial intelligence, AI, I must say I was a bit scared at one point by the story from Uma about that jinx, that AI. For those who have watched the movie Terminator, it sounded so much eerily like the story of the start of that evil AI, Skynet. And at the end, I was basically just relieved that Uma didn't morph into like an Arnold Schwarzenegger type robot and say, I'll be back, because AI can be scary. Anyway, good or bad, I think technologies, all those technologies are here already and will be ubiquitous whether we like it or not. But what I also learned today is that whatever the new technologies are, the basic and core aspects and values of branding remain the same. These are the ones we heard mostly during the first and the last part probably of the session, such as differentiation, whereby branding is and will always be about the art of differentiation. And to quote, not being better, which keeps you in the same category as your competitor, but being different. Another one, creativity. To quote Dede, I still have that picture in my mind. Creativity will do to the business what the sun does to the beach. That was such a beautiful metaphor. I think it was Kaushik who talked about the yin and yang of branding, so values, where it is about building the values that lock the buyer and seller together. Also, empathy is important. With technology today, we can say that always the aim is to do more with less by automating processes. But we should not lose the sight of the fact that when it comes to branding, as Daya explained, we should not dehumanize and rush to automate. Instead, to quote her, to break from the ordinary, we need to use empathy. And from that, culture, last but not least, cultural sensitivity is also a very important aspect to branding, as so well explained by Faye through his beautiful stories about our beautiful continent, Africa, which is of course so different from America. On this note, I've learned so much today, and I would like to end by expressing my appreciation to all the organizers of this, the MCs for doing such a great work, such a creative and exciting event, the speakers for sharing their knowledge and experience and stories, and last and not least, our local brand guru, Ravin Lama, for giving me this opportunity to be part of this event. Thank you to everyone. Over to you.
Thank you, Virendra, for your closing remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being with us so far on this afternoon. We shall now break, and then we'll get back again to another amazing portion of this session. So make sure you are enjoying this platform. Feel free to go to the exhibitors' booths and also the networking coffee shop there so that you can interact with the rest of the audience. See you back again.
Real magic? It's everywhere. Some might think it doesn't exist, but it does. For us, life is full of magic. First love, winning at life, helping each other, discovering new things, sharing experiences. The more real we are, the more magical life becomes. And every Coca-Cola is a chance to embrace that. It's about celebrating life. A delicious taste that uplifts you. Seeing the world through a different lens. Feeling the magic in the everyday. Cool, crisp, refreshing. It's that moment when we find ourselves revived and ready to celebrate the world around us again. Real magic isn't in a fairy tale or abracadabra. The real magic in life only happens when someone believes that any given moment can be extraordinary. All you need is an open mind and an open bottle. That's when the real magic happens. Coca-Cola. Real magic.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you had some rest over the break. And we are now coming to the most awaited moment, and that is the award ceremony, the Brands Award ceremony. We have brought to you somebody from the marketing and branding industry in Mauritius. He's going to present to you yes, we are on the Top Brands Award ceremony, and we have among us He has over 16 years of experience in opinion, socio-economic, and marketing research at local and regional level. He is the research director at Cantor Insight Division. He's a holder of an executive master marketing from Paris Dauphine University, and he specializes in branding, media, communication strategy, and audience. He has conducted more than 500 market development studies for local companies, institutions, and multinational firms in various sectors of the market: trade, industry, tourism, and fuel sector, and the services in Mauritius, Réunion, Mayotte, Madagascar. You know who he is. Please, let's put our hands together to welcome Sundaram Naikan. Sundaram Naikan, over to you.
Hello, everybody. I'm happy to be among you today for this Brand Magic 2022. Great. Hope you are enjoying this virtual journey, and we have had today a lot of speakers who have been sharing a lot of insightful information findings from brand. And I'm sure we have all learned a lot from this sharing. Okay, we come to the most awaiting moment, like Devika just mentioned. Can you hear me? Okay, great. Yes, so my time now to present to you the Meaningful Brands 2022 in Mauritius. So how did we proceed with regards to that objective, which is about Meaningful Brands 2022 in Mauritius? So basically, we are asking 4 important questions. The first one is the questions which we have been measuring for more than 5 years now, which is the preferred local and Mauritian brand in Mauritius, which I'm sure our Mauritian brand ambassadors know very well what it is about. The second, third, and fourth awards in today's top brand, it is something that we have started measuring as from last year. So basically, with regards to this survey, how did we proceed? It's by interviewing 1,000 respondents through our in-house panel. Like any survey, we have a methodology. And the methodology being used for this online survey is to constitute a sample which is nationally representative in terms of gender, in terms of socioeconomic categories, in terms of geographical coverage, and in terms of age group. This survey is quite recent. We've conducted the survey during the month of May to July 2022. So this is how our sample looks like. When I say the national representative, it's because here in Mauritius, the proportion of the Mauritian population which lives in the urban region is at 41% and 59%. And it's good for you to know that for this survey, we've even interviewed respondents as from 15 years old, going up to 65 years old. The first category, as I just mentioned, the top brands on Mauritius. This is something that we have been monitoring for so many years now. And the question being asked for the top brand of Mauritius is thinking about local or Mauritian brands, which are your top 3 preferred brands. In French, the question would be, en pensant aux marques locales et mauriciennes, quelles sont vos 3 marques préférées? The second award, the employer brand. The question goes like, which are the top 3 local brands or companies you would be proud to work for or if family members work for? In French, quelles sont les 3 principales marques ou entreprises locales pour lesquelles vous seriez fier de travailler ou un membre de votre famille? The third category, or third award, the brand purpose. The question in English goes like, which are the top 3 local brands or companies that are trying to make Mauritians' lives better? And in French, quelles sont les 3 principales marques ou entreprises locales qui essaient vraiment d'améliorer la vie des Mauriciens? The fourth and last award is about sustainable brand, and the question goes, which are the top 3 local brands or companies that behave responsibly towards the environment? In French, quelles sont les 3 principales marques ou entreprises locales qui se comportent de façon responsable envers l'environnement? Talking about sustainable brand, I would like to shed some light here about corporate reputation, because this is where the environmental or sustainability approach will come out. We have seen that brands with a strong corporate reputation grows brand value at a faster rate. So this is a proven record from Kantar, which have analyzed over more than 100 global brands from the year 2006 to the year 2022. And the study reveals that obviously brands with a stronger corporate reputation grows at a faster rate. You can see here on the slide how the growth is significant for brand with a strong corporate reputation. And here we can see that a growth of more than 200%. This corporate reputation, it is a framework which we refer as the REPZ. And this framework is composed of various components, starting with the responsibility, leading, success, and fair prices. But for the top brand, we will be focusing only on the first component, responsibility, particularly about the first statement, which is about how brands are behaving responsibly towards the environment. Why the focus on sustainability? When we look at the components within the responsibility dimensions, we can see that the importance that the environment plays within responsibility is much more important as compared to other responsibilities. By responsibilities, I mean the brand responsibility towards the society, toward the employees, or towards its partners or supply chain. When we take all these 4 components together, we can see that the environment is the component which significantly impacts on corporate reputation and obviously on brand equity. I would like to mention here that the corporate reputation is one aspect of brand equity. In other words, it is an element which also contributes to the brand equity. Why is it so important to measure sustainability, brand purpose? Okay, because initially we started with preferred brand, and nowadays we are talking a lot about brand purpose. We are talking a lot about sustainability because studies has proved that brands which are meaningful are those brands which resonate with consumers today. You have here on the slide some very important, some very insightful indicators which will help us to understand why it is very important to ensure that brands are meaningful, because brands which are meaningful generate significantly higher KPIs. Meaningful brands has an impact on purchase intent. Meaningful brands will encourage consumers to rebuy the brand. Meaningful brands will encourage advocacy or loyalty, and through meaningful brands, there is opportunity to sell our brands at a premium price. Here we come to the most awaiting time of today's whole session. I'm not going to disclose the nominees, but I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate all our nominees, which will be announced for each of the categories. And you will notice that indeed there was significant, there was some initiatives which were really, which we could really see during these times, and particularly as from the year 2020, we have seen that how brands have reacted to the situation, and how brands have become more meaningful today. And this, all these awards that we will be announcing today are being reflected in the Mauritian brands. So I leave the floor now to the MC to announce the nominees for each of the categories and the winner in each of the categories.
Thank you, Sundaram, for your beautiful expression and presentations here on the brands of Mauritius. We shall now look together for these brands and how they have come up to this level. So let's watch it together, the award-giving ceremony of our top brands in Mauritius.
Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come to acknowledge today's star performers. Welcome to the Top Brands of Mauritius Awards virtual ceremony brought to you by Mind Initiatives and Kantar, awarding the top brands of Mauritius in 4 categories: employer brand, brand purpose, sustainable brand, most preferred local and Mauritian brand. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. Nominees in the category employer brand, proud to work for these brands or companies are and the winner is, congratulations to the winner and all nominees. Nominees in the category brands recognized for their brand purpose, local brands or companies that are trying to make Mauritians' lives better are, and the winner is, congratulations to the winner and all nominees. Thank you for trying to make Mauritians' lives better. Nominees in the category local brand or companies recognized for their sustainable behavior are and the winner is, congratulations to the winner and all nominees. Thank you for your contribution towards bettering our environment. Nominees in the category Most Preferred Local and Mauritian Brand are in the 3rd place, in the 2nd place, and the winner is, congratulations to the winner and all nominees. Top Brands of Mauritius Awards proudly brought to you by Mind Initiatives and Kantar. Thank you and good night.
Congratulations to all the brand winners of Mauritius. We've seen it, so we wish them loads of success and they continue to do well in the future in their branding and marketing. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to an end nearly of this great event. It's been a long day for certain. I know you have been here with us throughout from morning till now. We thank you for your kind attention, for being here with us till now. And you have been an amazing audience, I would say, to be staying here and until the end of this event. I would like now to leave the platform to the one and only. He is the Managing Director of Mind Initiatives. And let's put our hands together to welcome back Ravin Lama for the vote of thanks. Thank you, Ravin, and I wish you all a nice evening ahead. Over to you.
Thank you, Devika, brand magicians and participants for the 7th Brand Magic. Thank you for this amazing journey. We've reached the end of this show. It has been a very, very insightful journey and experience for all of us. I'd like to first congratulate all the winners of the top brands of Mauritius 2022. Kantar did a fantastic job. And there's this one very scientifically done survey, which is carried out every year for us and is a part of Brand Magic 2022. For any event to happen, there are a lot of people who work behind the scenes. I'd like to start by thanking all the brand magicians who participated in this year, starting from Sachin, there was David, Kaushik, Sean, Day, Corey, Uma, Tiziana, Kamini, Faye, Stefan, Dede, and Sundaram. The brand magicians were absolutely wonderful. The insights and food for thought that they left for us will remain with us for a very long time. As I said earlier, when Corey introduced me to the metaverse and the avatars, I felt like a dinosaur because we came at a time when we didn't have any internet, we didn't have any computers, everything had to be done by hand. So when I spent my time in advertising 35 years ago, the whole advertising scene was completely different. Things have changed dramatically. When I bought my first computer for 90,000 rupees, it had a grand hard disk space of 2 MB, and it was huge during that time. But things have changed so much that it is a time for us to unlearn, relearn, and unlearn. So that learning process keeps going forward. I'd like to thank our 2 MCs, Sharuna from the UK. She got up very early today to be with us. And I'd also want to thank Devika, who was there for the second half of the program. Our sponsors who made this whole event possible, the platinum sponsor was Coca-Cola, silver sponsor Turn Left Media, who are partners of LinkedIn, and they were the ones who were promoting LinkedIn all over the world. Our bronze sponsor, Indian Oil Mauritius and the Mauritius Commercial Bank. Our associate sponsor, the Economic Development Board, and Food Canner Sunny. We had a lot of dedicated magical partners who worked amazingly well with us. It was a great team effort. Estetica, the films you saw this morning, the opening film, the top brands films, and all the films during the breaks were all done by Estetica. And Chad and Ingrid really worked throughout the night to get this out. Thank you so much. To the Diz Digital Group, Kim, Ashley, and Ninochka, and Team Diz, thank you for all your support. To the Eruption Group, Oliver, Rusha, thanks so much for all your help. The Easy Virtual Events Platform, Angus Rajiv and his team. I apologize, there were a few glitches, but from what I learned, the biggest learning lesson was no matter how good you are, technology levels us all to the ground. So there's nothing we can do. I just hope that at some moment in time, there is some company which will help handle technology, because most of the brand gurus admitted that they were technologically not very, very savvy. So, and that is one thing we need to learn. Our creative partner was FCB Cread. I just wish that this was a face-to-face event, because some of the visuals they produced was absolutely brilliant. And this could have been displayed in a much better and creative fashion had it been live. But unfortunately, this is an online event and there was not much we could do except for the artworks. But you can see they have worked with a lot of passion on the brand book, which will be out after we insert the top brand reports in the book. Give us a week, 10 days, we'll have the ebook sent out to all of you. So thank you, FCB Cread, Vinu, and Team Cread, especially Agnes. Genie has been absolutely wonderful. My introduction to Corey was very fascinating. when I first met him online and he showed me his presentation. It lasted over 1.5 hours. And then when I looked at the time, I didn't realize that time had passed by so quickly. I'm sure that if he had carried on, he would have mesmerized us for another 1 hour. Again, I apologize because we were sharing screens. So some of the questions could not be read out because we were scared that we would lose a connection. So my apologies. In case you have questions, please do send it to us. I will forward it to the relevant speaker and we will get back to you with the answers. So Jeannie, Corey and team Jeannie, thank you so much for all the speaker avatars which you made and for all the help and assistance. And also for volunteering to make the avatar for the winner of the dance competition, Pallavi. To Kantar, our research agency, Sundaram and Momo, they really worked very hard to get the results out in time. And it's always a very, very taxing time because everybody's on tenterhooks trying to figure out who is going to be the winner. And we always get the results at the last time. So it makes it all the more exciting. To Team Oxygen, Sanjana, and Ramina, thank you so much for all the help, all the posts on social media. To PNG Development for the trophies which we will be handing out to the winners. They've done a fantastic job on the trophies. To Team Zethical, Tej and Team Zethical, our PR partner, for trying to bring about as much publicity as possible. So ladies and gentlemen, that's all there is. I have to say, I just wanted to thank you all again for being a part of this magical journey. I do hope we'll be able to meet in person next year where it'll be more interactive. There'll be a lot of goodie bags, which everybody looks forward to. So on that happy note, have a very good evening and all the best. Y'all can still network in the coffee lounge. Please do visit the exhibit booths. The partners and sponsors have done some amazing displays. There's a lot of information which you can get. The recordings will be up on the platform until tomorrow evening, 8 p.m. Sadly, because of copyright reason, because some of the decks of the speakers are copyrighted, we'll be unable to share it. But if you come back tomorrow, the presentation, the recordings will be there on the platform until 8 p.m. Mauritian time. So do check in and watch the recordings which you have missed out. So thank you very much and all the best, and see you in person in 2023. Bye.
Real magic? It's everywhere. Some might think it doesn't exist, but it does. For us, life is full of magic. First love, winning at life, helping each other, discovering new things, sharing experiences. The more real we are, the more magical life becomes. And every Coca-Cola is a chance to embrace that. It's about celebrating life. A delicious taste that uplifts you. Seeing the world through a different lens. Feeling the magic in the everyday. Cool, crisp, refreshing. It's that moment when we find ourselves revived and ready to celebrate the world around us again. Real magic isn't in a fairy tale or abracadabra. The real magic in life only happens when someone believes that any given moment can be extraordinary. All you need is an open mind and an open bottle. That's when the real magic happens. Coca-Cola. Real magic.